We talked about this a few weeks ago, and I said my head would explode if they went 12-1 and didn't get a home bye, or at least maybe even first round bye, but certainly a home game in the first round. And now Reese Davis, one of the premier guys that's on this, he's not on the committee, but recognized as basically a spokesman for college football, saying they'd be a bid stealer, and then the president or the chairman there trying to make a 6-7 joke. No one's laughing here, buddy. What are you thinking?
He's thinking the Big 12 is going to get the shaft, which is what I have thought for weeks, for months, and it looks like it's going to fall on BYU.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say that Texas Tech is going to get the shaft. It would be BYU. And then it seems like, we'll throw them a bone on two meaningless positions with Arizona getting in at 25. And what did the Devils do to move up 5 spots? They beat Colorado, and all of a sudden they move up 5 spots. And you're just throwing all this type of respect on them when it doesn't even matter, because obviously they got no chance unless they went on some incredible run here.
It doesn't matter. And they did get some help because the only losses in the top 25 were 4 teams that were down low, and so they dropped those teams out. But you're right, it's totally throwing them a bone. They want one Big 12 team in. They don't want 2 Big 12 teams in. They got to let one in, so they put one in. It's an SEC world and a Big Ten world.
Why would this committee have that bias? Why? It's not like they're all full from there. Everyone is not connected to that. I can get the TV networks because the numbers in terms of viewerships bear that out. But these men and women on this committee, most of them don't have an allegiance to the Big Ten or the SEC. So that doesn't make any sense to me.
I cannot fully explain their motivation, but I read one of the stories, and it was a national story. It didn't come from anybody associated with the state of Utah or with the school. And it was a blind analysis of 2 teams. You know, they do the Team A, Team B, and best wins, worst losses, what's your record versus bowl teams, what's your record versus ranked teams. And the 2 teams, there was basically no difference between them. And the differences were minuscule. And it was Oregon and BYU. And a Big Ten team is in and a Big 12 team is out. I can't tell you everybody's
why.
I can't tell you everybody's motivation. But, PK, I thought this was going to happen when the season started. I just couldn't tell you which team it was going to happen to, but it was going to happen to the Big 12. And now it looks like it's going to happen to BYU.
I understand all that, but
you still want to know why, and I want to know why too. And maybe we can get Mark Harlan on the air. Maybe we can't. Sometimes we can get him on the air. Sometimes we can't. We could ask him when it's all over. I don't know what he'll say. It'd be interesting because he gets to be in the room. For most of it, he's got to leave the room. I won't ask him
because if it happens and if BYU doesn't get in, I quit.
Yeah, I mean, which people say what in the room that carries the day? Yeah, I don't know. But
I hate that room. I mean, the committee room. I want to talk about the quarterback room, the tight end room, not the committee room.
Well, we're waiting to see if a team that can get in the playoff is going to lose its coach to another school. And the answer is yes. Now, if Lane Kiffin doesn't, the answer might be yes twice. But North Texas, in the hunt for a G5 bid, the coach, Eric Morris, is going to Oklahoma State as the new head coach. The 40-year-old discovered and developed quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield, Cam Ward, John Mateer. So he's got them on his resume. Now he has the Oklahoma State job.
Good for him. Jim Moore going to Colorado State. I saw that this morning.
Yes. Yeah, that broke last night. Back-to-back 9-win seasons. And so Colorado State hasn't won 9 games in a year since 2007. So he is off to, well, by the time they play their first game under him, they'll be a Pac-12 school because CSU's making the move with Utah State and a few other schools and joining Oregon State and Washington State. USC coach Lincoln Riley told reporters he is 100% staying with the Trojans. He's happy in L.A. So, all the Lincoln Riley rumors can slow down for another year.
Was he going to go into selling insurance? I mean, what was he going to do?
Take one of the many jobs that is open because it's not going great at USC, I guess was the theory.
So
call Larry the Laker. He's the guy with all the deep insight. Larry the Laker in here. What job was he going to be linked to?
Linked. I get it.
Yak. Colorado's going to sit freshman quarterback Julian Lewis this weekend, preserve his red shirt. You got that 4-game rule out there. Caden Salter will get the start for Colorado.
It's funny because obviously the Sam Levitt rumors have been flying high, and ASU's been prepared for that. I mean, they knew it was a possibility, if nothing else, that he would go to the NFL. And after the game Saturday night, Kenny Dillingham gave him a big hug, and you could see he's talking into his ear, right? And then the caption was, "Oh, man, we'll see you in January."
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow says he has no plans to sit out if he's cleared and able to play, despite the fact the team is 3-8. He's missed the last 9 games with a grade 3 turf toe injury. So he doesn't care about.
That makes sense.
He doesn't care about staying healthy, draft position. They're paying him to play. He's gonna go play.
Well, I mean, he's a football player.
Yep.
He already missed a season a couple years back, didn't he?
He did.
He wants to play football.
He had an ACL and was out a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
The Bills added some depth to the receiver corps with the signing of free agent Brandon Cooks, who was released by the Saints. Dalton Kincaid leads Buffalo in touchdown receptions. Former Ute, the tight end. They want more production outside, so Brandon Cooks it is.
Cook's been a guy in the NFL for a long time now.
That he has. Trevor Moehrig has been suspended 1 game without pay. Panther safety with the low blow on Juwan Jennings Monday night. Plans to appeal the 1-game suspension.
Man, spitting has been in the news ever since that gal in Tennessee. You know what I mean?
There has been a lot of, probably half dozen, I would say, spitting incidents. There's been a bunch of them.
Yeah. Honking loogies now. It's like everywhere you turn.
Yeah. But this is, would you rather be spit on or punched slightly below the belt?
Oh,
I mean,
geez,
seeing none of the above.
What fatal cancer do I want?
I know, right? Seeing none of the above.
I want neither. Jeez.
Semi-finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame include Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Larry Fitzgerald, Jason Witten, and Frank Gore. They are all first-year eligible inductees. Other semi-finalists include Willie Anderson, Torrey Holt, Adam Vinatieri, Eli Manning, Steve Smith Sr., the former Ute, Reggie Wayne. On and on the list goes. Darren Woodson, who've all been previously eligible.
I want to ask you something.
Anybody in there you really feel strong about? This person must be in. I got one name.
I mean, you named about 5 or 6. And my question for you, because I don't really follow this the way I would do baseball, we hear that baseball sometimes, you got to pay your dues, so you're not going to get in on the first time. I mean, we've kind of gotten away from that a little bit, which I think we should. But is that the same thing with the pro football? I don't follow it as much. You're more into it than I am. Do they make them wait,
I don't
even
think
though
so.
it's clear they belong in?
No, I think the people who clearly belong in usually get in on the first time. And to me, of the first time people who clearly belong in, I would put at the top of the list Larry Fitzgerald. To me, that's
a no-brainer.
That's a guy who's like, don't mess around. Just put him in on the first ballot. This is
I would think Witten would get in.
Right.
Eli Manning would get in. I mean, Drew Brees. Did you name Drew Brees?
So Drew Brees is eligible for the first time. Eli Manning has been eligible for and not gotten in. And
certainly Drew Brees should be in. That's an absolute guarantee lock.
Yeah. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Lakers beat the Clippers 135-118. Luka Doncic, 43 points and 13 assists. The former Jazz man Chris Dunn was ejected in that game. Luka went off 24 points in the first quarter, PK. He made a statement.
I watched the first quarter, right? I was watching college hoop, flicking around, and that game was on. The other game was a slaughter, so I didn't watch that. But the later game with the Lakers and the Clippers, obviously I have an interest in the West Coast. And I just keep thinking, coming back to, I just want to swear, not in a good way, a bad way, that the Lakers got Doncic. This guy, I don't even think he's reached his peak yet. Right? If you go by age, you could argue he hasn't.
100%.
So you basically just gifted the Lakers a true bona fide superstar, which are so difficult to get. And they were able to get one for Anthony Davis and somebody else, maybe. I don't even remember who.
For a cow and 3 magic beans, it was a gift. And that's why the GM has been fired. And the rest of us just get to gnash our teeth because now the Lakers are at minimum relevant. And depending on who they put around him, they could pile up some more championships. I mean, they haven't done it in about a decade, but the way they were going, they were basically going to the NBA Finals every other year for the first 60 years of their existence. Now, they've fallen off that pace. But
you had to.
I know. You think, right? But this, I mean, who's to say?
I think they're a contender this year. I wouldn't pick them to win it. I'd still go OKC, obviously. Mm-hmm. And I like what Denver's doing, and then we'll see about Houston as they develop some more chemistry and all that stuff. But I think they're a contender. And it's just, wait a second. There was years ago, they overruled a Chris Paul trade. And nothing against Chris Paul, because he's a Hall of Famer himself, obviously in his 21st year, announced over the weekend that he was going to retire, obviously, as he's gotten older. But Doncic is way better than Chris Paul.
Right. But the problem was when the Chris Paul trade happened, the league owned New Orleans.
Great. Now the Lakers are going to own the league.
I know. But the league didn't own Dallas, so they weren't going to reject the trade. The blowout you refer to is Orlando going to Philadelphia and hammering the Sixers 144-103. 144, that is a serious number right there. A 51-point second quarter, good grief. Not a lick of defense points being played there in Philly by Philly.
And for Philly, nothing but Philly.
Yeah. That is just a beating, 51 points in a quarter. The legendary Anthony Black came off the bench and scored 31 points.
Yeah, he was the guy the Jazz were considering a couple years back.
21-year-old out of Arkansas. There you go.
Yeah, right.
Well, he's on his way. Good game. And Orlando adds another piece, and eventually all those high draft picks have to pay off for Orlando, right? I mean, I know they got to be healthy.
I think when they're healthy, they're good.
Yeah. The Wizards got win number 2 down there at the bottom of the league. They beat Atlanta 132-113.
I looked at that box score. Yeah, 10 of 13 from 3. They shot 50% from 3, and I'm wondering if there's a stat out there in today's game when it's not like 4 for 8. If you shoot 50% from 3, what are your chances of winning the game? Because, as I say, back then, 15, 20 years ago, they maybe took 10 threes tops, which not necessarily is a game decider. But now with the number of threes approaching 40, if you shoot 50%, I wonder what your percentage of chances of winning. It's got to be really high.
You would think, right? That is just such an advantage. That's so many points.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hashtag college basketball.
The Utes lose to Grand Canyon 68-58 in Palm Springs. Utes dropped to 5-2 on the season as they've now lost to a Big West and a Mountain West team, PK. I think we knew the Big 12 was going to be hard for the Utes. Now we're pretty sure of it, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. I don't think this result changed much. Maybe it just added some more evidence. But, obviously Alex is going to need time. He's going to need money. He needs to start banging the drum for the fan support in the way that Dillingham did when he got the ASU job. And those three, I think you need those three things, obviously. You need talent, you need money, and you need the support. Kids want to play in front of people who come out to cheer them, obviously. I mean, that is not breaking news here. And that's going to take a bit.
UVU blows out South Dakota State 75-52 in Cancun. Portland State over Utah Tech 68-63. UVU is back.
Throw one of the.
Go ahead.
That Cal beat the UC Los Angeles Bruins.
Did.
And, that's Mark Madsen, and we all like him, known him for a long time. And there's nothing better than a press conference with Mick Cronin as the losing coach.
He gets pretty feisty, cranky.
Yeah.
Cal, that wasn't a fluke. I dropped in on that game for a while, and Cal had an 8 or 10-point lead, and I went off and watched something else like you. I flicked over to Laker-Clipper game, and I went back to it, and Cal was still up by 8. It was like Cal was right there. Control of the game.
Yeah.
UVU takes on Stanford 4 o'clock today. Utah will play Ole Miss at 10 o'clock tonight. BYU's back in action tomorrow. They play Miami 3 o'clock. That game's on ESPN from Orlando, Florida. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Ah, the hot stove. Need a little baseball news here as the temperatures plunge and the holidays approach?
Yes.
St. Louis Cardinals trading veteran right-handed pitcher Sonny Gray to the Boston Red Sox in exchange for 2 pitching prospects. And St. Louis sends Boston $20 million to cover the salary. Gray had a no-trade clause, but waived it to facilitate the move after going 14-8 last season.
Yeah, the Cardinals look like they're in a rebuild, and Sox, they can contend for the World Series, but you never know. They can contend for a playoff spot.
Pirates ace Paul Skeens gets a record $3.4 million from the pre-arbitration bonus pool, raising his 2-year pay total to $5.58 million. He was slated to make $875 this season after making a little more than $500,000 last year.
Yeah, and in a related news, that's why you had the Steinbrenner son saying that the Yankees want to reduce payroll so they can afford to pay him when he becomes available.
And there it is. Connect the dots. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
The Utah Mammoth are back in action tonight. They host the Montreal Canadiens. Let it roll off the tongue, PK, one of the original 6, a legendary franchise. Currently sitting in 5th place over in the Atlantic Division in the East. Utah sitting in 4th place in the West. They're off to very similar starts. Should be a good game tonight.
Yeah, when Gordon told me don't let him break down the Atlantic Division, I had never had any idea that it would actually be the NHL.
You've used that joke before. You're recycling your humor here.
That's just amazing to me.
And I didn't break it down.
I know you didn't. But it is amazing to me that the point I'm making, and it's not that, the point I'm making is the Montreal Canadiens
are coming to Utah.
Are playing the Salt Lake City NHL team. That's the amazing part. That's where I'm going with that.
That is completely amazing. Nothing says welcome to the big time. And you are in the big time, and you have arrived as the Montreal Canadiens.
Right. So when, and I think it's when, not if, I think you do too, when the MLB comes here, well, it'll be like, wow, this is incredible. But it's to the point, the community and the Millers of the Byam and all, they earn the right to get that. The hockey, it's like Kyle Whittingham said last week, here today, gone tomorrow. Well, it wasn't here today, but it is here tomorrow. I mean, that thing happens so quick, right? Whereas the baseball, they broke dirt, 2 years ago? And we're still several years away. So it's like the anticipation will build. Hockey just, in a sense, snuck up upon us, and here we are.
Yeah, hockey is more surprise.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the baseball you can see coming over the horizon.
Yeah, for a long time.
For a long
Come on,
time.
son, come on up.
Yep. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Riley Jensen's going to be here to talk football at 8 o'clock. Barry Trammell, sports columnist, Tulsa World, here at 9 o'clock. It's also a Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets to give away to Nate Bargatze's Big Dumb Eyes World Tour at the Delta Center, and we will give those tickets away coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Earlier crash eastbound I-80 has been cleared out there in Tooele Valley, but very heavy delays remaining on I-80, SR-36 and the Mid-Valley Highway trying to get out of Tooele County. It's going to take you at least an hour, but once you get out of the crash, you have good speeds on the 201 freeway and I-80 all the way over to I-15. I-15 itself is moving great from Willard Bay all the way to Utah Lake in both directions this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars look to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game as they wrap up the regular season at home against UCF. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, listen to the Utah Mammoth as they host the Montreal Canadiens. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Celebrate Thanksgiving Day tomorrow with the BYU basketball team. They play Miami at 3 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Friday, it's college football as Utah State hosts Boise State at 2 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. That'll be followed by the Mammoth at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Kings at 7:30 on 97.5.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to wrap it up at home. Senior day against UCF. Kalani Sitake on the play of his offense and Aaron Roderick as his offensive coordinator.
I was proud of the way the guys were able to do some things, create turnovers, take care of the football, run the ball, be physical downhill, and also run the ball outside. We were able to possess the ball. I mean, A-Rod doesn't get enough credit for what he's able to do as an offensive coordinator. I'm going to keep telling you that he's a dream if you're a defensive coordinator to have, because he compliments, doesn't have an ego, and he's all about getting a win.
This BYU update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it is time for Hot Takes or Toast, and the reaction is flowing in. Topic of the morning, the playoff committee keeps BYU at number 11, drops Utah one spot to 13. Cougars listed as the first team out. Utah's the second team out. Tulane is the G5 team in. Fair or foul? Michael says the irony of Jake Retzlaff making it in the tournament over BYU is palpable. It's a lot of Retzlaff. Shiloh, Retzlaff with the last laugh. Ugh.
Yeah, they're not in yet, but that would be something. I get that. The ironic nature of it. Now, that's the system. I like the rewarding the little guy, but at the same time, if it's at the expense of BYU, I got to admit, I go big time snobbery. It kind of reminds me of when the Ute fans got into the Power Five at the time. Then they sort of thumbed their nose at the Mountain West, when for years we deserve an opportunity.
Yeah.
And then when it happened where they did get the opportunity, well, the Mountain West doesn't deserve an opportunity. So I'm sort of like that with the G5. If it came at the expense of Miami, no problem. Yeah, put the little guy in. But if it comes at the expense of BYU, that is just not fun, and it's not right. And
that's exactly
I want them to have an opportunity, but not at the expense of BYU.
But that's exactly what Alabama's saying. We played such a more difficult schedule. We had to play 4 ranked teams in a row. BYU didn't do that, and so we should have the last spot, not BYU. I mean, nothing against them, but look at what we've had to do.
Right, which is why I said Miami, not Notre Dame, or not Alabama. Excuse me. Maybe, and I can even make a case for BYU over Notre Dame, right?
Yeah.
And Notre Dame, because of my lineage and my father, has a soft spot for me. I've never been a hardcore Notre Dame fan myself. I've never been a hardcore fan of anything myself when it comes to this stuff. But if I'm making a case in what BYU does, because it's interesting, DJ, when you think about it, we've been talking about this for at least a couple years now, that Utah is the most respected program out there, right? And they get a lot of respect. And the great thing about it is they've had to earn it on the field. Nothing that has come their way has been given. It literally has been all earned. And that's something that we all can appreciate. So I have zero problem with Utah getting all this respect. But now when I need them to really get respect for the case of benefiting BYU, it doesn't seem like it's there.
Yep. I'd love to argue with you. Yep. And I blame, there's a couple things. One, I just think it's brand, and what happened 10 years ago shouldn't matter. None of the players were there, even with the extended eligibility. Nobody was there 10 years ago. And a lot of the coaches have changed jobs. But the fact is, it just matters if it's Alabama, Oklahoma, or Notre Dame, because they've mattered for so long. Those 3 schools have mattered our whole life. I mean, there are other schools, Miami and Florida State, are a little newer to the party. But they've still got 30, 40 years under their belt in a way that, our teams don't.
Except the problem with that is you're speaking generally, and I agree with you. The general premise is that. But when we're talking about the committee members, that doesn't fly. That stuff shouldn't matter, doesn't matter. It's like when there's a high-profile jury trial, the OJ trial or whatever, the trial of the century, right? And you're wondering, well, how did you come to that verdict? Well, then they interviewed the individual jurors, and some of them spoke. I realized they sent out a spokesman each Tuesday night for a 2 or 3 minute interview, but I would like it when this thing is done in the Sunday after next to be able to have each of these individuals explain your vote. We see now the transparency in the AP votes, right? They put them out there. You can see which man or woman voted this school here and this school there, all the way down. And so there's basically, without them speaking, if they don't want to, there's full accountability. I want full accountability for each and every, as Kyle would say, these committee members to say, and I know it would be laborious because there's several of them, why did you vote the way that you did? Don't give me a jury foreman and that person answers. I want to know why every single one of them voted the way that they voted, because I think there's too much at stake here, particularly for BYU and having a Reese Davis, who is a college football respected spokesperson in a sense, even though he doesn't have that official role. But when he goes on, and I'm watching it and we're all watching it, and he says he calls BYU a potential bid stealer. If they won their next 2 games, they would be 12-1. They're not a bid stealer. Are you kidding me? This is not somebody from the Mid-American Conference going and winning the conference tournament that you didn't have doing it from that conference. No, this is a legitimate team, a legitimate program that sends people to the NFL. Now, every year, they do all the things. The money is there. The support is there. The attention is there. And you're calling them a bid stealer? I realize he's not on the committee, so he can't really be held accountable for that. But I want to hear what the committee says when we get to it in a week and a half at around, what would it be, around noonish when they're done there. I want to know why if BYU doesn't get in.
See, this should appeal to ESPN, PK, because there's 14 people on the committee. If you interview them each for 5 minutes, you got yourself a 2-hour show. And there's some hardcore people who would watch that. And, hey, I'm in the 21st century here, Yak. Not some old guy who doesn't understand how the world works now, okay? That's 14 separate interviews that can be posted. That's 14 separate clicks. Put them on YouTube. You can get paid by YouTube for them. Come on, let's go. You know what you really want to do? You want to hear from Randall McDaniel because he's an Arizona State Sun Devil, and I mean, more people know him as a Minnesota Viking, but he's on the committee. So there's a guy.
Yeah.
You're right. There's a guy with, football, his life, long career, super successful.
Distinguished.
Let's hear from him.
Which is why he's on the committee.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, exactly. There's as far as the Eastern bias, I see 4 people, I think, of the 14 have ties to this side of the country. I do wonder how much, and I think this year, I assume that they're watching all the games and all that, but if your whole life you've known something else and now you're trying to educate yourself on this, what do you know better? The thing you've studied your whole life? Chris Alt is from the West. He's a former University of Nevada football coach. Randall McDaniel, Arizona State guy. Mike Riley, former Oregon State coach. And obviously Mark Harlan is on it now as the athletic director representing the Big 12. But everybody else is from what we would refer to as back east. Now, Gary Pinkel was a Missouri football coach, and Missouri's in the Midwest, although it's in the Southeast for the purposes of college football. They're in the SEC now. Jim Grobe, he's a Wake Forest guy, right? I recognize that name. I think he was a coach there for a long time. Ohio University, Wake Forest, and he was at Baylor for 1 year.
Yes.
So, I don't know. There's 14 people. They've all got their, they've got their biases built in. They've lived where they've lived. They've watched what they've watched, and they know what they've known. Now, this year, you're on the committee, and maybe someone were on last year too. So they're, I assume, give them the benefit of the doubt, they're watching all the games, trying to weigh it. But I just wonder what's been baked in over 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah, but see, I can argue, I think, fairly easily that if I'm put on this committee, I understand that this conference has been favored more. So I'm going to go out of my way to make sure that I give the conference, or if you want to go the two conferences, but we're talking specifically the Big 12, that I'm going to make sure that I bend over backward, metaphorically speaking, to allow them the opportunity to be included if worthy. And you do not have to make a huge case. This year, it so happens to be one of our schools, but it could be anybody because we're Big 12 now, right? It could be anybody who fits in this category. It so happens it's BYU, that we would make sure that they got their due diligence. And I just don't think that that's happening right now. And I would go the other way. You see this sometimes with media guys, right? We all grew up to an extent a fan of somebody, right? And maybe I'm not that qualified to say that because I moved across the country. It's not like, oh, I was this ASU fan forever and ever. And that the reality and the truth is that's not the case. I didn't really get into it until I moved over to California, and all these guys were SC fans. And it's like, well, what about my school? You know? And then I became a much bigger fan after I left. So I can't really speak to that in the manner that you could, right? And so you would see that if you worked in San Diego all these years, my guess is you might be a little harder on them to make sure that everybody knew, hey, sure, I want them to win, but that doesn't mean I can't be objective and I can't call a spade when they suck. I can't call them out for that, right? That's the way I think this committee should be.
And I think we've both definitely seen that with media members over time. And sometimes the people that are the hardest on them are the closest to them. They're trying to be fair. They bend over backwards. And I've heard people rip teams, and I'm kind of like, that team, I mean, I get your point. They're not perfect, but they're better than you're letting on. I've watched them. They're better than that.
So that's why I'm saying I think the committee then would make sure that every box was checked as to why not or why. And you would go overboard to make sure that you're not that biased. I used to do the AP poll, right? Mm-hmm. And I would be biased towards the West Coast because I always felt that the guys or ladies on the other side of the country were doing the same thing. But that didn't mean that much. It was more window dressing. This now, this isn't window dressing. This means a lot. And to have this potentially happen is just, it's not right. And I also believe Yormark, I got to start hearing him talk. He should make himself available. Do a conference call with Big 12 media every Tuesday night. Why are they dropping the ball? He's supposed to be Mr. Sophisticated, bright, 10, 20 years ahead of the curve here. Where is he? He's like a church mouse. I want to hear what he has to say.
I can tell you right now that, and there are probably people listening to this thinking, well, you guys are media. Why didn't you get him on? Yuck, how many times? How many times have we said, reach out for Yormark, and you roll your eyes like, all right, I'll do it again, but he's not going to do it.
But to your point, PK, the only statement he's put out says we want to earn it on the field, and I've said that I'll reiterate something I've already said. You can't earn it on the field if you can't get into the playoff field. Like there's just that's the only issue that I have is he's trying to act all, I don't know, politically correct about all this. But
and I have a problem with that, and I think every single coach needs to speak to it. We all love Kalani, but I think he needs to start talking about it.
Amen.
And,
absolutely.
And Brian Santiago needs to make a statement.
Shane Reese, the president of the university. Yeah.
Shane Reese absolutely needs to make a statement. And the conference presidents need to make a statement, and Yormark needs to be leading the charge. It shouldn't be somebody requesting him. He should be sending us email, all the Big 12 media, guys like us. DJ and I, we only have like about 80 friggin' years of experience combined in his business, and they should be having us, making sure that we're there at 6:30, 7 o'clock Mountain Time every Tuesday, and Yormark speaking about what just happened. And if he feels like it's an injustice, then go hard on it. Speak out against it. Why not? What do you have to lose to start politicking? If that's what you need to do, and it shouldn't be that's what you need to do, but if it is what you need to do, then friggin' do it.
Stan, just take care of business on Saturday. We will be in. Stan still believes.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath.
Brandon, sadly, no. Unless BYU beats Texas Tech or someone in front of them loses, BYU's out. Prepare yourself.
The only caveat is last week when the new dude got up there, and I don't even want to learn his name, so I'm not going to learn it. I'm just going to call him the new dude as far as the chairman. When he said, and we talked about this last week, he said BYU didn't look good. So they win Saturday. They go down to Arlington. I'll be there. I'll know what looks good. You guys will be watching it on television. You know what looks good. Most of our listeners, man, woman, child, will know what looks good. And if BYU looks good by their own acknowledgement, they should be in it. And the great thing about it is Yormark has got 24 hours essentially to plead his case publicly, because the Big 12 season will have been over. And where I'm going with this is the Big 12 plays the first game of the day, if I'm not mistaken, a week from Saturday, right? Mm-hmm. And so with that in mind, all the results will be in. BYU gets beat 42-3. Well, I guess you got me there, even though you could still make a case. But if they look good and it's a competitive game, he then has 24 hours to be on the news cycle saying this is why we need two teams. And if that point he doesn't do it, then something is really wrong. And I look forward to next July. If he won't come on during the season, he does come on during Big 12 media days. And if that's the case, and I assume I'll be going to it as I've gone to every single one of them for the last 15 years, even longer than that if you count the Mountain West, then I'm going to ask him point blank, why in the crap didn't you politic for BYU if it comes to that? Now, that's I don't want to have to wait 7-8 months to get that answer, but certainly he needs to be held accountable if he's not out there beating the drum, particularly from Saturday afternoon on till the committee meets Sunday morning. And are they in Dallas? Is that where they meet? Well, guess where the conference title game is? It's right down the road. Go to the freaking building. Talk to them as they're coming in and out. Make your case. That's what it requires. It's unseedy and it's sort of unbecoming, but so bleeping what? If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. At least go down fighting.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Riley Jensen at the top of the hour right here on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Things still looking pretty bleak for drivers out in the Tooele County area. I have an earlier crash on I-80 that's been cleared out, but delays remain heavy on I-80, SR-36, and the Mid-Valley Highway trying to get over towards the Salt Lake Valley. In Utah County, northbound I-15 is moving slowly up the hill at the point of the mountain in Lehigh, typical congestion spot for this time of day. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, it's a scam. Always. Scammers love gift cards because they're just like cash. They use fake stories about prizes, overdue bills, or emergencies to get you to act before you think. But no real business, government agency, or friend will ever ask for gift cards. Learn how to spot and stop these scams at aarp.org/gift cards. That's aarp.org/gift cards, paid for by AARP.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, it's a scam. Always. Scammers love gift cards because they're just like cash. They use fake stories about prizes, overdue bills, or emergencies to get you to act before you think. But no real business, government agency, or friend will ever ask for gift cards. Learn how to spot and stop these scams at aarp.org/gift cards. That's aarp.org/gift cards, paid for by AARP.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah trying to win game number 10 at Kansas Friday. Kyle Whittingham, and what has led to the bounce back from last season.
Credit the seniors for not having a hangover after the season. I guess you can say not only do you have hangover after games, you can have a little bit of a hangover after a season, and they would have none of that. Started off the off season on a very positive note way back in January, and again, due to their great leadership, they're instrumental in getting things turned around. I mean, that's the real bottom line to the success this season. Really is hinged upon is the ownership that the players have taken in the program.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day today is Tina Turner, born on this day in 1939. She passed away a couple of years ago. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. DJ PK, it is the day before Thanksgiving, PK. What are you most thankful for in the world of sports? Joseph says, I'm thankful to live in a state where you have 2 college football programs ranked in the top 15.
That's pretty cool.
It really is.
It is. That's awesome. I mean, I realize there's fans of each team that don't want that. They want their team. But we have to look at it in the bigger picture for us because we have to do our we have to pay attention to both at an extremely high level, and to have both of them be really good this year. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. And I wish they were just not BYU. Maybe that Utah had beaten Tech, and then have them both have all 3 teams have 1 loss, and you could not favor one over the other. That would about the only thing that you could hope for or wish for at this point in terms of them, if they were undefeated. But BYU and Utah couldn't be undefeated, and for that matter, neither could Texas Tech because they all played each other. So there was going to be losses administered. So from that perspective, here we are. For me, when it's a sports gratitude, it's the same thing every year, and it has been the same thing every year for the last 24 years. I'm grateful that I got this job to be able to talk about sports. So my sports gratitude is employment all the way.
And the fact that you're not just employed, you're employed in a place with 2 top 15 college football teams because you love college football. Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
You'd have to go to Texas or Indiana to get this, PK.
Okay, nothing against Indiana, but I could handle Texas.
I did read a hilarious story about how Texas Longhorn fans, this is going to be the worst playoff for them. If Texas A&M is in and Texas is out, and Texas Tech is in and Texas is out.
I get it, yeah.
Oklahoma, their rival, in and Texas is out.
Yeah.
Now, if North Texas gets in, now you're really – North Texas or SMU, I think they're long shots, but it could happen.
It could, yeah. It's funny. I was talking to my wife yesterday. We were making a drive, and I said, I could live in Texas if I had to. I said, no, don't worry. I'm not job searching anymore. That's over with.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be looking to move. I used to do it all the time way back when, but I haven't done it in many years. And I said, I've been to Texas. I've never vacationed in Texas, but I've been to Texas so many times for work that I feel like I got a good feel for the state. I mean, in all corners of the state I've been, and it's all been work related over the years. And I think I could handle that. I look forward, as long as BYU wins Saturday, of being in Texas next week. I'm excited for that opportunity if BYU should win, which we all think they will, and then to see what happens. That would be the ultimate statement game that BYU's ever made in the history of its program if they manage to win Saturday, which is expected, obviously, and then win following week. That's got to be considered the best win in program history if it came to that, given all the implications and all the disrespect that has been thrown their way for 2 years now. Not 1, 2.
Play your way into the playoff. That'd be awesome.
And then get what, an 11 seed?
Well, they would get a bump from beating Texas Tech. So.
Obviously, I know. I'm joking.
Yeah. Only a little bit, though.
Yeah. It's like we got to put the G5er at 12. And
the ACC at 11.
No. Still make BYU 11. I mean, it would be an absolute joke if that were the case. But this ought to fire these guys up. And I know Kalani, maybe next week, maybe Saturday around 3:00. Maybe he can unleash that in terms of, well, we've been disrespected all year. Just look at it. I mean, because you don't have to worry about downplaying the playoff possibilities and all that stuff versus the next opponent, because that would be the next opponent and you could speak freely to that. And I would like him to maybe get out of character a little bit and say, my gosh, nobody expects us to win. This committee, they only put us in there because they were forced to. So nobody believes in us.
I think he can say something after they beat UCF in the postgame. I think the time to get up then is to stand up in front of that microphone when all the cameras are on you, and it's early in the day, so there's time for all the TV networks to grab the postgame bite and put it on the air and say, we're 11-1. When does Texas Tech play? What time is their game?
I don't know.
Because I'm assuming that they they also have a morning game. They have a 10 a.m. game on ESPN at West Virginia. So it's over, assuming Tech has won, and he would know this, right? The sports information person will tell him before he walks out. He can walk out and say, we're 11-1. Texas Tech is 11-1. We should both be in the college football playoff. We should be playing for seeding in a Big 12 title game next Saturday. Because then you don't say anything that demeans. There's no bulletin board material. There's no. It's just like, this is where we sit right now. We should both be in. Period. You're 11-1 in the Big 12. You should be in.
Right. And your Mark needs to run his mouth on Saturday, too.
I don't think he needs to run his mouth. I think he needs to do his job, which in this case would be running his mouth.
That is running his mouth.
I know, but run his mouth is just like, you're popping off. You're 14. You're
Pop
speaking
off?
when you shouldn't speak. And
Act like you're 14.
No, you're the commissioner. You should speak. And you should say the same thing.
Speak vigorously, not just speak.
11-1. They should both be in.
We're going to break off and form our own alliance if they don't put both these teams in. Start throwing out threats that you'll never intend to keep. That's the fun part of life.
DJ PK, when we come back, more football with Riley Jensen. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive for the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
The Garden Restaurant, all things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. DJ PK, and we're joined now by Riley Jensen, former Aggie quarterback, now working with mental performance in the world of sports. Riley, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Little Tina Turner to bounce back this morning. I like what Jake's trying to do here.
She was born on, she was born on this day in 1939. So
I love it.
There you go.
I love it. There you go.
Riley, I'm thinking all your work, mental performance, the psychological part of sports. I think that you watched football last Saturday and you watched the BYU game, the Utah game, and the Utah State game, and you thought, those are 3 very healthy teams, or they couldn't have done what they did.
Yeah, I think the Utah State game was really surprising to me. I thought the win was actually going to come this week against Boise State. I thought they were going to make it in the bowl game, to the bowl game, just because that's pretty much what Bronco does. He comes in and he turns the direction around for a team. But, man, Bryson Barnes is just an amazing football player. I think he's an amazing leader for this team. I think they've really embraced, instead of I think for a long time Utah State's kind of pushed away or pushed back on the agricultural thing, and I kind of like the way this team is just embracing it. And they're like, yeah, that's what we are. We're blue collar. We're a blue collar football team. We win games. We win them in difficult ways and in different ways, and we just roll up our sleeves and go to work. That was fun. Giving up 500 yards rushing for the University of Utah is not exactly the way that you like to exhibit or show everybody that you're mentally tough, but they were opportunistic at the end of the game. And then, God, you just have – I mean, you can't – the BYU team, they are very mentally tough, and they've done it in a variety of ways this year. And if you want to stop BYU, you've got to stop that running game. And they just week in and week out, they make the plays that they need to make to win. So yes, mentally tough in all three phases, or with all three teams for different reasons and in different ways, no question.
You just mentioned all three teams and did a little rundown. And what's interesting to me is put Ficklin in the mix too. So you got 4 quarterbacks in those 3 teams, right? And you look at Bryson Barnes, not recruited, walk on. Ficklin, not recruited that highly. Dampier, not recruited that highly, has to go to New Mexico. Bachmeier, recruited highly, right? So out of one of the 4, only one of them was recruited highly and had the stars and all that stuff. The other 3 have had to make their mark. And it just amazes me, the evaluations at the quarterback position, because it seems like nobody can ever get it consistently right. A great quarterback with the stars bombs, and I've got 3 guys. Ficklin, he still has a lot more to prove, but I think Dampier has proven what he can do at 2 different levels now. And to an extent, Barnes has proven what he can do. If they knew Rising was never going to be healthy, they probably would have kept him, and he would have wanted to stay at Utah. So he would have been doing it at the Pac-12 and now Big 12 level. How do we get a system to where it could ever be where quarterbacks are judged on their talent a little more consistently?
Well, I think so. I have a little bit of a theory on this, and that is, it's really, really hard. It's really hard for everyone in football in every position, but especially a quarterback. It's hard to measure motivation, and it's hard to measure the heart. And I know this is a little bit cliche, but just bear with me for a second. If I were to line up a whole bunch of college golfers, and you were looking at all the college golfers, and they were all swinging and like warming up for a tournament, it would be really, really hard to tell which one was the best player, because they all have great swings. They all can drive the ball. They all can hit the ball well. But the one that wins the tournament has this heart and this preparation and this mental toughness that's hard to measure, right? And I think that's what's happening with quarterbacks. I mean, the theory that I have with quarterbacks is if quarterbacks get too much love too early, they become less motivated. Think about all the guys that have won Heisman trophies and have gone on in the NFL and maybe not played as well as you thought they were going to be. The quarterbacks that have played well in the NFL, and there's a couple of exceptions to this, John Elway and really Peyton Manning are the exception to this rule. But do you think that growing up in Texas that Drew Brees wanted to play for Purdue? No, he wanted to play for one of the Texas schools. Do you think Phillip Rivers growing up in Alabama wanted to play for NC State? No. Do you think – I mean, I can go through – scenario after scenario after scenario where these great NFL quarterbacks were in some way slighted and overlooked. It doesn't mean that they were like completely slighted, like they didn't play Division I football, but they didn't get to play for their hometown school. They didn't get to play for the school that they dreamt of playing for. And so I think a lot of times these quarterbacks have this undeniable will or this undeniable want to show that they're the best quarterback, number 1 on the field that day, and number 2, the best quarterback in their conference, and then number 3, best quarterback in the country, and then eventually that transfers over to like really, really long careers in the NFL. And so I almost think that these quarterbacks that get overlooked a little bit or slighted. I mean, even Tom Brady was constantly like creating these scenarios where he felt slighted or where he felt angry about things. And I think that's what these quarterbacks do. And I think that's why they're really, really good, is because they still have something to prove.
So you don't think Aaron Rodgers wanted to go to a junior college?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm just trying to catch on here to your point. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can go down list after list after list of quarterbacks. I mean, Tom Brady, I think everybody said he wanted to play for USC or something like that, right? Like, there's just you can go down the list of quarterbacks, and I mean, look at Baker Mayfield. I mean, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the state of Texas. Walks on to Texas Tech, wins the spot, and then the next year they're like, "Yeah, you're going to have to compete for the spot." He's like, "Well, forget that. I'm going to Oklahoma." And then he's been, even in the NFL, he's been kind of left for dead a couple of times. And now you look at him and you're like, "Geez, dude, this guy is really good." I mean, you could take a local example. Jackson Dart signed with USC, and for all intents and purposes, that was like the dream school where he wanted to play. A new coach comes in with his quarterback. It's not really going to be a fair competition. Even if he won the competition, he would have had a short rope. He goes to Ole Miss, which is not necessarily probably his first choice or even like on his radar coming out of high school. And now he's competing on the NFL level, right? I mean,
and Joe Burrow says that story sounds familiar to me.
Right?
Ohio guy wanted to go to Ohio State, didn't win the job, transferred to LSU, went 15-0.
And is now a big-time quarterback in the NFL. So these stories where they stay a little bit hungry is kind of good for them. I can go through other positions too. I've gone through on the quarterback position over and over and over again just because that's near and dear to my heart. But there's other positions too where this happens all the time. Too many awards too early seems to make people a little bit too happy and a little bit too content.
That's why, Riley R. Jensen, I have never wanted or earned or won an award, because it's kept me hungry all these years. Each morning I wake up angry, my good friend.
Well, I would say that you could play for BYU because they're humble and hungry, but the humble part, I don't know. I can see that you're hungry.
Humble? I would have to go an extra 20 miles just to have any form of humility, because I've been stripped of most of my dignity all these years. That's the way you have to approach it. You just
work,
did it right there again.
It's hard work to be Patrick Kinahan. What I like what you're doing is you're continually like motivating yourself. You're like the Tom Brady of sports radio in Utah. That's what you are. Constantly creating scenarios where you're angry.
He's got to do that because he got to settle here in beautiful Salt Lake. It's not like he's Josh Allen. He had to go to Laramie, Wyoming, right?
I started in Casa Grande, Arizona, David James Sniggledorf III. Have you ever been to Casa Grande, Arizona? Ask some of your soccer boys. They've been there.
They have been
That's
there.
The bottom of the barrel. They have no dentists in the town. You know why? Well, figure it out.
I can
tell you. Summer teeth? Some are here, some are there.
Oh, nice. Wow, I hadn't heard that one before. When they built that new academy in Harriman, they're all out there for that. They took some players out there for the groundbreaking, and I saw Justin Glad, who went through the academy when it was in Casa Grande. They said, "Is every player from this point forward going to be soft?" And he just laughed maniacally. Absolutely. If you don't know Casa Grande, you don't know toughness.
Yeah, and I know Casa Grande. I've been to Casa Grande. Casa Grande is a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, you and Justin can bond over that, because that was he wore that as a badge of honor, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. So let me throw this at you, Riley R. Jensen. If that same form of motivation that you're using with that philosophy and that alignment, how much do you think that can carry the Cougars next week when they go down to Arlington, Texas, and play Texas Tech, which embarrassed them on national television on the heels of Fox Big Noon and all that stuff?
Well, so there's two things, like, psychologically that I think bode well for BYU. Whether it's the NFL or any level of football, I mean, you can go all the way down like Little League here in the state of Utah. To beat a team twice in one season is really, really difficult to do for a myriad of reasons. I think BYU will be super motivated. I think their running back is much more healthy at this point than he was in the first Texas Tech game. I think that BYU will know what to expect. I'm not sure that translates to a win because I think Texas Tech is just a really, really good football team. I can almost give you the Riley Jensen guarantee that comes with a warranty that this game is going to be a lot closer. And I think BYU has will have all kinds of chances to win this game. I think the last game, the hard part is it got out of control. And so it didn't, in your head, you're not going, man, if we just would have made this play or that play, we could have, we could have won that game. I think this next game could be something like that. And so that's the type of a game where BYU has played opportunistic football. When they've had a chance to win, they're pretty good. The only game that they haven't really had a chance to win is this Texas Tech game. And I think they'll be in the game this time. I can't guarantee a win, but I guarantee you it's going to be a lot closer.
I'm watching the game playing that's going on with substitutions. You know, the offense substitutes and then the defense. They got to do it early because otherwise the defense takes their time and tries to get a delay of game. And I watch it going back and forth. And I think what the Utes did in the Sugar Bowl, where they basically went, they didn't sub and they went, now it's tempo. It used to be the 2-minute drill. It used to be no huddle, whatever you call it. But they didn't give them time, and the defenses got gassed. Now, there's a risk you go 3 and out, and your defense is gassed because they're right back out there on the field. But we're not seeing much of that tactic. Why have coaches dropped that from their bag? Is it the fact they're afraid of putting the defense back out there very quickly? Because, I mean, we've seen it work. We've seen it work in a game we're never going to forget. And now we're seeing all these other game playing happen in multiple games. It's been a problem for multiple teams. And I wonder why somebody doesn't do it.
Well, I think with BYU, one of the reasons why, you know, the quarterback position is playing so good is that Aaron Roderick can talk to him until there's 15 seconds on the clock. Mm-hmm. And so that's a little bit of a different scenario going on with Bachmeier. One of the reasons he's so good is because Aaron can talk to him and say, hey, look, we're going to run this play or this play. Look for this check. You know, he's literally like in his head, like talking to him about things. But even when the Utes did it against Alabama, that was a senior quarterback that you had a lot of trust with to be able to run an up-tempo or, you know, this high speed offense. Now, what I would say that you could do, and what I would say is a nice mix up, is like I like teams right now that will mix it up during a series, or like one of the things that I do just with my Little League football team is we'll come out and we'll say, okay, so on second down, we're going full speed, meaning one play per 4 downs. Every time it's second down, we're going what we call NASCAR, which is to speed it up. So then what you're doing is you're not just throwing all fastballs at someone. You're throwing a fastball, then a curveball, then you're throwing a slider, then you're throwing a fastball. And I think that keeps defenses really, really off balance. And so I would look for some version of that, not necessarily just like go, like Brian Johnson did in the University of Utah. And that was an amazing game. I was actually at that game and just like shaking my head and watching everybody with their Bama bangs like shake their head back and forth. And they just could not believe what happened to them. And but I like the idea that you're talking about. I think the whole thing, and the reason why you haven't seen it, sorry, this is a long answer, is because the ability to talk to your quarterback is so tempting for an offensive coordinator right now. And I think Aaron Roderick had to do it with with Bachmeier to keep him sharp and to keep him in the game. But I like the idea. I just think it's so tempting right now as an offense coordinator to just keep talking to your quarterback up till 15 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Especially if he can handle it, though. He has to be able to handle it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point he's no longer a freshman. Now you're talking about a sophomore quarterback, and I think he can handle more and more, and I think you're going to have a minute to prepare for Texas Tech, and that might be something that they do. I don't know that they do the full, like, University of Utah version, but like I said, they could do something where they're just like, all right, so in the first quarter, every time it's second down, we're going to go NASCAR, right? Or we're going to do it every first down in the second quarter type of thing. And then it keeps people off balance. It doesn't allow them to, like, sub and bring in, 3 new defensive linemen every second. And that's where they're so good is not just the fact that they're good at D-line, but they're deep at defensive line.
Sure.
Riley, we'll leave it right there. Good luck to your Aggies beating Boise State. 9 straight losses. The streak could be snapped.
Well,
it could happen. Feels like it could definitely happen.
I think it definitely could happen. I think Maddox Madsen, the local quarterback, is out.
Yeah.
And that's good news for Utah State. So a local Utah guy contributing to Utah State wins is always a good thing for me.
There you go. All right. Well, happy Thanksgiving, Riley. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk to you.
Have a great one.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, Boise State's only favored by 3.5. Would you even call that an upset? Very mild. I mean, technically it would be.
Technically, but I think it's more historic given the 9-game losing streak, that type of stuff. So if you factor that into it, clearly Boise has the mental advantage as a program. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that the individuals on this team this year have that.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Barry Trammell at the top of the hour. Coming up next, it's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets to give away. We will do that. Nate Bargatze fans, stick around. They follow the break right here on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still seeing slow and go traffic if you're in Tooele County from Mill Junction to the 201 freeway. It will take you 45 minutes to an hour to get through that. Also, it looks like things might be improving there in the next little bit, hopefully. Northern Utah County still have power outages affecting traffic light outages all the way from Saratoga Springs over to Linden. So be aware of that if you're traveling in those areas this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today, or once again, visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Joining us now, Ian Fitzsimmons.
Hans, Crazy Wings, George's. Did you hit it?
I didn't get to hit it, man. We ended up at the Brazos Grill. I got their chicken fried steak, but they did have these thing called the armadillo balls at the Brazos River that was really good, but it's not the Crazy Wing.
Can you go ahead and just lift hands saying they did have these things called armadillo balls, which were really good?
I feel like Chevy Chase in the movie Funny Farm.
You polish off that plate and you break the record.
Stand back, everybody. The record falls tonight.
Now, that's a man who knows when he's got something good in his mouth.
On that mic drop, bam, done.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
How to become a winter sports athlete. How hard can these really be? Alpine skiing? No. Hockey? Nope. Bobsled? Yeah, no. Curling? I could do that. Hey, you guys want to try to learn curling?
Tonight at 10, how easy is it for armchair experts to learn an Olympic sport? Team KSL goes head-to-head at the Oval to find out. Competition on the ice. Live and streaming tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at home, senior day, UCF coming to town. Kalani Sitake on the play of the BYU defensive line recently.
I mean, the guys are understanding a lot of what they can do up front. We have a lot of young guys that are still learning and growing in the system, but it's also good to see leaders like, Keanu and JT, those guys do some wonderful things up front. I know a lot of the attention goes to the linebackers, but there's people in front of the linebackers making stuff happen and getting pressure on the quarterback and causing interceptions, things like that.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 wins a pair of tickets to Nate Bargatze's Big Dumb Eyes World Tour at the Delta Center. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Zone.
You're looking good today.
Question. Thank you, BK. Question of the morning. The playoff committee keeps BYU at 11, drops Utah one spot to 13. BYU is listed as first team in. First team out. Utah is the second team out. Tulane is the G5 team that is in. Fair or foul? Ryan said, remember when everyone in Utah was saying the Big 12 was a power conference, how great it was going to be to have BYU and Utah in the same conference again? At least we'll always have the Holy War now. That's all that's important. Ryan's just going to focus on the rivalry game and not worry about the whole playoff thing because they're not getting treated like a power conference.
Okay, but Tex is?
They got to let somebody in, so then they just vote them fifth.
Yeah, that's pretty high, though. They don't just vote them fifth. Texas Tech has earned that right to be where they are in the voting.
You sure they're not getting slighted a little bit? They're in front of Oregon and Ole Miss. They're in front of 2 1-loss teams. And they're behind Georgia. So, okay, yeah. But they're not given the bye. That's reserved for the SEC. Although a home game is number 5 against a G5 team, you ought to win that. Your fans get all the thrill, and then you're playing number 4 anyway on a neutral field.
That sounds like a lot of fun to me.
Yeah, 5 is. I think 5 and 6 are really good spots to be. They're not buys, but, man, you ought to be heavily favored. You ought to win. And there is real value in having a home playoff game and getting your whole fan base fired up, man. If you don't leverage that into people renewing, that's a you problem. So,
yeah, especially it's something that has never happened before.
Right, yeah. Yes, this will be Texas Tech's first home playoff. There've only been 4 home playoff games, right? Ever. And now you get one of the it'll be 8 this year, so you get one of the 8.
So the consistency isn't there, though. That's the thing. You can't claim neglect, bias, overlooked, whatever, when your conference brethren is getting the same thing that you want to get.
Except
it's not complete.
Because Texas Tech is treated fairly, you can't complain about being treated unfairly?
Yes, you can, but I don't think you can do it from the conference level.
Oh, I think you can. I mean, there's...
Okay.
Look at the SEC teams with 2 losses that are getting in. Even the Big Ten sitting over there going, our 2-loss teams aren't in. Well, you're a little short on 2-loss teams. That's a you problem. Because now USC just got their third.
The best conference, man. It should get the most bids. Who's arguing that?
Okay, the Big Ten's like, you got 5, but we can't have 4. We can only have 3. And how come Michigan's out at 9-2?
Well, they're not out yet. They have an opportunity to get in.
And that would just make it harder for BYU.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But if Michigan beats Ohio State, that's way better than anything BYU's done.
Michigan beating Ohio State would be the win of the year in all of college football. Who would have a better win than that?
Right. So what are you going to do on that? I mean, these conferences, those 2, it's not like they don't have superpowers. And we're not talking about that.
Okay, but
we're talking about a step or 2 below that.
But compare BYU and Oregon. Why is Oregon in at 6 and BYU's out at 11, and why are they 5 spots apart? Their resumes are remarkably similar.
Because Oregon has been a power-recognized brand. It's not Big Ten. It's Oregon. It would be reversed if Oregon was sort of the new kid on the block and BYU had Phil Knight money or all these boosters money that they've been having for many, many years that BYU has now because it's more above board and all that stuff. And so with that in mind, and we know Oregon was running afoul of the rule with the recruiting, with Chip Kelly, with that preposterous statement, some dude named Willie Lyles. I didn't know that's who you meant because I called him Will, or was it I called him Willie and you're calling him Will? I mean, we know what was going on there. I mean,
they were cheating.
Man.
They were cheating.
Right.
Do you think
BYU just can't afford to do that for obvious reasons?
So do you think BYU will get the benefit of the doubt, the recognition, the most overrated, underrated, or is it underrated, overrated? No, underrated. Whatever, you got me. It turned out that Utah gets, because Utah's now been to 4 Pac-12 title games, and that gave the Utah brand some oomph that it didn't have before for these debates.
Well, I think, yes, I think that Utah has gotten that because of Oregon, because of SC, and the Big 12 clearly was hurt reputation-wise and prestige-wise by Oklahoma and Texas leaving. Oregon and USC were the Big 12's version of Texas and Oklahoma. And so now there isn't that big dog. Utah, I don't think, can stand on its own as a big dog. It needs other big dogs, and then they beat those big dogs, which is exactly what happened to get to both Rose Bowls. And so Joe Blow, sitting wherever, he may not understand that Cristoval's had not just 1 foot, he had 9.5 toes out the door when they played in the Pac-12 title game. But he does know that, wow, this Utah team there with that tough Whittingham dude, they beat Oregon. And so the Big 12 doesn't have that right now. Texas Tech has not ascended to that position. I think given the money and all that they have available, they can get there, and maybe BYU can get there, and maybe there might be Utah can get there too, but they're not there right now. So I think Utah benefited in the Pac-12 by beating the brand names that the Big 12 doesn't have right now.
But by the time BYU's been to 4 conference title games, maybe they'll be seen differently. And who knows who will be viewed as a big dog along the way. I mean, Utah and Texas Tech would be your obvious guesses.
Well, yeah, and I think you got the Sun Devils there as possibly emerging, finally waking up, right? And I know everybody wants to root against ASU. It's fun to do. Oh, man, they swore at us and blah, 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 whatever happens, and their fans are this or that. And Dillingham went nuts on that when they were debating to put 1 second back on the clock or whatever it was. And, man, he acted like a lunatic. Yeah, he was a 34-year-old lunatic. You got me there. And there's no question about it. And he even acknowledged that he was way over the top. But the fact is, you need these teams to do well, and you need multiple teams to do well on a national level, because that's going to raise your profile when you play them, when you beat them, just like it did for Utah a few years back in the now rest in peace Pac-12.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, Barry Trammell's going to join us at the top of the hour. Next, we've got to move it. Yak made an executive decision in our post-show meeting yesterday. We're moving the NFL picks. PK was right there with you. We're moving it. We're moving our locks of the week to Wednesday because there's 3 games Thursday, and maybe you want to take advantage of those. All right, we'll do that next. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Conditions are improving for drivers on eastbound I-80 and SR-36 in Tooele County. It'll take about 30 minutes or so to get over to the 201 freeway right now from Lake Point or the Mid-Valley Highway. I-15 looking great all morning long so far in Davis and Salt Lake counties, as well as Utah County as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving, actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are now bowl eligible and look to finish up the regular season with a Friday showdown against Boise State and Logan. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday afternoon at 1 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, here we are, Thanksgiving Eve. Are you ready for Thanksgiving? It is tomorrow, obviously. And you've been preparing for a good while. You're looking forward to it, aren't you? Of course. What is Thanksgiving? An opportunity to be with family and friends, have a little time off, watch football, eat good food, rest, relax, all that stuff. Well, that's essentially what retirement is when you think about it, people, right? Yeah, of course it is. Now, do you want those same feelings for an extended period of time? Yes, you do. And what do you need to do? You need to prepare right now. And what I'm going to tell you to do is get with the folks at Trajan Wealth because they can help you prepare. I am so glad that I had an opportunity to go talk with Steve at Trajan Wealth to see what Trajan Wealth is about. I met with them at their offices in Draper, and I came away so impressed with a couple of things. And a guy like Steve, you have a veteran, somebody who's been doing this for a long time. You can see it. There's a trust there when he speaks. Oh my gosh, this guy knows what he's talking about. Certainly way more than me. And also, too, no pressure, man. They're not going to try to sell you anything that you don't want. No, they need you to be happy, right? That's the point. And they've got the expertise to allow you to be happy. They're going to listen to you. What are your goals? What are you thinking about? What do you have available? And then together, you'll create a plan. You know, they used to give me all these talking points. And then I went down there. I don't need any talking points now. I can speak directly from the heart and tell you why I think Trajan Wealth could work for you. Give them a call. They're your local trusted financial fiduciary, and initial consultations for free, so it won't cost you anything. Here's the phone number, 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I just said I met with them in Draper. They'll come up to meet you in Farmington. They got offices up there too. The website, a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If a Lenovo gaming computer is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the gaming PCs you want, like the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 gaming desktop and Lenovo Lock gaming laptop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah season finale at Kansas, 10 a.m. Friday. Devin Dampier on how the other receivers are stepping up with Ryan Davis out.
I think the biggest thing is how serious they take their reps out here. You know, when they go right behind Ryan, they run their routes full speed, same timing as in the game. So, you know, I'm happy that they're able to go out there and truly feel like themselves out there. They went out there and balled out. So, you know, that's all you could ask for from those two and continue to see them thrive for sure.
This Utah update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week this week, Isun Tafa from Corner Canyon High School. Tafa, a USC commit, led the Chargers' offensive line as they ran for 238 yards in their 35-20 6A state championship win over Lone Peak High. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week award, proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. All right, it is time for the NFL Locks of the Week. Neither one of you have used the Kansas City Chiefs this year. Is that true? I know I did. You still held off, haven't you, Yak? Haven't you, PK?
As far as I can recall, yes.
You could step up right now and take the Chiefs over the Cowboys in what feels like a playoff elimination game.
I learned my lesson last week.
You're not picking against Dallas at home?
No.
Okay.
Philadelphia can get upset in Dallas. Who can't get upset in Dallas?
I was, all right. So you guys were talking about Thursday game. Yeah, okay. Nice. You guys are talking about Thursday games. You want the 6-5 Ravens over the 3-8 Bengals? Either one of you want a piece of that game?
I've already taken Baltimore, so I can't take them.
Okay. All right. Packers-Lions is the other Thanksgiving Day game, which is weird that the loser of that game, even though they both already have 7 wins, the loser will probably be on the outside of the playoffs looking in. That's where the Lions are right now.
I'm wondering where the Lions are.
I've got my pick if you guys want it right now.
I think I might go Chargers. Have I gone Chargers?
Oh, I was going Chargers too. Yeah.
PK, you have not taken the Chargers. You've taken the Los Angeles Rams, so the other LA team. And DJ, same thing.
I've also done the same thing. Yeah. I took the Rams, not the Chargers. Mm-hmm. But the Raiders are 2-9 in disarray. The quarterback play is not good.
They're down two coordinators.
Yeah. It's just chaos.
So you're both going Chargers then?
Yeah, I think so.
I have another question. What are you going to do, Yak?
I'm going to take my boys. The San Francisco 49ers are going to ruin the image of Shedeur Sanders on the road.
Oh, man, give that kid in a full off season. Jeez. I mean, you know what's going to be amazing? He's going to have his number retired by the Colorado Buffaloes and the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, there. Okay, yeah, there you go.
Looking forward to that.
And just for as great as he is, have Baltimore, since they used to be in Cleveland. Retire it there, too.
The original Browns. Yeah,
Shedeur, man.
I'm taking the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey's going to roll in Cleveland.
I was looking at that one, too. But I don't remember. I haven't taken the Niners, have I?
You have not.
Jaguars-Titans was also out there. I considered that one. Jags are 7-4. Titans are 1-10. Titans haven't won a home game yet. Beat the Cardinals. Great. I lost that game.
Now,
I put the 1 in 1-10. Thanks, Tennessee.
Sure. The Cardinals have been pretty frisky, though, with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. So keep an eye on that.
They're in Tampa Bay.
And
playing the Bucks.
They've also got a
Baker Mayfield's
injured shoulder.
Left shoulder jacked up. Yeah.
I'm behind you, Yak. I don't like going with that one, though. This is going to be like the Price is Right, where I just choose one more.
Okay, where are you going then?
$501.
501.
And I don't want to. I want to pick different from what you guys pick.
You don't have to do that. I mean, if you got another game you like, go ahead.
I understand that. Hence, I want to.
Okay.
Have you guys considered?
I want to win, man.
Because I don't think either of you. Oh, no, DJ, you've taken Denver, but PK has not, and they are playing the Commanders on the road.
Okay, that was the other one I was going to ask you. Yeah.
You know, I don't like the
taken
cross-country trips, but I think playing a 6 o'clock game at night is way different than playing an 11 o'clock game in the morning. On your body clock,
for West Coast
you had
teams,
to travel. But
for West Coast teams, it's a different
So
thing.
I think that's actually a decent pick. I just can't do it. But I think that's – I mean, if that's the one you want, I totally get that. The Commanders, this season's gone all wrong. It's 3-8. I don't even think they're, desperately trying to – they're done. They're not getting to the playoffs.
All right, I'll go with Denver.
Okay.
Just try to mix it up a little bit.
Now, Yock, you're not worried about that whole West Coast team playing 11 a.m. with the Niner defense?
We're talking about the Cleveland Browns.
Okay, there it is.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because I consider Rams-Panthers, but the Rams are coming off a Monday night game, too.
They are. It's a short week for them.
So it's a short week, cross-country, and the Panthers are 6-6. They're decent.
Yeah. I got faith in my boys. I think they figured some things out.
The Rams have the biggest point spread of the week, 10.5. Mm-hmm. So in Vegas, people are just all about the Rams.
Now, if Brock Purdy has another first half like he had on Monday night.
Yeah, I've heard a stat. What's the number? His Monday Night Football record
You've
is
heard
terrible.
a stat?
Yeah, I know.
Shocking.
But I can't hold on to it.
What?
But it's his stats on Monday night and primetime are terrible, and the theory is that he's trying to prove to the national TV audience and all the players across the league watching.
He looked that
See,
way.
I can do it. I can. Yeah.
He looked like he was forcing it. Yep. All right, DJ, where are you going?
Chargers over the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders are just in complete
Sticking
disarray.
with the Chargers.
I'm not really picking the Chargers. I'm picking against the Raiders.
Well, and that's a lot of this is you're picking against who they're playing. It's about matchups.
All right, there you go. DJ and PK. When we come back, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World, talking all things Big 12. We'll talk to him about the playoffs and some of his grades for some of these teams and his thought on the Oklahoma State hire. PK, they were there once upon a time. How quickly could they get back? We will get to that next. Stay with us.
Listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If a Lenovo gaming computer is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the gaming PCs you want, like the Lenovo Legion Tower 5 Gen 10 gaming desktop and Lenovo Lock gaming laptop. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
With the KSL Sports Newsletter.
from the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
For the KSL Sports Newsletter.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here with some holiday inspiration as the season begins. Your Black Friday savings are already going strong through Cyber Monday, and shoppers can enjoy 20% off store-wide with exclusive specials up to 60% off. You truly make holiday gift-giving easy, John, and you carry jewelry for so many personalities and styles, don't you?
We absolutely do, and it means so much to us as a family jeweler when people shop locally and support their family jeweler. And this season, we brought in beautiful, never-seen-before pieces just in time for the holidays. And there's something meaningful vehicle for everyone, whether it be our Zodiac collection or an engravable pendant to personalize with a message that they'll love. Or embrace our simplicity with our essential classic pieces to help build your loved one's jewelry collection.
I can think of several people who adore those. What else is exciting this year?
Well, our beautifully handcrafted engagement rings and wedding bands from the JBJ collection, or the fashion jewelry for both men and women. There's always a perfect piece for every budget and every style.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or shop their Black Friday deals online now at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on kslsports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on kslsports.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, listen to the Utah Mammoth as they host the Montreal Canadiens. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Celebrate Thanksgiving Day tomorrow with the BYU basketball team. They play Miami at 3 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Friday, it's college football as Utah State hosts Boise State at 2 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. That'll be followed by the Mammoth at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Kings at 7:30 on 97.5.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Touch of your hand makes my pulse react.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Welcome in on a Wednesday morning. It is time to get ready for 4 or 5 straight days of football. How good is the Monday game this week, PK? Giants 2-10 at the 10-2 Patriots. Nope, pass.
Not Patriots.
2-10 Giants at the 10-2 Patriots.
Right, but I mean, Patriots are fun to watch, is what I'm saying. I mean, I get the game, but at least I can watch the Patriots. Is where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that there's either Mammoth or Jazz or both out there somewhere. We'll have something else. That won't be the only game on.
If not, I'll just throw in an extra bench workout.
DJ, PK, and Barry Trammell joins us now from the Tulsa World Sports columnist, Big 12 guru. Barry, good morning.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing in Salt Lake?
Well, there's a lot of angst over the rankings. BYU's parked at number 11 no matter what they do. Win at Cincinnati on the road, beat a 7-win team by 12 points. Doesn't matter. Still parked at 11. And Utah won and dropped a spot. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't. You know, you can sort of rationalize both of those things, but it's just unfortunate. I'm not worried about what's happening now. I just don't see an avenue forward for Utah. BYU's got an avenue, which is they got to beat Tech.
Yep.
So maybe they can do it. I think it'll be a fun game. But yeah, I'm worried that Brigham Young's going to be on the outside looking in for the second straight year. A lot closer this year. But I think Utah is sort of stuck. I don't know what Utah could do. I don't even know if I don't think mass chaos would help Utah.
Yeah, they seem to be.
Has anybody in Salt Lake put out a dream scenario by which the Utes could actually get in?
No. Short answer. I mean, I'm constructing one while you're answering the question. Like Miami loses to Pitt, that regains the spot they just lost, right?
Yeah.
BYU's just not going to lose to UCF. That's a level of chaos. No. Alabama, they have stubbed their toe. They're not just playing Auburn. They're at Auburn. So that could happen.
That could happen. So that'd be 11.
Okay, then you need Oklahoma
could lose to LSU. I mean, that could.
Okay,
happen.
Ole Miss loses to Mississippi State, and Lane Kiffin leaves, and they're like, "Nope, you guys are out." Oregon could lose to Washington. I just don't think that Utah would catch them.
Yeah,
Oregon would still be 10-2.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess we just did lay out an avenue where it could happen, but. A lot of things would have to.
Yep.
A lot of things would have to occur.
I'll throw this at you. We're watching the thing on Tuesday night, right? And we've got the chairman making a stupid 6-7 joke. This is no joking matter here. We got Reese Davis saying, "Well, if BYU gets in, it's a bid stealer. If BYU gets in, they're a bid stealer." He's talking about if they win the Big 12, at which point. They're a bid stealer. They'd be 12-1 at worst. That case, it'd be 11-2. But somehow that's a bid stealer. This is not, the Southern Conference 9th place team winning the conference or something. In basketball, right? It doesn't make any sense. So with that in mind, they make that statement. I'm wondering why every night at a half hour after this thing is over, why isn't Yormark having a conference call to start complaining? Saying this is an absolute joke. The silence coming out of the Big 12 is bugging me.
Yeah, and maybe some of that is happening. I mean, maybe when they have their annual, or I don't know how often they meetings with ESPN execs where they just slap each other on the back. How about it's not all that friendly, and how about it's contentious, and how about if Yormark doesn't want it, have a henchman do it and say, "Listen, show the clip of Reese Davis saying this and say this is BS. We're not putting up with this anymore." And maybe that is happening. I don't know, but here's the truth, and this is just a simple truth: is the Big 12 does get the short end on perception, and it does get the short end on the national narrative when it comes to discussions of college football. And we saw it play out with BYU last year. They didn't have to put the Cougars in the playoff, but the idea that BYU was – or were they 17 or 16 at the end? I forgot where. Well, they're way down here below all these teams they were clearly should be in a group with, like SMU. I mean, and it's just I don't know what's caused it. I'll just have to, I just need to. You ask a great question, because I was more thinking of when they meet in Scottsdale in the summer, and have their summer meetings or wherever they might do it, just ripping them. But you think the committee itself would be affected or moved by some sort of marketing or PR blitz? And I don't know who could do it. Who we got in the league that people actually listen to? Whether it's
David
coach or
James.
administrator. Somebody just comes out, like you said, just come out and try to get themselves on the McAfee show or something and say,
Urban Meyer.
This.
It's got to be Urban Meyer. I mean, I just can't think of anybody else whose interests would align. Like, he's at Fox. They've got the Big 12 contract. They do sell some games to ESPN. But Reese Davis works for ESPN. He's got to watch SEC games all the time. He has to watch them. Even if I don't know the guy at all. I'm just going to trust that he's trying to be down the middle, but he has to watch SEC games all the time. Urban has been here multiple times and knows BYU and has the stature to say, what is the committee thinking?
Yeah, no, I that would be a good one. I like that one. I would be like that one. And you know what? I don't think the Big 12, marketing wise, should get into a debate that, hey, Utah deserves to be ranked ahead of Miami. BYU deserves to be ranked ahead of Alabama. One spot. Or don't get into the minutia of that, because nobody would ever agree. But just point out some of the flaws in the perception and the presentation. What you said, BYU's a bid stealer, or when BYU last year is just so clearly misranked that you say, hey, wait, what's going on here? Everybody stop this train. We got a major problem. So that's what I think needs to happen, is just call them out on a regular basis, not for individual misranking, but to have for an individual debate. But when there's clearly just sort of this idea of go get in the corner, Big 12, and we'll tell you when and where you get to play, which is basically what's happening. If I was the Big 12, I'd be livid. At the ACC, is it 5? They got 5 teams in the top 25. Is that right? They did last week.
They do. They do.
Let me tell you what. I don't know that they got 5 in the top 50. They stink.
Pitt's ranked.
The ACC stinks.
Pitt's ranked, and they lost.
Their best team might be SMU. TCU and Baylor both beat SMU, and they're not in the top 6 of the Big 12.
Right.
I mean, the ACC is, just who was it? Somebody really got the short end of it. I thought Tulane got the short end of it. They were 24th last week.
24th
and
this week.
24th this week, and like the top 4 teams ahead of them lost. Or 4 of the teams ahead of them lost. The Illinois, what I call the Illinois crowd. By the way, where did Illinois come from last week? I hadn't thought of Illinois football in a month. And all of a sudden they appear in the top 25 out of nowhere. I thought that was odd. But anyway, I'm with you. I think a Big 12 marketing campaign would be very good. And your Mark has chosen not to be an antagonist to the SEC and the Big Ten. He's chosen to be sort of,
he's a
try
pacifier.
to play both sides of it on the political side, and rather than stand up and
that bugs me.
Tiananmen Square. So I don't know. I don't know. He's smarter than I am. I'll say that, but I do think it may be time for the Big 12 to call them out for these public relations crimes.
Your Mark grew up in New Jersey, Beery, and I'm a Phoenix guy, but for the first 14 years of my life, I lived in New Jersey, so I know about all those dudes. And we wake up furious on a 75 degree sunny cloudless day. It's the way Jersey people do. And so I'm thinking we need some more anger in there. So you guys want to nominate Urban Meyer? I'm going to up the ante. A spokesman for the Big 12 who's angry, I'm going to nominate Mike Gundy.
Yeah, if you can get him riled up. Gundy's problem is he's not always pertinent on details.
So what? Even better.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe so. Maybe so. They sort of got one, and he's not really driving down the road we're talking about. He's driving down a different road, and that's Cody Campbell. He's not an angry person, but he's an influential person, and he's not. What they need is some. Cody Campbell has started a PR blitz on a different issue. Television marketing.
Television, yeah, right.
And that's a great thing, and and he doesn't come from a Big 12. I'm trying to save the Big 12. He's coming from this is just common sense, and so that's a great guy to have on your side. But maybe having a big voice, Pat McAfee is a West Virginia guy.
Yeah,
maybe the Mountaineers need to bring him down and say, "Listen, you got to help us out here. This is not good. Start waving the flag for us." I don't really have much use for Pat McAfee, but it looks like the United States of America does. So people listen to him, and people are influenced. So that might be one you could get out there and mind. He does not seem to be the kind of guy that gets too worked up about who he offends, even if they're on his own team. So maybe he would take on the Reese Davises of the world.
There have been a lot of turnarounds in the Big 12 this year. Houston and Arizona have bounced up near the top of the standings. Obviously, last year it was ASU and Colorado and BYU. I mean, it was nonstop. Did Oklahoma State just make a hire that they're going to be a turnaround, and next year at this time, Utah and BYU fans are going to be obsessed with the Cowboys? And if not next year, in 2 years?
Well, who knows? I mean, it's a good hire on every level, but you don't know if it's going to work, right? I sort of think it's cool because this is I was going to say old Big 12 guy, but he's not really that old. But I remember him as a player. He was one of those, the Wes Welker, Amendola type guys that Mike Leach always had, a little short guy, 5'8". And he played in a bunch of big tech games, and now he's the head coach of the Cowboys, and he's got good quarterback pedigree and looks like he can lead a team. He's certainly done a great job at North Texas. So there's nothing not to like about the hire. But you'll just have to see, if it works. Some of the hires work, some don't. But there are no. He was not hired to rebuild the OSU program. There's no building going on in college football. There's no. You're just making it's makeover. It's a makeover job. Hey, I need you to make over my house, and you got 3 weeks, you got 5 weeks, you got 1 year in college football. Kurt Cignetti ruined it for everybody. So he proved, hey, this does not have to take a long time. So OSU's down to about 60 players. It looks to me like they got maybe 15 or 20 that could help them going forward. They probably need to keep more than that, just say, have a roster. But he's going to have 50 roster spots, 40 roster spots, 60 roster spots. He's going to have a bunch of roster spots to turn that roster over. So can he do that? Can he bring in 30 really good players that could help him start winning games? I give him a little bit of credit. They've gotten better, and the defense has really stood up. The last 2 weeks they've gotten beat 14-6 and 17-14. Before that, they were as good a pick as any as the worst power conference team you've ever seen. They were literally non-competitive with everybody. And, you know, in Utah, if you watch the Cowboys last year, you know, BYU just got out of that game barely alive, and Utah dominated them, but still it ended up pretty close score. I think it's 22-19. But there was none of that going on this year. They're getting beat, you know, 48-7 and 69-3, and just they're non-competitive, and they've gotten a little better. So they clearly got some players, but I would think Utah and BYU wouldn't have to worry about them next year. Probably, if Morris is a good coach, 27 is probably would be the first sign of having to worry about it. But how about the non-legacy schools in the Big 12? Last year we had the four-way tie at the top: BYU, Colorado, Iowa State, and Arizona State. Cyclones, the only legacy member of the Big 12. This year, best schools, best teams. Tech's the only one. The newcomers are really doing a great job with BYU, Utah, Arizona State, Colorado last year, Arizona this year, Cincinnati. He's even, you know, been one of the 4 or 5 best this year. I salute the newcomers. They've come in and said we can start winning immediately, and have. So power to them, and they've sort of shifted the power of the Big 12 out west. Really, is what's happened.
Yeah, we'll see how that develops. From BYU's perspective, do you think Oklahoma is vulnerable? Because obviously they didn't put away Missouri maybe the way we thought they could.
Yeah, you know, LSU's an interesting team. LSU, I picked them to win the national title, and other people did too. And Garrett Nussmeier, I picked to win the Heisman Trophy. The coach was fired. The quarterback basically lost his job. They just said, we're not going to play you anymore. Just helps us win and helps you not get killed. Their offense is terrible. But the defense is still playing good. When the defense, it's like half the team is still playing and half the team is not. So OU's not going to roll in there and score 41 points Saturday. It's going to be a low-scoring game, and low-scoring games, by definition, can turn on a dime because, you know, you're never 17 points out of a game. The Sooners clearly should win, and they're better, but if it's close, and a turnover here, a big mistake there, all of a sudden something happens. And so it's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. And a lot of it just depends on how much pride LSU still has. And I got to tell you that they don't look like they've got much. They beat back Western Kentucky the other night in Tiger Stadium. What was it, 16-7 or 13-10 or something ridiculous? So I think there's no reason not to watch it, no reason not to hope, no reason for BYU to think it's impossible, but it is unlikely because Oklahoma is playing well. The defense is just so good. You know, they potentially could shut out LSU the way that LSU offense is playing.
What does Thanksgiving look like for the Trammels?
Well, it's my favorite day of the year. And we always have a house full of people. This year we alternate with my parents and my wife's family and my family. So my family will be here and a slice of hers, and then a couple of family friends. And we have a great time. And then my second favorite day of the year is Friday after Thanksgiving, except when I have to do something crazy like fly to Louisiana for a football game, which I did last year. Bedlam, the demise of Bedlam has not been good. for Thanksgiving traditions, because that's why I think BYU and Utah ought to play on Thanksgiving weekend, so everybody in the state of Utah,
nobody has to travel.
It's less travel and all that. I don't understand what's going on in life, but anyway. So, but this year I'll be, both OU and OSU are at home, so nobody should be on the road. So it's a great weekend of football. It's fantastic. Thursday, a house full of people. My football enjoyment will be minimal. But Friday, I got the house to myself. I got only one job, and that is get the Christmas decorations up on the inside. So I'll be watching football while I put the tree up and all that, and then my wife can decorate it up when she gets home from shopping. But refrigerator full of leftovers. I love leftovers. Man, do I love Thanksgiving leftovers.
We were talking about that.
Get in line. I'm with you.
The TV full of football and the fridge full of food. I don't know what's better than that. I really don't.
So that's Americana right there. I just stood up and saluted you.
That's it. And the house is empty. I'm a social person. I love being around people. But when it comes to games, like games I care about, which some of those on Friday I really do care about a lot, I just soon watch them by myself or just me and my wife. Crowd of people to watch the Thunder, or a crowd of people to watch the Sooners or the Cowboys for a game I'm not at. I got no interest in that. So I don't need, I don't need really people making comments about stuff they don't know anything about. So I just soon watch it in solo. So that's going to be that'll be a fun day. Let's see, BYU. They're playing UCF. The Utes at Kansas. Is that Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
That's Saturday.
Friday at 10 a.m.
Friday. Oh, what a bummer. For all the Utes making it's. Oh, you got the morning kickoff on Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. That's terrible. At least, that means people who are going to go need to leave on Thanksgiving Day. That's just awful.
Yep.
My condolences to the Utes.
2 years in a row. They were at UCF last year.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that ought to be a federal law that you shouldn't have to two Thanksgiving weekends back to back on the road.
Both Fridays also.
Oh, really? You really? Well, the good news is I think Kansas is about out of gas. So the Utes, with that offense, I think Utah could probably win. I think Utah could get to 50 again. And I don't think Kansas can get to 30. So that should be a walkover. Hey, has anybody been talking about Jason Beck for the Broyles Award? I think you ought to win the Broyles Award, top assistant coach in America.
Yeah. Aaron Roderick just got nominated. I haven't seen anything out of Utah. Have you, DJ?
I have not, but Jake just
Beck
said he's a
was nominated.
semifinalist.
Yeah, Beck.
He's a semifinalist?
Beck and Roderick are both on the Broyles Award semifinalist list.
Oh, well, the job that Beck has done, because they were terrible on offense last year, and they're just mowing people down.
42 points a game, sixth in the nation.
That's what happens when you get BYU guys up at Utah. It happens all the time.
Well, he's done a great job. So I'm all about that. I'm all about that. And, the coordinator quarterback combination at Utah has worked out better than the quarterback coordinator combination at Oklahoma. So this is what OU was hoping for, but it really hadn't panned out that way. But man, it's panned out in Utah. So good for the Utes. Are we thinking? Let's see. Who's going to go to the Alamo Bowl? If
BYU, if they don't get in,
you think,
I've read BYU USC in the Alamo Bowl.
But yeah, that's probably right. Because USC will be the Pac-12
rep.
Does BYU mind going back to back to San Antonio?
No, they went to 4 or 5 Vegas Bowls years ago under Runkleman and all. So
Well,
maybe not.
It's a fun place to go. Did they have a good time? Did BYU have a good time last year?
Yeah, because they beat Colorado. They beat Dion. They beat the Heisman Trophy winner. BYU fans think that game was awesome.
Yeah.
And I think they'd like a shot at USC. So whatever, going to the same city 2 years in a row, sure. But SC, absolutely. BYU.
Ooh, that would be good. Sign me up for that one.
Yeah.
BYU SC, that'd be fantastic.
Yep. Barry, we'll leave it right there. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
All right,
enjoy a house full of people.
Hey, see you guys later.
All right, thanks, Barry. Barry Trammell, Tulsa World, columnist right there. Didn't make fun of him talking about Illinois, did you, PK?
Well, he was making fun of Illinois.
Where'd they come from?
Right. Yeah, where did they come from? And I swear, man, they moved the Devils up 5 spots just to throw the Big 12 a bone and put Arizona in too. So now, wow, you look at the number of teams you've got ranked. You've got 5 too. Shut up. I mean, didn't it seem like that's what they did?
He's totally right about the 5 ACC teams. You got Pitt losing to West Virginia. You got SMU losing twice to Big 12 teams.
Twice. Yeah, twice.
And I'm the tiebreakers, I think SMU's got them. I think if SMU wins, they're in. So SMU could easily be in the Big 12 or in the ACC title game. If they win that, they're in the tournament. With 2 losses to Big 12 teams. But BYU's schedule is soft and Utah's schedule is soft, and they didn't play anybody. Oh, well. All right.
It's boo crap.
Exactly.
Boo crap, I tell you. Boo crap.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still got delays coming out of Tooele County this morning. Expected about a 30-minute drive from Stansbury Park on SR 36 over to the 201 freeway. 30 minutes from Mid-Valley Highway on I-80 over to 201 as well. Also have a stalled semi-truck on westbound 600 north of the overpass in Salt Lake City. It was now moved out of traffic, but there's still some delays. It's over on the right shoulder. Just be aware of that in the area. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we go. It all comes down to this for BYU. Beat UCF, and the Cougars will be in Arlington for the Big 12 title game. As BYU looks to keep their dream season alive, keep it locked on the Zone for complete coverage of BYU football every step of the way. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, all right.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included, for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to play game number 12. Wrap it up at home with Senior Day, Kalani Sitake on what makes L.J. Martin so reliable.
I think we can trust him. He's a team leader. He's voted captain by all his peers. And so to see the growth that he's been able to make from when he first got here as a true freshman to where he's at now has been awesome. And he keeps growing and getting better every day.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Time to get you up to speed on everything you missed in this show. We have talked a lot about BYU holding at number 11, Utah dropping to number 13 in the poll. Fair or foul? And I've been talking about the conference bias, and PK, you think it's more brand name bias. And it's hard to pull those two apart in many cases. But how do you explain Indiana going 22-2 over the last 2 years and apparently getting 2 playoff spots, and BYU going 21-3 and getting 0 playoff spots? Because Indiana doesn't have a brand name.
No, it doesn't.
They got the Big Ten affiliation. And you can argue the timing of their losses because one of their losses is a playoff loss. So I get that. But there's not that much difference. The one team would be 2 for 2 and one team would be 0 for 2. And maybe BYU won't be 0-2. Maybe they win their next 2 games, and this is all a moot point.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm
Committee can't give them an at-large bid if they earn the automatic one.
Yeah, obviously.
So we spent a lot of time on the college football this morning and more on the rankings than on the games coming up because I think the games are largely a foregone conclusion. Utah State, Boise State isn't. That one's intriguing. But BYU ought to win big, and we just had Barry Trammell on, and he's convinced that Utah should win big, averaging 42 points a game, winning by about 20 points a game. Don't really see any reason they can't hit or, Barry suggested, even exceed those numbers.
Oh, yeah, I think Utah will win, and it doesn't, unfortunately, really change much, but I think they'll win anyway, so it doesn't matter. I think BYU's a little nervous without Chase Roberts, but I still think they'll get the job done.
They do have other weapons. They got other guys. Anything to do to get him healthy for the Big 12 title game, if that's possible. Don't know if you've heard anything on that. I haven't, but
that's the plan.
Yeah, get them ready for that one. They can win this one with other players.
Yeah, they should at home and all that stuff. Everything's in their favor, obviously.
It's a little quiet spot for the Utah Jazz. We haven't talked much about them today. They get 3 days off. They're not back at it off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're back at it Friday. So nice
I'd say
little
about 4 years off.
They are working on 4 years off. The Utah Mammoth. This is big time. The Montreal Canadiens are coming to town. That screams big time.
Yeah, when Ken Dryden is walking through that door.
Ken Dryden is not walking through that door. That would be news.
Yeah, it's fun for them and find a way to win on a holiday weekend. Yeah, place will be electric, I'm sure.
Ken Dryden walking through that door. I talked to your coach, Bill Walsh. What? Mike Singletary. How do I handle this graciously? This is awkward.
And that never aired, but somehow that made the rounds.
Yeah, it did. We made our NFL picks for the weekend. It's getting juicy now. Got a half dozen games to go. Feel like elimination games this weekend in the NFL? Do you believe the Dallas is 5-5-1, Kansas City 6-5? Think the loser misses the playoffs? Those are big time teams people love to watch. They love to hate. Are they basically irrelevant when this is over? Whoever loses.
You think people hate the Chiefs?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I mean, there's a ton of people love them.
It's only temporary.
Yeah, it's just they've won too much. Oh, they were a cute team on the way up. But you got 3 Super Bowls and I think you've been to 5. Yeah, people are tired. They want somebody else. Certainly in a lot of AFC cities they want. I mean, they don't love them. You know, too many teams are bumping heads with them. They've won the division.
Outside of Buffalo, who else?
Well, they've won the division 9 years in a row. I think the Broncos.
The other teams aren't good enough, man. Their fan bases recognize we weren't good enough. So
but they are
I'm
now.
Hate you for doing well.
I think we can find some.
If I'm Buffalo, that's another story.
If I'm the Broncos at 9-2 right now, hate the Chiefs.
I don't even worry about the Chiefs right now. I'm 9-2, and they're struggling to stay above 500. The Chiefs are the least of my worries.
People also think the Chiefs have gotten a generous whistle from the referee and flags, and I know you hate that stuff, but nonetheless. I would say also Raven fans are sick of the Chiefs. Buffalo primarily, yes, but I would say Raven fans are right there.
I think that's on your team. You need to, I don't know about that. No, the Chiefs. Who hates Andy Reid? Boy, he's such a divisive figure.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, your feedback next, and you've got a lot to say about the college football playoff. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have 2 dogs because you gotta open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Celebrate the season 10 floors up at The Roof in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building. The Roof is now open with a sparkling new design and an a la carte menu full of Utah classics dressed for the holidays. Reserve your holiday table now at theroofslc.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah 9-2, chasing win number 10 Friday at Kansas, averaging 42 points a game. Kyle Whittingham grading out offensive coordinator Jason Beck.
A+. You know, we're only 11 games in, so we got one to go. I say only. We got one to go, but Jason has been a huge positive force, and then the influx of the transfer portal guys have helped boost us as well. But again, it all starts with a solid offensive line, and Jason's done a phenomenal job this year.
This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. The playoff committee keeps BYU at 11, drops Utah one spot to 13. BYU the first team out, Utah the second team out. Tulane is the G5 team that's in. Fair or foul? Gabe says it's ridiculous. BYU has a stronger strength of schedule than both Oregon and Notre Dame. Better ranked wins, and at this rate, they ought to just go back to the computers if wins and SOS don't actually matter to the committee.
No, I'm putting out an SOS.
Yeah, nice. Be strength of schedule.
Do they have better? Well, I wouldn't say they have better ranked wins, though.
Well, I think he's just going with the fact that Utah is ranked 13 and USC is now 17, and I don't even know where Iowa's. Where's Iowa now?
Right, but that's win, not wins.
Yeah. Well, the best win for what is the best win for Notre Dame? Well, maybe USC at 17 also. So that was why wins, I think. One for each school. You know, their best win. Highest ranked team. Which I know they use that, but that gets a little funky. You know, you could have beaten a higher ranked team if they're on your schedule, and you can't control who's on your schedule, especially these days in these bloated leagues.
Okay, but what did they do against A&M?
Notre Dame, 41-40.
Yeah. There you go.
Lost by
That's
a point.
it.
Missed extra point. Suck them.
That I think it's not the SC win.
It's the quality of their
A&M
losses.
loss.
Yeah. Multiple people recognizing that Jake Retzlaff might be in the playoffs while BYU is out. That's by Michael. The irony of Retzlaff making over BYU is palpable.
Palpable?
Palpable.
What's the definition of palpable?
You can feel it. It's real. Retzlaff with the last laugh. Ugh, says Shiloh.
Yeah, I don't think Retzlaff's running around laughing at BYU, though. That didn't seem to be his character.
No. Really haven't heard much from him at all. It seems like he's moved on, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I don't think he has any ill will towards the guys. He was with the guys in the trenches. I think those are still his guys.
State Iceman, you can whine all you want as a fan base, but if your team doesn't show up and play, they don't deserve to be there, and there's nothing else you can do.
So it's just based on one game.
Yep. And so if you have a loss, there's nothing else you can say except there's going to be 9 teams with losses, maybe more. Well, certainly more because somebody's going to lose the Big Ten title game. So it'll be 9, 10, maybe 11 teams with losses who lose and get in. But
blame that on your mark for scheduling that they had to play Texas Tech. They could have just as easily scheduled ASU. And then they probably win that game. I have no idea, but that just seems too arbitrary.
BYU losing to Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game will seal their fate, Jeff says. Looking like both Utah teams will just go bowling this year. I don't see the bias committee letting the Cougs in after losing to Texas Tech.
Why no one's come up with an explanation. Why would the committee be biased?
Because they don't watch teams from this part of the country.
I would disagree on that, man. That's a flippant response.
They don't watch as much. I say they don't watch as much. Baked in. Come on, we're baked in. We watch our teams way more than we watch, I don't know,
And
fill in the blank.
You can tape it and watch it on a Tuesday morning. There's plenty of time to watch it. No,
it's not about specifically watching one game. It's more about watching and having it basically embedded in your DNA that this team is good, these teams are good. And that's baked in for decades before you get to the 1, 2, or 3 years you're on the committee, whatever it is.
Those are all assumptions, man. How do I argue with assumptions? I mean, what fact is there behind it?
I win. Thank you. Thank you. Good on, everybody.
That's just feelings. I could say whatever I want if I'm just going to go
thankful for?
randomly on feelings.
I'm thankful that PK finally flew the white flag. Yes.
Sure, on nonsensical, unproven, determined feelings.
Rock solid logic.
Yeah. It's strong. You got me there.
Don says neither Notre Dame nor Alabama have the resume that BYU does. Notre Dame doesn't even have to play a playoff game. It's such a shame. Yeah, that would hurt if the second Texas Tech loss eliminates them, and then you got these other teams that don't have to play them. But the committee will say it didn't eliminate them. They were already on the outside looking in. An Alabama resume thing, this is where you have to love college football, PK, because you love to argue. Because you can just shift back and forth. Alabama's resume, they have more ranked wins than BYU. So you can argue look at all the good teams they've beaten. They also have a worse loss. So you can just jump over to, they got the worst loss. I mean, their resume is clearly inferior. They've got the better wins. Their resume is clearly superior. And then how do you balance those two things? And you just get 14 people in a room arguing and then probably having some, secret vote or something. I don't know.
I think you have to look at wins, too. You just can't look at the bad loss or quality of loss or non-quality of loss. I think you have to look at everything. And, they have some pretty impressive wins. And good on them for being in there and having that opportunity. And maybe that's why Yormark did schedule Texas Tech on both BYU and Utah's schedule, because that schedule came out, right, long before the Retzlaff situation came to pass, as at least publicly, obviously. And so he's thinking that, these teams are going to be good, particularly in the case of BYU. And so give them that opportunity. And they did not seize that opportunity, which was the biggest opportunity now that essentially we know the standings and the schedules are it's pretty much over now, right? So we know the standings, and they had some really decent wins, but the big win they didn't get, and they sucked. That's a black mark, and apparently that might be enough of a black mark to keep them out.
That is hard to argue because that is going to do it. You got 3 good teams. You get 1 in. We got 4 good teams. We get them all in. Heck, we get a 5th team in. What the heck?
If it does do it, I'm not there yet.
Classless Skip says, DJ, I miss talking about the UPI top 20. Old school. In the UPI top 20. When did that go away? Mid-'80s, early 90s, somewhere a long time ago?
Who voted on the UPI?
Coaches. Coaches had the UPI poll.
So it's just the coaches poll, and they just replaced it with the coaches poll.
And the coaches poll, it was taken over by USA Today. So whenever UPI started to flame out, it was United Press International. It was the
so this is the UPI poll,
to AP. Yeah, it's just not called UPI anymore.
Okay, I did not.
It's just sponsored by somebody.
I didn't realize that, or I didn't remember that.
Yeah, it's just sponsored by somebody else. It's still a coaches poll. We just call it the coaches poll now. And it was the USA Today coaches poll for a while. I don't know why we're not calling it that anymore.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right, DJ PK, we're out of time. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the football. Enjoy the friends, the family, whatever it is you're doing. And we will talk to you Friday morning right here on The Zone.
Show's over.
And we're done.
We've already run out of time again.
And this is where we say goodbye.
Goodbye. Don't say goodbye.
Who'd like to hang around and help clean up? That ended well.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Doug Gottlieb, Cavino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep but running out.
Happy Wednesday that feels like a Friday. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day, your week, your lives. Road not crowded today.
No, I had the same thought. I've, like most people, I've timed my my drive to work out pretty well, and I just got here 10 minutes early. That's how far away I live. I feel like it's 10 minutes. So, yeah, all green lights, nobody on the road. But I hope you're listening somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. There are lots of ways to take in the show.
I hope you were smart enough to go to the grocery store yesterday, like my friend Jake did, or maybe Monday, like I did. But today, if you're going and listening, welcome.
You know what I noticed today? Shout out to the fine mail carriers that are working.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that there's some upgraded mail trucks that are out there these days?
Yeah.
I talked to our mail carrier once about those old trucks, and he's like, "Yeah, that truck we've had since 1974. Mm-hmm. You can picture the little box truck,
the little
or
box
whatever.
truck, no doors. Yeah,
they made one mass purchase in the Nixon administration.
Do you know what? If that's true, great purchase.
So yeah,
Good
right.
job,
Okay,
Trey Dick. Those tanks lasted forever
for a long time, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
And so ever since that conversation, I've like noticing the new mail trucks out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, shout out to the mail carriers. That probably made their life a lot easier.
You would think so. You'd hope so.
Our mail carrier has broken down in front of our house before.
Yeah. Those old ones where like you hear the engine revving at the absolute highest before it starts puttering up the road a little bit. Yeah.
And like when it snows, they had to put chains on it. I talked to him about that. He's like, yeah, if we see any snow, it's the worst because they make you put chains on this. So anyway, I hope the new ones are all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But they look much more comfortable than
I'd imagine they are.
I'd
imagine the heaters work. I'd imagine those types of things are.
When our mail carrier, when his truck broke down outside our house, it was, well, I guess not funny, but it was kind of funny because we were like, can we do anything for you? Is there anything we do, And he's like, no, they're on their way. Like this happens, this happens twice a week. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I was just, so shout out to the new fleet out there for the U.S. Postal Service.
I hope it's an improvement.
It's gotta be.
I hope they last a long time. I suspect they won't. All these Amazon trucks you see all the time, the big electric ones. That's going to be an entirely different fleet 5 years from now. There's no way they're going to hold on to those trucks very long. The way they did apparently with these UPS trucks.
Well, stuff just
or
isn't
USPS trucks.
Stuff just isn't built to last like it used to be.
It's like an old washing machine. You have an old washing machine, you probably still have it. It probably still works. You've got a washing machine built in the last 15 years. You've had to replace it already.
Oh, I got a new washing machine maybe 10 years ago, replacing the one from the 80s or whatever it was. And I really wanted to not do it. And I got talked into doing it because we needed a new dryer.
Mm-hmm. So you bought the set.
So we bought the set, and honestly, I regret it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing was loud.
Right?
You had to drain half the Great Salt Lake to run it.
It was doubled as a bomb shelter.
I mean, you thought the house was coming apart when it went into the spin cycle.
But you never thought it was coming apart.
But baby, those clothes were clean, and that thing worked every dang time.
Yep, it did. Yep. Still make them like we used to.
It's really a shame.
So I hope that's not the case with the new post office trucks.
You know what's funny is I am sure that people my age in like 1995 had the same opinion. So it makes me think, I wonder what the crappiest of crap like Christians' kids are going to get. Is stuff.
What do we have that's good now?
Yeah, people, are they going to look back and go, man, 2025, things were built to last.
Yeah.
How crappy is stuff going to be by the time Christians' kids get to be our age? Like the washing machine's going to last 3 cycles and then you have to get a new one.
I honestly wonder if it's going to be like laptops or something silly like that where you can I've had my laptop now. This is only the second, maybe this is still the first laptop I've ever gotten here at KSL, and I've been here since 2019. So the fact that I've had this laptop for 6 years and it's totally functional, it's totally fine. Whereas you're just going to need a new whatever Chromebook every 6 months. It's just going to be one of those things you throw out and you get a new one because the technology is going to evolve so quickly. I wonder if that's what it'll be. Something along those lines.
So as the technology evolves, the quality of the product devolves.
Because it can't keep up. And because they know it can't keep up, they cheapen how they make it with the idea that it will be replaced.
I'm so confused.
Well, it's like, okay, you have a dryer. You probably your new washer and dryer was probably all electric and had a real motherboard inside of it, right? Instead of just the old turn knob.
Yeah, something else.
Well, then all of a sudden they were like, actually you got to have Wi-Fi, so you can have a smart washer, so you can start it when you're on your way home from work. That way it's done by the time you get there. So this new piece of technology that, yes, while they're all electric, but has the little screen on it, isn't Wi-Fi, so it's not good enough. I think that's where we're headed.
But that's like the whole thing with iPhones, right? Like they would purposely slow down the older phones to incentivize you to buy the new ones.
Yes. Excuse me. All of this is to solve problems that I didn't have.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe, and we'll get to
segue.
something. We'll get to something more productive. But we have this stupid Google Home turns on the lights, the smart lights or whatever. Hey Google, and my phone is going to react to that. But turn on the family room lights. I went my whole dang life using a light switch. I didn't need.
It was fine.
I didn't need it. I didn't really want it. And now you know what? I can't live without it.
Yeah.
I get aggravated having to stand up and walk over and turn off the lights. Like our whatever home unit wasn't working for 10 minutes, and it was like a catastrophe to my life.
Guess I'm sleeping with the lights on.
I didn't have a problem, and you solved it for me, I guess. But now you've created this weird dependence that I'm not comfortable with. I don't need to start the wash from work.
This is a perfect metaphor for the college football playoff. You've created a problem that's supposed to solve something that didn't do anything but create more problems that now people are dependent on. You've reshaped a system that was not actually as broken as people thought, with the idea of it being more convenient or more fair, and lo and behold, it's just a bigger issue.
Okay, yeah.
That's all it is.
That makes a lot of sense. I didn't know going from the couch to the light switch was such an inconvenience in my life. I had no idea.
I had never once thought it was the worst thing of my day, worst part of my day.
So funny. But yeah, well, I don't. Tuesdays are usually my least favorite day of the week. Wednesdays now might be a close second because we've got to talk about this stupid college football playoff thing. Okay. There is one thing that you basically need to watch, because I'm going to simplify this for everybody now that we only have 6 college football playoff rankings left. There's only one spot up for grabs, and it's going to be that way every year. There's only one spot.
Okay.
The SEC and the Big Ten are going to split 8 spots, as long as it stays 12.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time, it's going to be 5 for the ACC and 5 for the SEC, 3 for the Big Ten. Because the Big Ten is just not deep enough really to produce more than 3 teams. It's just not. Or 3 teams with 2 losses or fewer. They just don't have enough good teams. So it's going to break that way most of the time. And the SEC is the quote-unquote dominant league. And even when they have down years, the Mouse is going to carry their water, and they're going to get in with 5 teams. So that's 8. That's 8 slots that you just take off the board, right? Then you have the 2 for the ACC and the Big 12, and then you have 1 for the G5. So that leaves 1 spot, and that's it. Now, that 1 spot is either going to go to an additional Big 10 team, an additional SEC team, an additional ACC team. You get the point, or an additional Big 12 team. So we're only talking about 1 spot. That spot right now belongs to the University of Miami.
Right.
That's all that's relevant. That 1 spot right now belongs to the University of Miami, who's ranked higher than Utah and will be ranked higher than BYU if they lose.
If BYU loses.
If BYU loses.
Because Miami is not going to be playing in the ACC championship game, most likely.
They're eliminated.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not going to be playing in the ACC championship. If BYU wins, Texas Tech might have an interesting argument over Miami. But given that Miami's only 1 slot behind BYU right now, that last spot is going to go to Miami, which I find it ridiculous that BYU would be punished for losing a conference title game, but That's what's going to happen. The committee obviously doesn't like BYU. They're not going to bend over backwards to include them. So that's how, if you want to read the room, that's where it's at the moment.
Yeah, again, Miami jumping Utah is a little bit of we're going to set up a situation where they can prove it. They have to play Pitt this weekend on the road. If they win at Pitt, that's better than Utah winning at Kansas, and they can say, see, we were right. And if they lose, then they can say, oh, look, Utah jumped back up, and that was one of the very little bits of movement that we saw last night in the college football playoff rankings, and they do love to do that, but it also allows them to justify Miami potentially even jumping BYU if BYU loses in the Big 12 title game, because they can say, well, the last time we saw Miami, they beat a ranked Pitt team on the road, and BYU has now lost to this college football playoff team twice, so they're out. Now, that's how we can easily justify BYU being out.
Now, here is, I think you're right, and I think you're onto something. And Barry Trammell pointed this out on DJ and PK, and you know what? He is totally right. They are totally inflating the ACC. There are all these ACC teams that are terrible and haven't beat anybody that are ranked, including Pitt, who has no business being the number 20. They lost to West Virginia.
Right.
There's all these head-to-head matchups. SMU lost to Baylor, and who was the other? And TCU. West Virginia is the bottom of the Big 12.
Yeah.
Baylor and TCU are pretty firmly in the middle. You could make an argument Baylor might be at the bottom or the bottom part, right?
For sure.
So why are all these ACC teams ranked? I mean, let me look into UVA's schedule, and I know they're currently but I was thinking about this morning. You know what it reminds me of, Ben? It reminds me of the old, God, what was it called? It was, I guess, the old BCS. When Utah got stuck with Pitt, in the Fiesta Bowl. That Pitt team was terrible. The Big East, which had an automatic qualifying, was terrible that year. They had been good previously because Virginia Tech and Miami had both been good. Remember, Miami's coming off the Larry Coker stuff and whatever. But that particular year in 2004, they had nobody. And that team was had the best record in the ACC. Well, they just manufactured them into the top 25 to try and justify this automatic thing and make the game more interesting. I'd have to go back and look, but they were like, I think they were like 22 or something. But they could never put in, a team into these BCS games that's not even ranked. And so they basically manufactured them into the top 25, which is a joke. But the ACC, they've manufactured all these top 25 teams to give justification to whatever they want to do, which is include Miami. So is Pitt the 22nd ranked team? The team that lost to West Virginia? And by the way, early West Virginia, not even playing better lately, West Virginia.
They lost back-to-back games, speaking of Pitt, to West Virginia on the road, 31-24. And then they lost to Louisville, which Louisville at the time was 4-0. Louisville has since lost to Virginia, who's fine, Cal, who's atrocious, just fired their coach, Clemson, who's atrocious, and SMU. So they have 4 losses, this Louisville team. That's, other than Notre Dame, is the good loss on Pitt's schedule. Yeah, this is like a bad Pitt team that's ranked 22nd overall. And you're right, that is a way you inflate a conference, is by setting up Miami to play a quote-unquote ranked opponent, when that ranked opponent is probably of similar quality. We could go look back at yesterday's Big 12 power poll that we laid out. But yeah, probably more of the ilk of a TCU or maybe lesser.
You look at UVA and you go, oh, man, 9-2, 6-1. Okay. I see what you're doing, Cavs. Tell me what their best win is. Coastal. Well, here's their losses. NC State, at NC State, and home against Wake Forest. Those aren't great losses.
No, they're not.
But tell me who the best win is, okay? Coastal, William and Mary, Stanford, Florida State, at Louisville, Washington State at home, at North Carolina, at Cal, and at Duke.
I truly can't. Louisville? Maybe?
And they aren't great?
Well, that's the same thing with Pitt. I mean, I'm looking at Pitt's schedule right now, and you could say, well, man, Pitt is 6-1 in conference. It's like, yeah, what conference? Again, they lost to Louisville. They beat Boston College. They beat Florida State, who's terrible now. They beat Syracuse. They beat NC State. They beat Stanford. They lost to Notre Dame, and they did just beat Georgia Tech, so that's their best win. But Georgia Tech is now behind them in the rankings at 23, and Pitt's 22. Yeah, so these aren't good teams, but you set them up to say,
good.
no, it's not good. And you set them up to say, well, that was the 22nd ranked team in the country or the 23rd ranked team in the country. So those are good wins because we put a little number by their name. And that makes Miami look better to justify how Miami could be ahead of not just Utah, which I actually don't have a huge problem with because I don't know if Utah belongs in this college football playoff conversation either, but it gives you an opportunity to have them jump BYU now, who is 10-1, their lone loss being to a top 5 team in the country.
So that brings, if you and I can plainly see this, I think most people can plainly see this kind of stuff or what's going on. Where is Bert?
Bert Yormark.
Bert Yormark. Where are you, Bert?
Also known as Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12. Yeah.
And listen, I know he's trying to play some game, and you can't harsh on the Big Ten and SEC because they actually do control everything, and the crumbs that they give you should be grateful for. But why isn't he out there talking about his league? Why isn't he pointing out these head-to-head matchups with the ACC? And Ben, I know you think the league is 3 teams and no one else. Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? That can't be Bert's message.
No, correct.
He needs to be out on the stump. He needs to be out there saying that we've got, like TCU beat SMU. We've got teams. TCU caught fire at the end of the year. Look at this. He needs to be pointing out that his league is a gauntlet. He needs to be selling it like it's the NFC Central.
Yeah. He certainly needs to be fighting the ACC bias or whatever we're seeing from bias. The ACC that is giving them credit. Agreed. I don't work for the Big 12, so I can say, yeah, the Big 12, I think, is 3 teams and nobody else. Brett Yormark does work for the Big 12. He represents the Big 12.
He needs to be throwing grenades.
Yeah, he should be the guy out there, fighting harder than everybody. Again, he should book himself on SportsCenter every night after the college football playoff comes out on Tuesday nights or Wednesday morning. He should be on every morning show talking about how badly his conference is getting the shaft when it comes to these rankings. And he should be doing it every day because I know that stuff is annoying. It also works. That stuff really does work. Being the squeaky wheel would help, especially because the squeaky wheel actually has something to complain about right now.
I don't even know if he needs to be squeaky. Just be an advocate for your conference. Just be out there saying, look at this league. We've got a great league. It's deserving of multiple bids because guess what? It is deserving of multiple bids. Georgia Tech has losses to Pitt last week, bad, 42-28, and NC State 3 weeks ago, 48-36. NC State on the season, Ben, is 6-5, 3-4 in league. Well, Georgia Tech has an outside chance of playing in the ACC championship game still. Can you imagine? The ACC championship game is likely going to be UVA and SMU. Mm-hmm. Say UVA wins, SMU loses, that's Miami and UVA in. Bert needs to be setting it up, saying he needs to be clowning Miami.
Yeah, he does. He needs to be out there attacking Miami, attacking Pitt, saying we won the head-to-head matchup with Pitt with one of our worst teams in conference.
Yep.
Bottom 3 team in our conference is beating one of their teams that's ranked. How can that be a credit to whatever happens with Miami and Pitt this weekend? And if Miami loses to Pitt this weekend, Miami should be out of the rankings entirely. They shouldn't be a top 25 team anymore.
And then you say the top of our league is really great because they were able to have those great records against
the only teams they have lost to is each other. The very top of our conference.
They haven't slipped. They don't have a bad loss.
Utah's
he needs
lost
to be
the
saying
top 2
all
teams.
of this
BYU's
stuff.
lost to the top 1 team. Texas A&M lost to Arizona State, who's also top 20 ranked.
There might be other years that the Big 2 conferences are advocating for this. Again, we're talking about one spot. This is all going to come down every year to one spot. And you're going to have years where those big conferences are going to be advocating for that spot for themselves. This isn't going to be one of those years. Bert needs to be out there. And you know what? Kalani does too.
Yeah, he does. And I know it's not Kalani's style.
It's not, but he's got to advocate for his program and everything. He needs to be talking about all of that stuff.
Yeah. Here is the current college football playoff ranking if you did not see it last night. The 4 top seeds, see if you can find a theme here, that will get a bye if everything remains unchanged. Ohio State, the top seed. Indiana, the 2nd seed. Texas A&M, the 3rd seed. Georgia, the 4th seed. All those are the 4 number 1 seeds that get buys. What are those two? What are those 4 schools? What conferences do they come from?
Either the SEC or the Big Ten.
Okay, nice. Here's what your matchups would be, again, if everything remains unchanged.
Which it quite possibly can't, but yeah. Or literally can't, but yeah.
5-12 will be Texas Tech and Tulane. 6-11 will be Oregon and Miami. 7-10 would be Ole Miss and Alabama. 8-9 would be Notre Dame and Oklahoma. And why do you say it can't remain unchanged?
Oh, because
some of these teams playing each
well,
other?
I mean, yeah, like, some of these teams are going to lose, but
Ohio State and Indiana are going to play each other in the conference championship game.
Yeah, right. And
So-
like Miami's going to play Pitt. I mean, things are going to change.
Yeah. But that would be the current bracket based on the current rankings.
Right.
And yes, as you noticed, does not include a second Big 12 team.
Who's going to play? I should look this up. Who's going to play in the Big Ten title game? Is it
Indiana, Ohio
and
State.
Ohio State for sure?
Well,
and
it's the 1 and 2 teams, and neither of them have lost.
And then the SEC is for sure going to be Georgia and Ole Miss if everything goes chalk. Or I guess it would be Texas A&M and Georgia.
Georgia.
Right. Okay.
So they will play each other. If one of those teams gets absolutely stomped, let's say Indiana loses by 21 points to Ohio State, or Texas A&M loses by 21 points to Georgia, you swap in. Maybe Texas Tech gets a 1 seed and gets a bye, which is a real credit to BYU. Your one loss is that team, and Utah. Your one bad loss, meaning you got lopsided loss, was that game.
They'd probably jump Oregon. Oregon jump over them.
There's a chance. No, you're not kidding. There's a real chance that happens. Oregon moved up for their win over the weekend.
So they're up at 6.
Beating a pretty lousy USC team, because USC's always been lousy. Well, not always, but in the stinking Riley era.
You know what's crazy is their logic as to why Miami is as high as they are or whatever is because they have a win over Notre Dame, and they're calling that a big time win or whatever. But Notre Dame isn't even good, and they're ranked number 9.
Mm-hmm.
They have beat literally nobody. Their best win is over Stinkin'.
You were right, though, on your breakdown of who gets in. Here's the SEC schools that are in: Georgia, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Alabama, Oklahoma. The Big Ten teams that are currently in: Ohio State, Indiana. Sorry, I'm trying to look through this really quickly. Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
The G5 school, Tulane. Notre Dame is an independent. ACC, Miami. And then you're right, the one at-large spot. It's crazy. The whole system was designed to look like it was tickets for everybody to get in. But you're right, they've created essentially one spot for you to fight for everyone else to fight for.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck, everyone.
It's a juicy carrot, though.
And guess what's going to happen when it goes to 16?
Yeah, right.
You might get 2 spots that you get to fight for.
Maybe.
No,
But probably
no.
not.
Tennessee gets in. Yeah, right. Congrats.
Yeah, Vanderbilt
That's
gets
Michigan and Tennessee and Vandy. You've got those next 3 spots, and there's still 1 spot remaining for.
Well, Michigan plays Ohio State, and that's how they get the extra spot. By the way,
it's a great loss.
Is if Michigan beats Ohio State.
Yeah, they could.
That's how the Big Ten gets the extra spot.
Yep, it is. Anyways,
Great.
We'll see.
It's great.
Fixed it. It's the smart light switch.
And
you never knew you needed this.
It's so funny going.
You
to
never
16.
knew you needed this playoff.
And you know what? If they go to 16, it's not only going to be more SEC teams, but it's going to be more 3 and possibly 4-loss SEC teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like Texas is going to end the season 8-4, and they'd be clamoring to get in. You know what I mean?
And again, I've said this over and over. They make it up as they go along. That doesn't mean they make up the end result as they go along. They make up the pathway.
Oh, the justification and all that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
the book
and
is
they
written.
No, they make the end up too.
But they set up the teams that they want to be in there.
Yeah.
They do. They make sure that they've got the best TV show at the end of the day, and whatever they have to do to get them there, they will set that up.
Yep, that's it.
That's all they're doing. Because Miami jumped Utah. Who did Miami just beat?
Hang on.
Was it your Virginia Tech Hokies?
It was 34-17.
Okay, and that's the check mark to move up in the college football playoff standings. And I get Utah beating Kansas State isn't something to write home about, but is Miami beating Virginia Tech by 14 points dramatically better than Utah scoring 51 points against Kansas State? No.
But the Hokies are terrible. I mean, they should have scored 80 on them.
But they get to justify it. They get to say, well, we didn't love the way Utah won that game.
Oh, well, have you seen the league? Look,
Yeah.
the ACC has 5 ranked teams.
Yeah, exactly.
You see, it's amazing.
Virginia Tech ranked?
I'm surprised they're not, honestly.
Then I got James
They're
Franklin.
they're like 3-8. Virginia
That's
Tech
a James
slides into the.
Franklin-led team. How could we not respect them? So,
oh man, it's so dumb. I hate Wednesdays. I hate this whole conversation.
I think it's funny. I think it's gotten funny because it's so easy to see through, and it's easy to complain about, and there's nothing anybody says matters.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars look to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game as they wrap up the regular season at home against UCF. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Did you know Medicaid plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
How to become a winter sports athlete. How hard can these really be? Alpine skiing? No. Hockey? Nope. Bobsled? Yeah, no. Curling? I could do that. Hey, you guys want to try to learn curling?
Tonight at 10, how easy is it for armchair experts to learn an Olympic sport? Team KSL goes head-to-head at the Oval to find out. Competition on the ice. Live and streaming tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's BYU safety Talon Alfrey taking pride in what the program has become since he's been with the team.
BYU is a different place, and we take pride in that. And so helping everyone kind of get on board and follow Kalani and what he's set up for us, I think is what has led to a lot of success last couple of years and what will lead to the success moving forward. I think there's a dynasty building at BYU, and happy to be part of the beginning of that.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396 at Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, want to remind you can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contests and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, last segment you guys spent a lot of time talking about BYU wanting to get in the college football playoff. Long story short, they're hoping for a lot of chaos.
Yeah, you need teams in front of you to lose. You need some upsets coming up. And if you just look at the top 25, because that's all that really is going to matter at this point in the season for BYU, there are still big games to keep an eye on. Of course, for Utah fans, we talked about Miami and Pitt this weekend. But yeah, you are rooting for Alabama specifically, I think, to lose, because that would open the door for BYU to get in.
That would make a 3-loss SEC team if Alabama lost. But yeah. I don't think that's likely. Auburn is not terrific.
Agreed.
You know, all these teams, like I could see Pitt beating Miami. Because I don't think Miami's that great.
Agreed.
I don't think Pitt's good either, but I could see Pitt beating Miami.
And there are some rivalry games which certainly help. Ole Miss at Mississippi State. You know, Ole Miss is obviously a somewhat heavy favorite there, a touchdown favorite, but it's a rivalry game, and we know how wonky those can be. I don't think it matters at all what happens between Georgia and Georgia Tech. Georgia can suffer another loss and still make it in. Indiana won't lose to Purdue, but even if they did, they will be fine. I would wonder what would happen, you're right, if Texas were to beat Texas A&M. If they would find a way to push Texas up above like a Miami.
A 3-loss Texas team?
If, let's say, okay, here's the hypothetical. Miami loses to Pitt. Texas beats Texas A&M. Doesn't Texas just move into that Miami spot ahead of Utah?
Well, ahead of Utah, yeah. Maybe
Easily,
even ahead of
right? And maybe ahead of BYU.
Yeah.
So that would be a 3-loss Texas team over a still 1-loss BYU.
Yeah, but
yes,
they'll waive
because Miami gets in. Because
Yeah.
you're putting Miami in here, or everyone's putting Miami in. They're in the college football playoff right now. If they were to start today, Texas would jump into that Miami spot, I think, and take that final bid. Might take it over BYU.
And they'd throw the "we've got the best" win.
They beat a number 3
They're like
Texas
the
A&M
number
team.
3 team. We belong in.
Yeah. So late in the season.
And the committee would go, Texas?
Texas? There's a Manning on that team? And you know what would happen? Sark would be out there beating the drum for his team.
He already has been.
He already has been.
Yeah. So absolutely, this is all a PR game. And honestly, I thought that PR was Bert's strength.
Ohio State at Michigan. We've talked about Michigan also could be in that running. If Michigan beats Ohio State,
They're in.
They're in. You're not kidding. They're in. They're the 15th ranked team right now. They've got 2 losses. They would beat the number 1 team in the country. That's easy to sell if you're the college football playoff as being better than what BYU has done.
Yeah. And Ohio State still has a conference title game to worry about, and so this game doesn't matter that much to them. So
And Michigan won't be in the Big 12 or the Big 10 title game, so they won't have to play that last week of the season. And if BYU were to lose, again, it would be very easy to justify. There are just so many bad pitfalls for BYU to not make the college football playoff, on top of the fact that they're already not in the top 12 teams that are going to make it. They're ranked in the top 12, but they're not among the 12 teams that would make it.
where is Michigan, Ohio State this year?
At Michigan.
At Michigan.
At the Big House.
That's what's going to happen.
They have set it up.
That's my prediction right now. Michigan
Okay.
beats Ohio State this weekend.
I won't be surprised if Texas beats Texas A&M. I don't think Texas is particularly great, but it's a tough game at Texas with a lot on the line. And then they can say, "Oof, sweet, 2 Texas SEC teams." They would love that. So, yeah, the number of absolute calamity scenarios that hurt BYU, there's just too many of them out there.
There are a lot. Yeah. They got to win. They got to beat.
BYU's just got to win out.
They got to win.
Yeah, that is the nice part. That is the simple aspect of it. We haven't even talked about Vandy, who's the 14th ranked team in the country, playing at number 19, Tennessee. They would love to give Vandy a huge leg up for beating another ranked SEC team this late in the season. Well, BYU's beating Central Florida. Horrible Central Florida. Nobody cares. Vanderbilt just beat Tennessee. Can't wait to move them up the rankings.
Again, imagine if BYU Utah was this week.
Yeah, right. That was a huge mistake. If you had a number 12 or number 11 BYU playing number 13 Utah, you would have something to hang your hat on.
Well, the records would be different, right? Utah would have
Utah would have 1 loss. BYU would have 1 loss.
Right.
Yep. You'd be talking about win and you're in. It's a mistake.
Who wants a storyline like that, Ben? Nobody.
But we could play them in week 7.
Like that? Because there are no other big games that week. So.
Yep. That's a huge mistake. That is a move that has come back to haunt the Big 12 this year.
Well,
I
remember
imagine that game. Can you imagine if that's the game we were getting ready for this weekend?
If you want to talk about like game day coming being some sort of measuring stick, game day came in 2004 to BYU Utah on rivalry week, and they were in the Mountain West, and BYU wasn't particularly good.
Yeah.
It got attention when they were nobodies.
That was a mistake. They should fix that. That should be an easy fix because it shouldn't be that hard to project that BYU and Utah are going to be 2 of the better teams in the Big 12 somewhat consistently. BYU is going to spend their way to it and has a great coaching staff, and Utah, we will see what the coaching staff looks like and if they're able to continue winning, but their history over the last 20 years implies that they're going to be a top 25 team most years.
Next.
Number 2, Utah Mammoth taking on the Montreal Canadiens tonight.
Before they go on a very long road trip, would be nice to win 3 straight before they head out.
By the way, I did not think of that when I was getting dressed this morning.
You're going with the Montreal Expos.
I have a Montreal Expos hoodie.
It looks great.
Which I am a legit Expos fan, but I didn't know the Mammoth were playing. I mean, maybe the Mammoth fans out there think I'm trolling or something. That was pure coincidence.
You're just showing your love for Canada.
And Montreal in particular, yeah.
To be fair, you do love to troll.
Me? And you do love to troll.
I do not.
Yeah, big opportunity, and we'll see if these young players can keep their momentum. As you've said, it seems like there are more waves of hot play and poor play, at least with the Mammoth, but I do think across hockey in general, you get hot and you stay hot, maybe in a different way than you see in some other sports. Not that it doesn't happen in football and basketball and certainly baseball as well, but we will see, because it looked like not that long ago there may be major changes coming for the Mammoth, and you win a couple in a row, and all of a sudden Logan Cooley's playing like one of the 5 best young players in the world, and it all starts to come together, and the ship rights itself.
Honestly, I would hope a losing streak mid-season would not force major changes. I don't like that kind of manic way to run an organization, but
I agree with you. I wonder if that is because it's still new to us, and the people that are running the show, Sands, Ryan Smith, Bill Armstrong. Chris Armstrong is still new to him too, but Bill Armstrong has been overseeing this team with this coach for a while now. If he were to see that this is the same mistake over and over, I would understand his approach being different than ours, or his patience level being lower than what yours or mine might be.
Well, they should have done it 6 months ago.
Then yeah, I'm with you. It's the Dave Aranda conundrum. If you should have fired him 6 months ago, you should have fired him 6 months ago. Why are you continuing to hang every win or loss on whether or not he's going to have a job the next
that
day?
doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
He's done the same thing wrong over and over again, hypothetically. It's like, well, so 14 was your line?
Yeah. Right. I didn't know you were going to do that on November 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So, I don't know.
But I do think Bear has, because of these last 2 wins, has probably secured his job a little bit.
But see, even that logic is
no,
crazy.
I'm with you, but that
why...
is human logic. That is human nature.
Oh, well, he's won 2 in a row. So he's our guy again. Come on.
Yeah.
I hope that's not the case.
Well, especially because the 3 losses before that, well, minus the 4-1 Vegas loss, the 3 losses before that had been overtime losses. It's like, yeah, that could have gone either way. You would have gotten 6 points out of that. And then he's the best coach? So, yeah, I don't know. I'll be curious, because this is the last time we're going to see him at home for a while. They're going to go on this long trip. We'll see how they fare.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, Utah getting set for a Black Friday matchup at Kansas. Availability reports came out. Wide receiver Ryan Davis is out.
Okay, he's had a good year, so don't get me wrong with this, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
You know what? Thinking about Jason Beck, and the storyline going into the year for the offense for me was, how is his offense going to fit with Kyle Whittingham's defensive philosophy? Because that has been the problem with offensive coordinators throughout Witt's entire tenure. What the coordinator wants to do does not necessarily go hand in hand with what the head coach wants to do. And forever been, the storyline has been, we'll hire a guy and Witt's going to let him open it up. And it never worked. It never, they hired Troy Taylor. Well, here's the guy who's going to come in and open it up because he coached some Washington quarterback in high school or something. And they're like, oh, they're going to start slinging it around. And that was never going to fit. That was never going to fit with the head coach's philosophy. And so that was a big story for in this season. And Coach Witt might have found the perfect offense for his philosophy. It's almost a shame it's come a little later on in his run. But he loves a dual threat quarterback.
He does.
Because he doesn't want to stop a dual threat quarterback, so he loves a dual threat quarterback. They don't need to pass ever, pretty much. There's been 2 games where they've actually needed to pass the entire season. And they're scoring points without being reckless.
Yeah.
And they found an offense that will score points without putting his defense in a bad position. And I think he was kind of forced a little bit with the tempo thing, but since it's worked, that hasn't been an issue.
Right.
So it's really worked. And it's not because they're slinging it. They're not, you look at, they're 6th in the country in scoring. It's not because they're running the air raid. It's not because they're throwing it all over teams. It's because they're a really, really good option team. They're really good.
They are, yeah. They're a methodical option team.
That's what they are, and they're really good at it.
Yep.
If you're 6th in the country in scoring as an option team, that's not even like tempo option team.
Right.
Then it's really working.
No, you can bleed the clock for 8 minutes if you want to. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Like Taysom under,
flawed, but it's impressive.
Taysom under Dr. Bob, they scored a lot of points, but they were running like 100-plus plays a game.
Just go fast, go hard. That's not really what Utah's doing.
That's
Utah
not
can
what they're
score
doing.
big, but they're not going particularly fast.
No, the funny thing is they're blowing out teams because they have these home run ball plays that aren't really meant to be home run ball plays. Or at least that really was the case, 2 weeks ago? Who'd they play 2 weeks ago? Who am I blanking?
But yes,
I can bring it up. Cincinnati.
Bird Ficklen's ability to break off huge runs.
Like they creamed Cincinnati because not because they were running it up or game planning or anything. It's just they all of a sudden had these huge home run plays that
Wayshawn Parker runs for a 60-yard touchdown. Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't know if I would have predicted it to be this smooth, but it's a great pairing. It's a great pairing. In fact, the reason they almost lost last week had nothing to do with the offense. How?
No, it had nothing to do with the offense.
Nothing to do with the offense.
It's funny that Dampier caught so much heat, and he made some mistakes in that game. It was like, even if they had lost that game, having scored 44 points, that was not Devin Dampier's fault.
I've been around long enough to know the narrative around Ute losses is, man, that offense stinks.
Yeah.
If only Utah had an offense. It was entirely opposite against Kansas State.
I do also like for Utah, when it does come to the passing game, that I think both Larry Simmons and Creed Whittemore have probably been either underutilized or have developed well this season. It's probably a little bit of both. You know, Simmons played well against Wyoming in that game. What was that, the second week of the season, third week of the season, whatever that was. And then you haven't just seen him very often. Now, that's probably a knock on him as well, but you have not seen a ton of him. And then Whittemore's really been kind of a late revelation, so we'll see. I don't think Utah needs Ryan Davis. They need Dampier, and they need Bird Ficklin. They'll win this game.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up.
Can we play our favorite game next? Can we look at Kansas's numbers?
Yeah. Coming up next, well...
You have sound you want to play?
Yeah, we have some.
Okay, good. We'll do it later in the show.
We have some meltdown sounds that I think we need to get to.
We'll do it before the end of the show.
And I know Hans and Scotty played it yesterday and took it in what I thought was a pretty obvious direction. I want to take it into a different direction.
Okay.
And I'm not clowning them either because I had the same idea. So I want to change it up.
All right.
And Bartle at 11. What you got Wednesday at 11:30? Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, listen to the Utah Mammoth as they host the Montreal Canadiens. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Celebrate Thanksgiving Day tomorrow with the BYU basketball team. They play Miami at 3 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Friday, it's college football as Utah State hosts Boise State at 2 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. That'll be followed by the Mammoth at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Kings at 7:30 on 97.5.
At Western Nut, nuts are in the name, but there's a whole lot more. Delicious confections, unique wrap, and home and gift decor. Western Nut is your store for client and company gifting. Call or visit westernut.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Devin Dampier wanting to help Wayshawn Parker get to 1,000 yards.
That was one of his big goals coming into the season, just talking to him preseason. Just the way we run the ball and the way he's been running the ball, he should just naturally get it. Shouldn't be any force, but we're just going to play Utah football, and hopefully, he's able to get that with, the O-line we have and him back there.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Steve Bartle will join us at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. We'll talk some Utah-Kansas football, which got Wednesday at 11:30. But, Ben, anytime there's a real meltdown out there in the sports world, I like to give it some attention. Because most play-by-play guys, or gals, I suppose, are at least, I don't know, Ben, what do you want to say? Like, at least 20% lunatic.
Yeah,
in some way, shape, or form.
There's a lot of buy-in with the team, which creates turns you into a bit of a lunatic. I think that's a good.
I'm looking at you, Scotty G.
Yeah.
Who told some great anecdotes actually about when he's had his hand slapped for saying something like complaining about calling out a ref by name. It was pretty funny. It was good stuff. But this one is from Creighton. Who is Creighton playing? Baylor. So this is Creighton Baylor and the Creighton call. Here you go.
Carr into the don't lie. Carr into the don't lie.
Okay.
That's not it. That's not it at all.
No. No. That was a lot of setup for a computer malfunction there. Many apologies. Okay, I think we've got it ready. Now go ahead.
into the paint, missed the dunk, and a fucking foul. What are you talking about?
That was 2 seconds after the play ended.
Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set. Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, and they called that. That's an absolutely horse crap call. In a game that's been played out like this. Unbelievable bailout call by an incompetent referee. And ball don't lie.
Okay.
I went back and watched it. Call's just fine. Absolutely a very
okay, all right.
call.
No. Okay, I'm glad you did. Because this I'm not putting in the pantheon of my favorites.
Sure.
And I'll tell you why. Because I think he's faking it. He gets too cute with the New York stuff. Yeah, like a statue like New York. He's getting too cute. And the horse, it's not legitimate. Like Scotty and Hans played the Where's Right Waters bit yesterday. That
rage
is legitimate rage. I think this guy's faking it.
Okay.
John Bishop, by the way.
John Bishop. I think this is false outrage. Because when you're really outraged about the refs, are you really trying to get cute with like a New York statue? You know what I'm saying? He was standing right up and down, straight up and down, like the New York statue.
Yeah.
Like you don't throw in some cute descriptor when you're losing your mind.
He had these ready to go. Yeah, you're
Horse
right.
crap call?
Yeah.
He's got that written down.
You're right. Okay, I hear what you're saying.
He went into the game and he was like, you know what, I'm going to have a meltdown. I'm going to go viral for my meltdown or whatever.
I'm waiting to snap.
And I think it's fake.
Okay.
And actually, I had not seen the play, so to hear you say you went back and reviewed it, yeah.
It's not a great call, but you see that call every time.
Now, I want to play you, just by comparison, I want to play you some true outrage.
Okay.
All right? And we've got a few examples.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and play one. Go ahead.
There's a foul. They don't call it. They don't call Amir Johnson grabbing Rudy Gobert, and he gets the offensive rebound. How many nights can we get screwed? How many times?
That is just horse pooey. I said that on the air.
All right. The horse pooey one, I think, is actually David goofing around a little bit. The first one was true
outrage.
True outrage. Yeah. True outrage. Did David get cute and go like a statue of? No.
No.
In fact, can we play another David one, the non-horse pooey one?
Am I blind, or did he just crush his arm? How the heck is that not a call?
I like the murder.
Hayward rebound and traffic. He's murdered. He's murdered, and they didn't call it. And the ball goes to the Raptors. Unbelievable no call.
How was David's call on the Keontae George non?
It was fine. I don't know the story behind this, but David has definitely stopped complaining about the refs the last several years.
Yeah. Well, they've been trying to lose games, which helps.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if somebody told David to tone it down or whatever, but he does not do that really anymore, which I actually enjoy. No, I enjoy the rant. I'm saying, not the.
Oh, you missed the.
I missed.
You missed the authentic anger at the refs.
How many nights can we get screwed? Yeah.
His first one there was the best one. His first one that we played.
The pure passion.
Amir Johnson, Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
JT Orr makes up a mystery and points at Hood's foot as though he kicked his foot out. Nothing could be further from the truth. An absolutely terrible call.
By the way, I had not looked at this. Last 2-minute report does say that Keontae George got fouled by Marcus Smart.
Yeah,
Marcus Smart clamps and holds George's right forearm and affects his freedom of movement during the inbound. Away from the play foul. Should have been a free throw for the Jazz with the ball coming back to him. So that fixes it.
Okay, yeah, justice has been served.
All resolved.
Yeah, it's all done. Oh, that was nice. All right, stay tuned. Steve Bartle next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. And listen, we're going to be getting all the family together tomorrow. Everybody out there hopefully has great Thanksgiving plans and is going to be surrounded by loved ones. And, it may be a reminder. Have you put a lot of thought into, the long-term financial health of not only you, but your loved ones, your family? Questions like retirement, of course, they talk about that a lot. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? How much do you have to save to accomplish those goals? But maybe you want to do something for your family. Maybe you want to pass wealth on to your children. Maybe you want to pass it down to the next generation. Maybe you want to find a way to be able to enjoy family time in your retirement with something like a boat or a vacation home or simply traveling with the family. Well, Trajan wants to help you set those financial goals, and they be an entire team of great folks on your side to help you get there. So call them, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. They make it really simple. I've done it, and trust me, I do not understand complicated financial matters. They simplify it very well for you. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious, and of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse rolls. Our chefs prep each little item with a little something that makes the garden so unique. It's fresh ingredients sprinkled with genuine TLC in every bite. Celebrate your season with us. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The regular season comes to an end for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they hit the road for a battle against Kansas. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to talk some Utah football with the man who covers them. Go ahead, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello, Steve. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. How we doing?
I'm doing miserable, Steve. The College Football Playoff Committee ruins my week. Not really. I'm not that bothered by it. But how do you think Utah fans are actually treating this round of college football playoff rankings? And maybe not the last week, but just this year. Do Utah fans really feel like this is a team that should be in?
Yeah. I think Utah fans are really, really believe in this team. And obviously, you lose the two most important games on your schedule. That's tough, right? You lose to Texas Tech, you lose to BYU, and we know what that BYU means to this fan base and to the other fan base as well, just what it means to the state. But the way that Utah has been able to perform in the 9 other games, it's been really impressive. And I think with the way that they've been able to dominate, add a couple quality wins, against an Arizona State and against the Cincinnati and obviously Baylor, Kansas State haven't lived up to the preseason hype and expectations, but to add those 2 wins was pretty significant. And I think, Utah, had they done enough to, for sure have an opportunity at the playoff, I don't think any Utah fan feels like that, but I do think fans feel like this is a team that is worthy of a shot if they do get it. And I think with the talent on this team, that Utah would give the playoff a pretty good run for its money. And with the offense, the way that it's performed, and you've got some defensive issues that you're working through. Obviously, those things have to be addressed this week. But I think the fan base has really bought into this team and what they're about. And with Jason Beck coordinating the offense and having it humming on all cylinders, I think Utah fans would really embrace the opportunity, just like any other program, any other fan base, but would really buy into and believe that Utah is worthy of a playoff bid.
We talked to you about it really all season long, but before the season, the big story in my mind was going to be, how does Jason Beck's offense fit with Kyle Whittingham's philosophy? Because in the past, the fit between OC and head coach has been clunky. Excuse me. I think it's safe to say that Beck's offense works with the philosophy. So my question to you is, why has it worked so well?
Well, it's just it's a perfect marriage of what Jason Beck has done, with his offense centered around the option run attack. And, with what Utah had in place with their offensive line, with the culture and brand of football that Kyle Whittingham wants, it really has been the perfect marriage of, scheme, personnel, and culture. And it's really allowed this run game to thrive. And when you have a dynamic quarterback like Utah does in Devin Dampier and in Bird Ficklin, he's added another dynamic element. and then you've got this rushing attack running behind this offensive line powered by 2 potential first-round draft picks. That's really, what's allowed it to thrive as much as it has. And it comes down to the players executing. And Dev has done a pretty good job throughout the season of executing what he's asked to and really elevating his level of play. All off season, the questions around Dev Pierce centered around, is he going to be able to make the transition to the Big 12? How is he going to perform as a passer? And, early on, it looked like Utah was playing it pretty safe with a lot of check down stuff, a lot of screens, a lot of things behind the line of scrimmage to sort of inflate that completion percentage. But I think that was all part of the building his confidence up, because now you look at his pass distribution and, 23% of his attempts are going deep, and he just completed 4 deep passes against Kansas State. You go back to Baylor, there was a couple deep passes there as well. And he's starting to round out his game as a passer. Obviously, the numbers still don't speak to a highly prolific passing attack. But I think what I'm getting at is Dev has done a lot to improve his weaknesses as a passer to help provide balance, which has been the biggest key for this rushing attack, to preserve its efficiency and its explosiveness. Teams haven't been able to just load up against the run because Dev has done enough to, make teams respect the passing game. And I think that's been really key. So, there's a lot of things going into what's allowed this offense to thrive this season, but really it's just been a perfect marriage of schematics, personnel, and culture.
Do you think it will be replicable next season with Jason Beck at the helm, or do you think this has to do with the fact that they have 2 first-round draft picks on the offensive line? They've got 2 quarterbacks when generally most teams truly don't have one. How often are they going to be able to have a competitive or dangerous offense?
Yeah, I think this is replicable, right? As long as you've got a quarterback that you believe in. Bird Ficklin, right, he's obviously proven himself to be a pretty dynamic athlete and quarterback, right? We saw him get the start against Colorado, and he looked great. But, you go back to his recruiting profile, and it wasn't the most impressive. It's not like he was a huge, significant win. And what I'm saying is you can find dynamic quarterbacks at the high school level to come in and kind of fill that similar role. So, regardless of whether Utah brings back, both Dev and Bird or not, Utah is going to be able to keep recruiting, dynamic quarterbacks to that position to keep it, to have that sort of presence beyond just your primary starter. But in terms, once you get past that quarterback spot, obviously the big question mark is going to center around the offensive line. And with Spencer Fano, he's a lock to be a first-round pick. I think everybody understands that. Everybody encourages him to go to the NFL. But with Caleb Lomu, it's not as sure a thing for him, being a first-round pick. And I think he's sort of in this position where, he's got really good draft stock where he's on the borderline. He's a fringe first-round draft pick. But if Utah and Caleb if he comes back next year, I think that would be a significant boost for the offensive line, because if he doesn't, you're going to have to replace all 5 starters. And that's a tall order, even for, Jim Harding and what he's done with that offensive line group. He's recruited really well to build the depth and then hold on to the depth. So even though they're going to have to replace all 5 starters, they've had guys in that room for 2-3 years that have worked in the system. And I think there's obviously going to be a drop-off, but they'll be able to pick up, where this group left off in some sense. And if they can bring back Caleb Lomu, that's going to really allow that group to kind of get off to a good start, to allow this offense to continue to, duplicate itself. Obviously, there's going to have to be some tweaks and adjustments as defenses, count for it, and they get an off season to prepare for, Beck's offense next year. But yeah, this is absolutely, the sort of offense that you can repeat, that you can do year in and year out, as long as you continue to, address your needs personnel-wise to fit what you want schematically.
Do they have enough dough to keep both quarterbacks? And if they do, is that a smart allocation of resources to invest that much at that position?
Yeah, that's been a hot topic for both quarterbacks. And from what I've gathered, I do believe that there will be enough money to keep both. But with that, you do have the question of, is that a truly good investment? We know that Utah could certainly use help at other positions. You're going to have to replace, like we said, offensive line. You probably want to have some money for an offensive lineman in the event that you have to replace Fano and Lomu, right? And so this is going to be an interesting storyline to follow. Is these two quarterbacks, and obviously they clearly have a great relationship. They clearly work well together, and right now it's humming and it's clicking on all cylinders, and things are great. But we know the quarterback position and what it is, right? These guys are prideful. They're competitive. They want the spotlight. They want to be the guy. And so that's going to be kind of the big question in my eyes is can Jason Beck convince these two to run it back for another year together? And will those two buy into a similar year like this year? Obviously, you're going to probably expand Bird's role even beyond what it's been this month. And that's going to be interesting. But there will be enough money for Utah to hold both if both decide that they want to come back.
What's going on with Kyle Whittingham? What was your read after the game? Obviously very emotional from Whit. How do you think that differed from what we'd seen in the past, and what do you expect to hear or see after this Kansas game?
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure with Whit. Going back to his press conference Saturday night, just that emotion. I can't recall the last time I've seen him get choked up like that. Talking about Rice Eccles and the seniors getting their last opportunity. It was kind of a unique sequence there of what he was talking about and when the emotion hit. And I think, it's very easy to read into that. And, so I think we're kind of in this interesting place because I've had a lot of conversations lately, and, there's still a pretty strong belief that Kyle doesn't necessarily want to hang it up, that he wants to come back for another year. But, there's been this long-standing understanding, like, we know where Kyle is at and in his career, and he's talked about not wanting to coach forever. And last year he talked about not wanting to leave the program on such a sour note. He couldn't go out last year on a 5-7 record that included a 7-game losing streak. So we know that he wants to leave the program in better shape than what we thought he would last year, right? And I think it's going to be interesting. I don't anticipate this sort of thing lingering for too long. If you remember last year, we got an announcement that he was coming back, I think midway through December. I would anticipate probably something pretty similar to this year. But yeah, as we get closer and closer to the end of the season, you're starting to hear more and more chatter from both ends of the spectrum of Kyle retiring or Kyle coming back, and it's just we'll have to wait and see. But I would anticipate that we see something in the next couple of weeks that kind of get that obviously makes it known what his plans are for next year.
All right, Steve, I'm gonna give you a number, and I want you to guess what this number is. Okay?
It's a phone number.
No.
Oh.
It's a 3-digit number. All right. 227. Any idea?
227. Ooh, no idea.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's kind of a random number. It is the Ken Pom ranking of Cal Poly after beating Utah. What?
Yeah.
I mean, Grand Canyon. I looked up their Ken Pom. It's like 94. I mean, Grand Canyon.
Yep.
They're a good
decent basketball program.
It's a good program. Yeah. But Cal Poly is not.
Yep.
So what can we expect from this college basketball season, Steve?
Well, looks like we've talked about it, right? This is a complete tear down to the studs type of rebuild for Alex Jensen. I just don't think we realized how far down into those studs Alex Jensen and this program we're going to be starting from. This is starting from ground zero and having to build it, all the way up. This is going to be a process. And watching the team last night taking on Grand Canyon, it's obviously Grand Canyon, very good program. They've had a lot of success. They just accepted a bid to transition to the Mountain West Conference, which is a very competitive basketball league in its own right. But we know that that the Big 12 is just a whole nother beast. And watching this team struggle against a Grand Canyon team that honestly looked bigger, looked more athletic, and just played, more sound on both ends of the floor. It's really discouraging to see this from Utah and Alex Jensen, and with that, Alex has made it clear that this is going to be a process, that his focus is on being better at the end of the season, and that's going to be his goal, and his mentality all year long is improvement. And so I think, I didn't anticipate it being this rough to start. Utah's got a lot of things that they've got to clean up and tighten up, specifically on that defensive side of the floor. But this is going to be a long year, and I do know that Utah and Alex still have the resources, going into next off season, which is crazy. We're 7 games in, and I'm already talking about what's on the horizon for next off season. But I know that Alex, he's going to have the resources to add to this roster some more significant pieces to help kind of build this team out. And this has sort of been the idea, the plan for Alex, is to get in year one, lay the foundation of his brand, his culture, his identity, and then build on it from there. But yeah, this is I think we're in for a pretty long season for running Utes hoops.
Steve, thank you very much. What's your Thanksgiving plan? Are you traveling today, or are you leaving tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't leave tomorrow. The game's at 10.
Well,
Friday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I was. You leaving tomorrow or Friday? You couldn't leave Friday.
Yeah. I'm actually leaving tonight, so I didn't get to book my flight till later, and that was all they had. So I've got a Wednesday night flight. So we're prepping a little mini Thanksgiving dinner, me, Kendra, and Miles. I've got the turkey on the smoker. And, we'll have some light fixings and stuff, and then I'll be on my flight, and I'll find somewhere to eat in Kansas City tomorrow, and then we've got the game Friday, and that's going to be certainly an interesting one for sure.
In all seriousness, the league sending Utah on the road 2 years in a row to play a Friday game after Thanksgiving is garbage. Like, it's garbage for the players and the staff and everybody. That sucks.
Yep, it's pretty tough. It's not fun leaving the family behind on Thanksgiving week. It sucks. But, this is the business we chose.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve.
Yep, appreciate you guys.
All right, there you go. Steve Bartle, our good friend, covers the Utes for KSLSports.com.
He owed us 2 of those.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben. Let's give away some tickets. It is a Wednesday, after all. Win Ticket Wednesday, caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with 2 tickets to go see Nate Bargatze, which I said Bargatze yesterday, but I heard on the ad Bargatze, so I'm going with that. The Big Dumb Eyes Tour at Delta Center, December 4th through the 6th. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com, or simply be the 12th caller, 801-575-ZONE.
I disagree with a lot of what Steve said.
In regards to?
Well, maybe the approach to Utah basketball. I don't think you can rebuild anything.
In college basketball, not really.
There's no reason to rebuild. Now, and Steve's not saying that. Steve's saying that's what the approach is being taken by Alex Jensen. I don't know if that's what you need to do. In fact, I wonder if it's the opposite. You need to be as flashy as quickly as possible, and then hope that creates a culture of flashiness, a la Deion Sanders in Colorado. Now, that didn't work for Deion at Colorado, but I do think you need to rebuild a little bit more in college football than you do basketball, certainly.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have What You Got Wednesday coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on Central Florida playing for bowl eligibility.
You look at what's going on in Big 12 Conference, nothing's easy, so you look at the games that happened over the weekend, a lot of tight games, and we remember being in a position where they're playing for a lot right now. They're playing for bowl eligibility, and we're playing for a lot too, so there's a lot riding on this game. Just want to find a way to go 1-0 this weekend, keep focus on our opponent, and stay humble, stay hungry, and away we go. Just kind of doing the same things that we've been doing and trying to keep the momentum going.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make tomorrow unforgettable. The stress-free, slow-smoked, perfect Thanksgiving dinner. You can pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a Black Friday showdown for the Aggies as they welcome in Boise State to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out to the listeners for a vote. How'd it go last week, Christian?
Last week, future faces of sports. Jake won a close one, 55-45, and then best MTV stars, Ben won 82-18.
I'm shocked on the MTV stars. I think I went too girly on the TV stars.
You just went too real. You're like a real head. That's not good. Nobody knows who those people are. Everyone knows who Johnny Knoxville is. You were like, no, my favorite VJ from the 3rd season. It wasn't the 2 main ones. It was the 3rd. It was the alternate, the weekend guy.
I didn't do that. I didn't go that deep.
You kind of did.
Well, I went for accuracy.
Too authentic.
I didn't know my.
You drafted with your heart.
I didn't know my audience. Well, yeah, that was a topic I'm passionate about. MTV stars from the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my jam. I always liked The Real World. Let's see. I'm trying to bring it up right now because I can't remember who I picked. Everybody knows who CT is, right?
No, nobody knows who CT is.
Well, he's the obvious number 1 pick is what he is. All right. What is today's sports-related topic?
Sports-related today, let's go with teams that you just know will never get off the mat.
Bad teams that we project will stay bad forever.
Yeah. Who's got the number 1 pick? Sorry, I was doing stuff.
Ben has the number 1 pick.
Oh, okay. Is there an obvious number 1 choice?
I think so.
You do? I am going to go with the team that the Jazz are playing on Friday. I'm going with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, they're up there. They're not the answer, though.
I just don't have faith in the ownership, in the culture. The fans are good, which is too bad. But again, it's been 25 years since they've done anything relevant. The last thing you remember about them playing well, which was the loss to the Lakers in the conference finals, where they probably got cheated out of a finals berth, is the last time they did anything relevant. Sacramento Kings.
Jets. Yeah. Jets. They will never get off the mat.
Probably right.
I know you're a big fan of old Woodrow Johnson, but they're allergic to correct decisions. The Jets. I don't even know if, we can talk about it later.
I think that's very fair. Yeah, Jets are a good choice. It's got to be those two. I think are the most pathetic in their leagues.
I don't know if I agree, but we can talk about that in a minute.
All right. I will go with the next team. I hate to go too heavy on basketball right away, but I'm going to go with the Hornets. I do think the Hornets are dastardly and probably stuck in mediocrity for the foreseeable future, regardless of the fact that I think they did draft the Rookie of the Year in Con Knipple with a very good pick.
I still don't think I'll pick my NBA team here that I think is actually the answer in the NBA. The Hornets at least have a fan base. They at least have like a support system, and they have a new ownership that could be better. But I'm going to go with the Washington Wizards, which I think is the answer in the NBA. I mean, terrible ownership, no fan support, can't make the right decisions, just can't do it.
No, you're right.
They're dreadful again this year.
They're worse. They're probably the worst team in the NBA this year, and not artificially. They did win last night, and CJ McCollum had a huge game, but yeah, that's a problem.
Who's their owner? Leonidas? Isn't that guy's name?
Yeah.
Bozo
I
Central.
think he's still the owner. Unless
the guy from
300?
Yeah.
No, it's like Ted Leonidas.
Ted Leonidas,
I think Bozo Central.
I'm with you. Yeah, I think you're right on. All right, I'm gonna go with Lloyd in there. The Raiders.
The Raiders will never get off the mat.
I kind of don't know if they're going to.
That might be about ownership too.
Yeah.
I don't think Mark Davis. You know what? But they have an advantage being in Vegas.
And
if they could play their advantage being in Vegas, they could get off the mat.
And they're kind of cool. It's kind of a cool idea that the Raiders are, have the history that they do and have once been very successful. That conceivably somebody could go back there and say, yeah, I want to be a part of it, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, next, this one actually is a little different take. I mean, not just kind of a bozo franchise, but they actually have built-in geographic disadvantage. I'm going to go with the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, that's tough.
They have never figured out how to have a pitching staff at that altitude with that ballpark that was built in the period where they were building super tiny ballparks because everybody wanted to see more home run balls. And it turns out that really works against them because no pitcher in their right mind wants to pitch in Colorado and have on the back of their baseball card just a dreadful season because they can't keep the ball in the park.
They made one World Series. It's never going to happen again. No, it's really
They were good at their inception. They had all these mashers, and then they haven't really been able to do anything else. And the Troy Tulowitzki World Series was a fluke if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Man. There's a lot of teams because there's a lot of truly horrendous franchises, and I hate to do it to myself, but I'm going to go with the Chicago White Sox. Again, because they have truly the worst ownership in baseball, or some of the worst ownership in baseball with Jerry Reinsdorf. So I'm going to go with my own Chicago White Sox. I know people don't care about baseball here locally. Like 2017, they had arguably the most talented team in baseball, and all the guys were 21 years old. I think they made one playoff appearance, blew it up, didn't get anything back. They're a disaster, the Chicago White Sox. I don't have a lot of faith that they're ever going to win another World Series in my lifetime, despite the fact that I did get to watch them win one.
All right, Ben, I'm going to stay baseball, and I'm actually going to go with the franchise that came into Major League Baseball with the Colorado Rockies, and I'm going to go with the Miami Marlins. And the reason I don't see them ever getting off the map is because of the way that Bruce Sherman, their current owner, bought the team. Because the previous ownership group, remember, Ben, they invested for one season when they built their new stadium in order to make it an attractive sale.
Uh-huh.
They sold it to this guy, Bruce Sherman, for $1.2 billion, and now he can't afford to field the team.
Yep.
So they're not getting off the bat anytime soon.
It's too bad, because it is a potentially cool team in a cool city that could do way more than they do, but for some reason they just don't seem to care that much. It's about the flashiness of owning the team, not the seriousness of trying to win. All right, I'm going to go with the Cleveland Browns. Wrap it up.
Never going to get off the
I
mat.
don't think the Browns are going to. I think they've blown it so many times that I don't have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to figure it out.
Man, I really wish
Great defense. They're a quarterback away, but that's always the case. So,
let's see. All right. I'm going to go, Ben, with the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
Probably will not get me any votes, but that's kind of part of the point. Crappy stadium.
Yeah, they do have a new one coming.
Crappy ownership.
Can't fix that.
Even when they had a good coach in Mike Vrabel, they were bad. They had Mike Vrabel and the best running back in the NFL, and they still sucked. And the best receiver at one point. Remember A.J. Brown before they traded him?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Recap.
It's Ben's favorite team, by the way.
Yeah, it's my favorite team. Hey, I got to see the Rams this year and starting to think that might be a Super Bowl team.
Ben had the number 1 pick. He went Sacramento Kings, Charlotte Hornets, Las Vegas Raiders, Chicago White Sox, and the Cleveland Browns. Jake went New York Jets, Washington Wizards, Colorado Rockies, Miami Marlins, and the Tennessee Titans.
Who do we miss?
You're making me nauseous reading all of those names off.
Yeah, it is. It's weird to look down and be like, oh, yeah, each one of those teams might be worse than the last.
I wish I could have picked the Phoenix Coyotes or Arizona Coyotes or whatever.
The Arizona Coyotes. Yeah.
I mean, they were the hockey team that was never going to get.
I mean, the fact that neither of us picked the Clippers is crazy. The Padres.
Well, the Padres are good.
The Orioles.
So, the Padres have a nice stadium and are actually a good team. Did they make the wild card last year, or
again? That's
they were close.
That's the basis. Did they make the wild card?
Yeah, they got Manny Machado.
You could have gone Chargers in a way. I mean, they're always going to Charger. That is a verb.
Define your ability to, quote, get off the mat. You know, the Mariners made the ALCS.
They were in the World Series just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Right?
The Mariners, no. But, yeah, they just... How good can you actually get?
I don't think the Mariners have ever been to the World Series.
Yeah, I think that's one of their things.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's our not sports?
Or did they beat the Yankees in the ALCS and got to the World Series and then didn't win? Is that the Griffey slide?
No. That was in the division. That wasn't
even.
LCS. Yeah.
See, what are we looking at here?
All right.
I missed what inspired this, but this is
okay.
This is what we're gonna go with. Most famous moms.
Notorious moms.
Okay.
I don't think it doesn't have to be like there are famous women that are moms, but they are not famous for being a mom. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So notorious moms, inspired by Christian McCaffrey's mom, who was videotaped twerking at the 49ers.
The funny thing is, you said this, and Christian said, "Oh, it wasn't that Pavia's mom from what's his name?
Vanderbilt.
From Vandy, because she was out dancing and is now apparently dating Theo Vaughn."
Oh yeah.
So, some rough moms out there.
But it could be notorious in a good way. I have moms on my list that are notorious in a good way.
Okay.
Well, Jake, you have the number 1
Do you have an eraser? Can I steal an eraser from you?
Sure.
Also, give me a few minutes to do a little more research here. Thank you.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I
don't think there is, by the way.
No. I think there's probably some obvious names that people are leaning towards.
Notorious moms.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go with, Ben, Gloria James.
LeBron's mom.
LeBron's mom out there slapping valets. Gloria James. Even a notorious story about her and one of LeBron's teammates, which may or may not have cost Cleveland a playoff series.
Delonte West? He's not doing great. Poor Delonte.
No, that's a really sad story,
Yeah.
but Gloria James.
I'm going to go with the lowest hanging fruit, even though she's not been in the news for a while. It's just hard to not have a list that has Lisa Wilson on it. Shout out Lisa.
I didn't think you were going to pick Lisa. She would have, if I known you were going to pick Lisa, she would have been my number 1 pick. She's who I really wanted.
Locally, that's the most infamous mom of all time. Right?
Oh, I think so. Well,
yeah, it has to be.
We could think about that. All right, Ben, I'm going to go with simply Mary. The Virgin Mary.
Oh. All right. Just the season.
Very notorious mom.
Yeah, notorious good. Notoriously good mom.
Yeah, notorious doesn't have to be bad. No, notorious.
Miraculous.
She's got to be the most notorious mom.
Okay.
Famous really only for being a mom.
Okay. I got to rethink this because I can't go with the craziest pick after you take Jesus.
You should have saved that for last, or took her first or something.
I don't know. Ben stole my Lisa Wilson, so I gotta jump on it.
I'm gonna go with. Oh man, I'll go with the Queen Mother, which is Elizabeth I, who was alive for like 100 years, right? And she was quite old when she passed away. So I'll go with Elizabeth.
You're talking about the one like Sir Walter Raleigh Elizabeth,
no,
or like
Queen Elizabeth II, who just died a couple years ago.
Okay, you said the first.
No, her mom.
Oh, her mom.
You know what? I'll just go with Queen Elizabeth II. I'll go with Queen Elizabeth II, because I do think that's going to get me more. Give me more votes. Queen. I'm going to put Liz. 2. Queen Elizabeth.
Okay.
Her mom's the one, though, that like everything's about.
Now, I went with the Virgin Mary with number 2. I'm going to go the complete opposite, because there's no way this woman isn't associated with the devil. Kris Jenner.
Kris with a K, yeah?
I don't know. I saw her once, though.
You saw her?
Yeah, skiing in Aspen.
Oh, okay. How was it?
She wore a fine one piece. What do you mean, how was it? Saw her
Was she a good skier?
No, I saw her in the lift line.
Did she fall off?
No. But I guess it was a gondola, so it would be kind of hard to fall off.
Yeah, she's low-key like a mob boss, right? She's got this family that she kind of runs everything, and all these people.
She's made herself and her kids into
billionaires.
Into billionaires, yeah.
Okay, you've taken this in a slightly different direction than I was going to go, so I'm going to adjust. I'm going to go with... Give me the mom from the Goonies, the mean lady.
The mom?
Mom Fratelli.
So we're going with fictional moms? I don't know. I think we got to go with real moms.
Why?
What do you mean why? We're talking about notorious moms. Not fictional TV characters. We're talking about humans.
We didn't lay out these rules before the game.
That's not a real person.
Oh my gosh. All right.
You know what? I'm going to step in. I think I agree.
Real moms?
Yeah,
not
let's keep
fictional
it real.
moms.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not going to get into it because we could. All right, I'm not going to get into it. I'll go with Marie Antoinette. Not really famous for being a mom.
Is she a mom?
But I had like 4 kids. But anytime your mom gets her head cut off, not great. Well, I've had to throw out my whole board now, so I'm going to have to scramble here just a little bit.
I think we've done fictional moms in the past.
Have we? Well, regardless. Well, yeah, now they're all off the board, so I'm going to have to adjust my my approach here.
I'm going to go with the real energy behind one of America's most notorious families, Barbara Bush.
I was just going to go Barbara Bush. Interesting you went there.
Mom of a president and a governor. And always kind of had that warm mom vibe to her.
She did. She's like the classic old lady, right? She always had curly white hair. Barbara Bush. All right, I'll go with Mary Todd Lincoln, who actually being a mom ended up being a central part of her story because they lost their son, and it led to a huge falling out between Mary Todd and old Abe Lincoln.
My final one, Ben. Octomom. Her real name is Natalie Suleman, but everyone knows her as the Octomom, who gave birth to the world's first surviving set of octuplets in 2009. And she was already a mom to 6 kids. That's a lot.
All right, I'm going to go with the worst mom of all time, Ava Braun.
Was she a mom?
Yeah, she famously killed her children with Hitler in the bunker.
I think it was someone else who killed all the kids. Wasn't it Goebbels?
Regardless. Wasn't great. Did they not? I thought they had children.
They did not.
They did not have children?
They weren't even married.
Oh, my gosh. They got married and then they killed themselves, right?
Ava Braun did not have children.
Oh, my gosh. Pull it off the list. Good. I didn't want her on my list anyways. Worst moms. Oh, jeez.
Notorious moms.
Notorious moms. Oh, man. I'm not prepared for this. I will go with... Man, I'm not game. I've already lost this because you threw a wrinkle in. I'll go Ed Gein's mom, who he famously murdered and kind of turned him into the serial killer that he became. Ed Gein, mom. Yeah, it's not great.
That's rough. All right.
Sorry to be on the same list as Lisa Wilson.
Review.
But I was not thinking I was going to have to go all real moms.
Jake had the number 1 pick. He went Gloria James, the Virgin Mary, Kris Jenner, Barbara Bush, and Octomom. Ben went Lisa Wilson, Queen Elizabeth II, Marie Antoinette, Mary Todd Lincoln, and Ed Gaines's mom.
I don't think of Mary Todd Lincoln as a mom.
Her whole thing is like that Lincoln let their son die.
I remember.
And she lost her mind.
No, I know she was a
Rightfully so.
Who was the mom who, convinced her daughter that she was sick, and then the daughter killed her and just got out of jail?
Oh, yeah.
Forgetting her name.
Yeah, I forgot her name. There was the Hulu show about it.
That's a real downer. All right, stay
Happy
tuned.
Thanksgiving,
We're
everybody.
wrapping it up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are now bowl eligible and look to finish up the regular season with a Friday showdown against Boise State and Logan. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday afternoon at 1 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Doug Gottlieb, Cavino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update. Here's Morgan Scally on how they're going to replace John Henry Daly.
Well, that productivity, it's tough to replace, but that's why you recruit. That's why you got depth. I was very pleased with Cash Dillon and what he did coming in. Lance Holtzclaw playing a little bit injured. So, we've got guys. And John Henry Daly, as a leader, as, a producer on the football field, man. And that's the tough part of this game, right? And we've had Rabbit Evans, and you got Nate Ritchie, and you got these guys that have gone down. Hunter Andrews on the offensive side of the ball, these other guys. It's just part of it, and that's the tough part.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Now's your chance to order. Send them a text, 801-230-5396. Text Kenny J's, 801-230-5396.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We went way long with What You Got Wednesday. We've got Bill Armstrong coming up next on Hanson Scotty. So we got to get out of here. Enjoy everybody's Thanksgiving. Enjoy the time with the family and, of course, the football. Christian, what time we're doing Friday before the Ute game? They're going to have DJ and PK and the pregame show as well. So make sure and tune in for that. Happy Thanksgiving, Ben.
Be safe.
All right. Hanson Scotty G are next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kicking off another edition of the show. Let's get to it. Let's not waste any time. He is the general manager of the Utah Hockey Club.
It's time to hear from the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong, on your exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're going old school, aren't you, buddy?
I honestly think that's the first time I made that mistake this year. Utah Mammoth, not Utah Hockey Club. Bill Armstrong, kind enough to join us. Bill, how you doing?
Hey, Bill.
I'm doing great. What's going on, gentlemen?
We're just enjoying life, watching Logan Cooley score goal after goal after goal. That was, you see 3 every now and then. You don't see 4 very often.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, he does a lot of the right things off the ice. He's always trying to get better, improve, working on his scoring all the time. And, it's one of those things you keep knocking on the door. Eventually you're going to get an opportunity to score like that. And he did. He took advantage of it. And not only that, he made a heck of a play to Gunther on Gunther's goal, too. So he had a great night for us. And good to see him get rewarded. He's an unreal human being and someone that kind of drives our team every night.
Just feels exactly what the doctor ordered here, Bill, with back-to-back wins, back-to-back home wins against New York and Vegas, avenging that first loss to Vegas in that first game back at home. And Lloyd and I were going back and forth just before that New York game, and we're like, geez, where's that offense, man? Where's that crazy offensive attack? And you get it in New York, and then you get it against Vegas. But 5 scores. Just talk about the offense, how they've come around from that 4-game losing streak to now put 2 wins on the board.
Well, I think for our team, we kind of, had success, and I think we got away from what made us have that success. And we're probably one of the fastest teams in the National Hockey League. And we take that puck and we go one way and we go north, and we get away from the fancy drop passes and the cute little plays and just put pucks and people at the net and use our speed. We create offense all day long. And we got to get back to that on a consistent basis. When we do that, we're going to be a winning hockey club because we've got a ton of talent, we've got a ton of speed, and we've got to use that. When we start playing slow and fancy, it doesn't work for us. So I think there's a little bit of a learning curve with our group and allowing us to kind of have success when we play the right way.
How it's always fun to get a win in the NHL, but to do so in convincing fashion against the Golden Knights, does that mean a little something extra?
Oh, 100%. I think it's a big thing for us with that ability to beat some of the bigger and better teams in the league. And the Golden Knights have been a great franchise from the moment they've come in. Whenever you get a chance to beat them, it's certainly rewarding, and it gives it gives you a little confidence as an organization that you can play against the big boys.
One thing that Scotty and I continue to try to educate the listeners on hockey, and we continue to try to educate ourselves, but there's something in hockey called the penalty kill. And for people out there, when you got the penalty, you put a certain group on the ice. That group defends against the goal with a man down. And right now, the Utah Mammoth have the best penalty kill going back to mid-October. What's that unit doing? What's making it really work for them?
Well, there's a lot of little details that go in, but one is clearing the puck. When you get a chance to get your hands on it, it's getting it out, and that we do a great job with that. It's winning the face-off and making clears, but it's also positioning and great goaltending. A couple of years ago when we were coming out of the rebuild, we wanted to put some time in to see if we could, put as much emphasis on the PK as we did the power play, and we came up with Kevin Stenlin was the man that was a great penalty killer. And so when we brought him into our organization, it changed everything. I mean, he takes great pride in that. He's out killing about 90% of the penalties that we take, and he's just a warrior out there. And he's playing with a broken nose right now and didn't miss a beat with it. So he's been unbelievable, and I think he kind of inspires our group. And I know John Madden, our coach, does a wonderful job too. He was a big-time killer in his day, and he's really did a nice job in getting the group to buy in and believe that we can get it done every single time we're killing.
So much of it seems like a goaltender's life is about momentum. And when you have a tender that struggles in the early part of a game, like Veggie did in New York against the Rangers, and then finishes really strong, how rare is it to see a guy right the ship in the middle of a game?
Well, I think that's experience, and not letting one mistake lead to another. And he came back with an incredible performance against Las Vegas, that was, and you need that. If you're going to win, you got to have your goaltenders make those crucial saves. And he's been a big part of our success. Everybody goes through their dips, being average at times. But when he's truly, at his best, we're winning hockey games, and he's a huge part of our team.
I've missed Sean Dursey, and I know that he's getting really, really close to return, but I think he's a fan favorite. He's one of my favorites. Nasty, plays with a chip on his shoulder. What's his expected return at this point?
Well, it looks like at this point he's going to come back and play tonight, so I think it's going to be an exciting moment for our group, give us a little momentum, getting him back in the lineup. He's truly a warrior. He's truly somebody that kind of drives our team. I think the guys are going to be pretty excited that he's coming back to play tonight. He's a big part of the team. He's kind of like our engine behind the scenes. He's always going and trying to push the group. So it'll be a special night to have him back in the lineup.
So the late great Jerry Sloan, when he was coaching the Jazz, every year you could set your watch to it because the Jazz would always petition to have a bunch of games on the road in Christmas because he wanted his guys away from their family before Christmas. He didn't want them worrying about shopping or any of the other stuff. You got a lot of family men. You got a lot of kids. Do you ever think like that? Like, you know what? This might not be a bad time to take our guys on the road. Are those ever conversations you have between you and the rest of the guys in the front office in the league?
No. But I would just say there are no holidays in hockey. How's that sound?
There you
know
go.
What I mean?
Yeah.
When the season's on, 4th of July, we all relish in the 4th of July because there's no hockey. But when hockey season's on, it comes or goes, whether you get days to celebrate, holidays. So you're just kind of used to it and you kind of make the most of it. But really, I mean, we're used to it as hockey players. We've been playing it our whole life, and it's just everybody knows. Sometimes you get the holidays, sometimes you don't, and you're trying to make the most of it. And our guys are pretty good with it. But we're kind of a family-oriented group, so we don't mind the families around, and we don't mind family time for the players.
Love getting these Canadian teams down here into the Delta Center, get them down to Utah, put them in front of this fan base. It should be a lot of fun. It's a very good Montreal team. Talk about them. Talk about kind of what your expectations are for your team in this closeout for your homestand.
Well, they're a good team. They're young like us. They're built like us. It's going to be a battle. They can put up the offense. They can fly too. For us, it's just, can we outperform them in some areas like goaltending or power play or PK? It's going to come down. It's going to be a close game. They're an extremely good team. It's going to be a battle for us. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to play those guys. Everybody knows that the Canadians are a little dirty. They cheat once in a while too. So I'd like to see the good guys win tonight. The good guys getting rewarded tonight.
So are you talking about the Montreal Canadiens or just Canadians in general?
Well, my dad did say when I was playing hockey, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So maybe there's a little kid, but the Montreal Canadiens, everybody knows that
I got you.
They might cheat a little bit, yeah.
Hey, I don't know. Like we've talked about this a lot, the physicality and how difficult it is what you ask these guys to do. But to play a road trip and go on a road trip and you play 6 games in 10 days, crisscrossing all over the country, that's a lot to ask of these guys, man.
It is. I mean, and this part of the season is a really, really hard. It's a hard part for everybody, because it's just the Olympics, and you're so jammed up and you're just flying. You're playing, every other day. The whole league is just it's an up and down league because of the travel, because of the strain, and you can watch it. Teams win 5 in a row and then they lose 5 in a row. So it's a hard league right now with the amount of games that we're playing back and forth. But I believe the Canadians are going to be hungry for us. We're in a similar kind of build where we're at, and I think we're looking forward to playing each other. 2 good young teams going at it.
So, Bill, as you know, I'm a color analyst for BYU football, so I get to go with the team. I get to call the games and analyze the finer points of the game, and I love breaking down the finer aspects of it, trying to bring people that maybe didn't play it into the game a little bit. Yeah. Take me into a certain aspect of this game. Just take me into the face-off. Talk about some of the finer details of standing face-to-face, knowing that you've got to get control of this puck, and what goes into that moment.
Well, it is a really important part of you control the play. You can kind of control the game, and there's certain impact face-offs. When you're on a power play, for example, it's a must-win. If you don't, it's 30 seconds off your power play. So you got to really dig in. But it's not only the guy that's taking the face-off. It's the winger to the left or right of you, or if you're in the defensive zone, it could be a defenseman on the line. But anything inside the circle that lies there, we call it a dirty puck. If that dirty puck's lying there, you got to find a way to win it and push it back and get control of it. But it's not just the center that's taking the draw. It's also, the D-man and the wingers also jumping in on loose pucks to win the battles. And that's a big component of it. But if you get a really good centerman, he can time it right, and maybe he cheats a little bit off the draw. He finds ways just to win draws, but they're huge. We've struggled at times with it. We've been great with it at times. I feel like sometimes as an older guy in the National Hockey League, they might let you cheat a little bit more off the draw. Unfortunately, we got all young guys, so they hold us to a high standard.
If you had to win one face-off right now with a guy on this roster, is it Keller?
No. Stenlund's our best guy. He's a rock star at draws, and he kind of runs the table. When he's on, there's not many people in the league that can beat him.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time. Hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Although, as you mentioned, there's really no holidays in the NHL. But if you can sneak in a good turkey meal somewhere, enjoy it. And we look forward to catching up with you again.
Find a way, Bill.
Find a way. Thank you very much for having me on, and really, really appreciate it. And happy Thanksgiving, boys.
All our pleasure. That's all our pleasure, bro.
Yes, absolutely. There he is, Bill Armstrong. You know what? Like, there's something that, like, I don't know, man. Like, when he says, "See you later, boys," the way he says "boys," like, I'm just like, hey, you know what?
Go fight for that dude.
I will fight for that guy.
And
absolutely.
That's what you've earned today, boys.
Boys. I mean, because that's a hockey term right there. You don't see You don't see Kyle Whittingham saying, you know, the boys came out and played a good game. That's not college. That's not
Boys.
NFL. That's only NHL. And so when we get lumped in and he calls us boys, and we're like, all right, you know what? Not bad being part of this fraternity.
So he's calling for Kevin Stinley.
Yeah.
He says Kevin Stinley
and didn't even blink an eye.
He's like, because I know Keller had a very high percentage, but he's saying no. You go to the master, who is Kevin Stinland. The face-off is always just it's interesting. Did he say, and that's just one of the small details of hockey that I must not really understand. Did he say that if you win a face-off, it takes 30 seconds off a power play? I thought he said.
I don't think so.
Okay. No, I didn't hear.
Okay, I thought he said that, and I was like, 30 seconds off the power play.
Like they shave it off.
Maybe you won it? Maybe it's just that you're killing time with it.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe you're just able.
I think
to
that's what
it
is. Like on average, you're going to possess it
Okay.
for 30 seconds and run 30 seconds off a power play.
Because when he said that, I was like, geez, that just goes to show. I mean, you know, you and I are working in our second season of NHL, 24, 25 games into the second season of hockey. And just so everybody understands, like we really have tried.
Oh, yeah.
We're jumping into this, and Bill Armstrong, the general manager, helps us a ton.
Oh, yeah.
A ton. And, you know, it's great to go to games, be at the ice, see it in person. But, man, there's so many stinking little nuances. Like the game of football has all these little nuances that I just understand. In the call, it's easy because you understand the nuance and you're able to put the big picture out there. Well, I'm starting to understand the big picture of the NHL, but it's the small things that I'm trying to better understand.
Yeah, and that's, you know, you get to a point where you understand the game enough to be dangerous, but then you want to know the why and the how, just not the big picture, and that's what we're striving to do for you.
Yeah, because in a couple weeks here, when football concludes, it's all hockey.
Oh, get ready, folks.
Yeah, it's all hockey all the time.
You're going to get force-fed some hockey.
Yeah, we are. We're going to jump into this hockey thing, and you know, we always keep you updated on NFL, and we keep you updated on college off-season and open transfer portals and NILs. And college definitely keeps us busy, but it's going to be a lot of NHL talk.
Yeah. It's a front office Wednesday because coming up here in about 10 minutes, Danny Ainge will join us on the program.
Yeah, and I know Danny is extremely busy today, and just kind of going back and forth with him today. He's a very, very busy man.
Yes.
And I appreciate him being willing to step away from what he's doing to take a few minutes with us.
And I want to ask him.
I told him we'd keep it quick, but I want to catch up with him.
Because I think this is a really good time of the year for general managers and scouts to go out and observe guys in different situations, because these MTEs that are going on right now in college basketball, you're throwing a lot of guys early in the career, so they're as healthy as they're going to be all season long, and you're throwing them in a situation where they don't really have a lot of time to game plan for individual teams because it's early in the year. A lot of coaches and rosters have been upended, and so you're essentially playing teams without a lot of scout, with a lot of preparation, and you throw them out on the court and see how they can handle themselves. And I think scouts really enjoy these early season MTEs, and you see differing styles. And, you know, you get into the middle of conference play, everybody knows the book's out on everybody. Like, everybody knows your strengths, your weaknesses, because they've scouted you like crazy. But these MTEs are a little different. You just throw everybody in the mix and say, all right, go play each other. Ready, go.
Yeah.
And so you learn a lot about who these guys are.
It's a good place to be, right? I mean,
oh, yeah. And I'm sure he's not, there's no great Alaskan shootout for Danny. I'm sure he may be in the heart of Atlanta's tournament or somewhere in Orlando or somewhere warm.
I know he's extremely busy.
Yeah.
So appreciate him taking a few minutes, because we do need to talk a little bit about this Jazz team currently on a 4-game losing streak, losing to the Lakers on the road, Oklahoma City at home, the Lakers at home, and then on Monday they lost to Golden State. Now, they'll get tonight off. They'll get Thanksgiving off, and they'll be back to action on Friday against Sacramento. But you get 3 games at home starting on Friday. You get Sacramento, and then you get Houston twice on Sunday and Monday. So you get some home attention, and right now Keontae George has been the guy. Keontae George has found his scoring stride, and he's starting to look better. He's been your lead scorer and assists in this 4 games losing streak. So scoring and assists, Keontae George has led this team. We'll just kind of get some of Danny Ainge's thoughts on Keontae and get some of his thoughts on this team, what he expects from him on this homestand.
Yeah, and this is a fun stretch for the Jazz. We're giving away tickets, and we had a great opportunity for you to win tickets. Remember, every Tuesday we have your Jazz Ticket Tuesday, where we give away Jazz tickets every hour on the hour. All right, we'll take an early break. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, so we make sure we're back in time for Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we go. It all comes down to this for BYU. Beat UCF, and the Cougars will be in Arlington for the Big 12 title game. As BYU looks to keep their dream season alive, keep it locked on The Zone for complete coverage of BYU football every step of the way. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, all right. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here with some holiday inspiration as the season begins. Your Black Friday savings are already going strong through Cyber Monday, and shoppers can enjoy 20% off store-wide with exclusive specials up to 60% off. You truly make holiday gift-giving easy, John, and you carry jewelry for so many personalities and styles, don't you?
We absolutely do, and it means so much to us as a family jeweler when people shop locally and support their family jeweler. And this season, we brought in beautiful, never-seen-before pieces just in time for the holidays. And there's something meaningful for everyone, whether it be our Zodiac collection or an engravable pendant to personalize with a message that they'll love. Or embrace our simplicity with our essential classic pieces to help build your loved one's jewelry collection.
I can think of several people who adore those. What else is exciting this year?
Well, our beautifully handcrafted engagement rings and wedding bands from the JBJ collection, or the fashion jewelry for both men and women. There's always a perfect piece for every budget and every style.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or shop their Black Friday deals online now at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK, and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
All right, you still have some time. Get a hold of our guy, Kenny, at Kenny J's Barbecue, and secure your turkey for tomorrow. If you don't want to deal with all the stress, or if you've been a guy and thinking you can just show up at some box store and buy a turkey right now and have it thawed out and ready to go, guess what? You won't. So call Kenny. Kenny will get you squared away right now with your own personally smoked turkey. 801-230-5396.
Or brisket.
Or brisket.
Or both, because I'm doing both.
Nice.
Kenny's smoking both for me.
Yeah, attaboy.
And I am happy to pay him and happy to get that amazing smoked meat the day of Thanksgiving. So he's still taking orders?
I'm assuming so.
Because he's going to have to get it on the smoker.
Yeah, pretty quick.
Really quick.
So I would say call right now, 801-230-5396.
Hey, we're getting Danny Ainge on here in just a second. Did you see this tweet?
I did.
I said, I love this. Which controller do you have the best memories with?
It's number 2, and it's not even close.
Oh, it's the original Nintendo controller.
Yeah.
Go to @975Hans, and you can see 20 different gaming controllers. And I went with number 6. And I went with number 6 because this was my college controller.
Yeah.
It was GoldenEye 007, and it was NFL Blitz.
Yeah.
And it was hours and hours of gaming.
GoldenEye, revolutionary game. All your first-person shooters and all that other nonsense you got now, it's all back to that game.
Yep. And then number 2 would be number 12. Number 12 is Halo and all that nonsense.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to check in with Danny Ainge.
It's time to talk Jazz basketball with the CEO of the Utah Jazz and NBA legend, Danny Ainge. With Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny, how you doing?
Hey, Danny.
I'm good. How are you guys today? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Hey, how important are these early MTEs in college basketball to get a grasp on who these guys are? Do you learn a little bit more about these guys in these kind of situations?
Well, I don't know how important each one of the games are, but it's sure nice when you have to go travel to follow teams around all the rest of the year to see and hear, and it's that you come in and you get to see 18 teams in one setting over a few day period. So that's a lot easier, a lot nicer just to be able to get to see them physically. And so now when you go the rest of the year and you're watching film, you had a chance to see how they interact and with their teammates, their coaches, just the whole personal touch, their bodies, how athletic, now it's easier to watch film the rest of the year.
Danny, how often do you get a call from an old teammate or an old NBAer or somebody you're familiar with that says, hey, Danny, I got to have you look at this guy. I got to have you look at my kid. I need you to look at this. Does that happen to you a lot?
It happens some. It feels like, coming into draft time, it happens more than any other time. But, yeah, everybody's anxious, and some people just are completely oblivious to how hard it is to get here.
Well, because I keep thinking I'm a big nobody, and I get my old teammates who have high schoolers, and they call me, and they're like, hey, Hans, you gotta tweet this, man. Hey, come out and watch this kid. Hey, you got to see this kid. And I'm a big nobody, and I'm like, man, I bet Danny just gets bombarded with people saying, hey, you got to watch my kid.
Yeah, a funny story with Austin, my son, who's now with us in the Jazz. I remember when he came out of college, and he was with us in the draft process, and he couldn't believe that players that he had played against in college that were big names and all conference, et cetera, had zero chance. Weren't even discussed in the draft process, and it's an awakening for most people that come into the draft.
Are there certain schools and certain head coaches, and you don't need to name names, but certain college coaches and programs where a guy's coming out of that institution, you're like, all right, I'm going to give him a little bit of an edge just because I like the system and I like what's been asked. I know what's been asked of him in the collegiate level.
Yeah, I would say no on that, but I do recognize and acknowledge that there are some coaches that I wish every kid could play for, that just play harder and tougher. They're held more accountable. But I think that there's enough good coaches in college, at the bigger programs, that there's not a huge separation from the very best coach to the 30th best coach, probably. But yeah, there's some bad coaches out there.
You mentioned how difficult it is to get to the league, and I was thinking about it just looking at my son who's currently on a mission and his chances of getting to the NFL, being a third-generation Olsen, and then looking at you and when you came into the NBA. I just feel like nowadays, Danny, to be a professional athlete, I feel like it's 5 times more difficult than it was when I came into the NFL, maybe even more difficult with the NBA because of the emergence of the European player. How difficult is it for these guys to make it nowadays?
Well, it is hard. That's why, you see first-team All-Americans that don't make it sometimes. The college game and the European game are different than the NBA game, and with spacing especially, and I think that it's just a difficult transition to make. But I don't know if it's harder. I mean, in the earlier days, it was 23 teams and 12 players per team, and now you have 30 teams and 18 players per team, so there's a lot more spots available. yeah, it's a worldwide game more and more, and there's more people playing in the young leagues. So yes, it is every bit the challenge it always has been.
As a evaluator of talent, with the essentially college is almost a completely different game than the NBA because of the spacing and the lack of freedom of movement. So how hard is that to project what a guy will do? Like VJ Edgecombe has a really good college career, but now he's blowing up at the NBA level because of that system that allows him to really accentuate his skill set. So how hard is that to project, okay, he did this in college, but boy, when he comes here, he's going to do this?
Well, I think VJ Edgecombe, as an example, was pretty well projected by unanimously every team in the league. I don't think he was so hard to project. He's a tremendous athlete, and turning out to be a very good player at a young age is not shocking for most of us that have watched him play.
Hey, Danny, you've been a part of a lot of things that ramp up anxiety, take a lot of effort and energy, and you've had a lot of accomplishments. Where does the Elite Eight for you rank back in 1981? Last time BYU made it to an Elite Eight. How tough is it to get there? What's it like when you get there? And how much does that sit on your mind? Or how fresh is that memory for you?
Vance, like most of my life, I wish I wasn't this way to this extent. But, I remember the losses more than the wins. I didn't feel like it was an amazing accomplishment. It was, beating Notre Dame team was a lot of fun, and beating UCLA, they were two very highly ranked teams with, I think UCLA had 7 NBA players on it, the team that we beat that year. And Notre Dame, I think, had 5, I don't want to exaggerate here, but I think 5 first-round picks on their team that year. So I feel like, those were great accomplishments, but just making it was not, it wasn't like we accomplished anything. It felt like we lost to Virginia to get to the Final Four, which was a bigger goal. And Virginia was a great team. But yeah, those were fun times. And I look back on them and think, I can look back now and say that was fun. It was a great year, but we just came up short.
Does it shock you that you're the last one that made it to an Elite Eight in BYU history?
I am surprised
because
they've had some good teams. They've had some good teams that probably deserved it or could have made it that far. But I feel like, some injuries and et cetera. But I think Jimmer's team was really good. And, losing one of their best players going into the postseason, that's never good.
Danny Ainge joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz coming off a tough loss to the Lakers, and then, of course, a tough loss to the Golden State Warriors as well. How do you feel like your team is heading in this heading right now, and how do you feel like things are coming together at this point of the season when you've got a month under your belt right now?
Well, the season, there's a lot of ups and downs, and I think that we put a lot into that Laker comeback.
Yeah.
They outplayed us most of the game, but I think Will is doing a really good job with the guys, and I feel like they're playing hard, and he's trying to experiment and figure out which lineups can work and how to accentuate our best players and put an emphasis on them. But I feel like it's going pretty good. I'm enjoying watching. I feel like Ace is coming along. We've had a couple of guys. EJ had a big game yesterday in the G League. No, it was on Monday, but I'm excited about what is going on. Actually, I see some really good things and very positive about it.
Certainly wants Keontae George. It's got to be Danny.
I'm sorry I lost you there.
I said one of them has to be Keontae George at this point with his development.
Yeah, Keontae's having a fantastic year, and more than just the offensive output and the assists, but defensively, he's playing better. And again, I think that Will is doing a really good job, and his whole staff of just holding the players accountable and taking them out when they're not playing defense. They're not running back in transition. They're missing a box out. We got a lot of young players that are not doing, and veterans too. I mean, veterans aren't without making mistakes. And I thought the Golden State game was just kind of a blah game. That was a little bit disappointing. It wasn't. There were some good moments in it for sure, especially with Keontae early in the game and Ace with some really good plays. But I feel like, defensively, we took a big step backwards in the last three quarters of that game.
So this day and age of YouTube and social media, people can drag up old quotes really quick. And sometimes you'll hear something that somebody said a few years ago. You're like, wow, I don't even remember that. My kid the other day, my 14-year-old, who's a sports nut, was going through some YouTube clips, and he was just powering through a bunch of them, and he sees an old interview in which you and I think Charles Barkley weighed in and talked about an NBA player that not a lot of people remember or give the credit to that he deserves, but you said that you feared him as much as anybody was Andrew Toney. Talk a little bit about what he was like as a player and why he was so difficult back in the day.
Well, when I got to Boston, he was, I think someone had given him the nickname of the Boston Strangler.
Oh, jeez.
And, but what I remember about Andrew was very underrated player, by the way, and historically in the NBA. I mean, he just didn't have a long career because of a foot issue and foot injury. But Andrew was so tough mentally and so physical, and a great shooter, a great shot creator in one-on-one situations. And yeah, he was a fantastic player. And he destroyed us in a few games. And it was unfortunate that his career ended short, because I think we'd all know who Andrew Toney is.
Well, Danny, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and always thanks for going down memory lane with us, too. I love picking your brain on old 80s and 90s NBA, too.
Yeah, and have a great Thanksgiving, Danny.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, you guys, too. Talk to you later.
You got it. Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So he said Elite Eight is not an accomplishment.
Yeah, see, that's why I love talking to Danny, is because he's like, should have gone further that year.
Like we lost. We didn't really accomplish much.
That dude just tells you what's up. Like, I love that interview. And sometimes it comes across like, well, that's a dumb question, but it's not. He's just telling you how he feels.
Hey, I want our social media team to grab that cut and that video of Danny saying, we lost.
The losses hurt hurt worse than the wins feel good. Yeah.
First of all, he's extremely humble, but secondly, it's the last time BYU went to an Elite Eight.
Yeah, I know, and he's shocked by that.
It's 1981.
Yeah.
And, we look at A.J. DeMonsa, we look at Rob Wright, we look at Richie Saunders, Keba Keita, and we say, well, if they don't get to a Sweet 16, that's a letdown. I look at him like, man, if they don't get to a Final Four, that's tough. I mean, Danny would say if they don't get to the championship, then they haven't achieved anything.
Yeah.
I mean, his take is to Elite Eight. I mean, it was great to beat Notre Dame, and UCLA had 8 NBA players on it, but so what? Who's counting? Those are 2 good wins. I just see how tough the tournament is.
Oh, yeah. And when it's one and done, it's just anything can happen.
I also do look at the NBA today and I say it is way more difficult to make it in the NBA than it was in the 80s and 90s as an American player.
And just by the sheer numbers you mentioned, now we have the influx of European players just taking spots right and left. And for good reason. They're more than talented enough to do it. It's just, I mean, they're so limited. And you're right. Like, if you go back and you look at that Illinois team that Darren Williams was a part of, Darren Williams wasn't a first-team all-conference. Darren Williams was not the Big Ten Player of the Year. That was D. Brown, who the Jazz picked up late in the second round just to make Darren happy and was gone a year later.
Yeah.
D. Brown was really the face of that team, but everybody knew Darren Williams was the better player or would be a better player in the NBA.
European players make up 20% of the NBA.
Mm.
There were a record 71 European players representing nearly 18% of total players on opening night rosters. With France, Serbia, Spain, all contributing players. So over 20% it's tough to make it.
Yeah.
And the people that I see come through this state, the players I see come through this state that don't make it, and you're like, he didn't even
sniff it.
Didn't get a shot.
Yeah.
Then you see a Jakob Hurtel who comes through, and Jakob has had a fantastic NBA career, and you're like, oh, great, that's awesome. But it just feels like it's 1 in 100, 1 in 200.
Well, and I remember Tom Nasalki when I was doing this show with him, and somebody came up to him at a Jazz game, and the guy was like, hey, how great of a career is Jimmer Fredette going to have in the NBA? And Tom looks at him and goes, if you want to look at a guy that's going to have a great NBA career, it's not going to be Jimmer. It's this guy playing at Weber State. And the guy's like, who? And the guy, you need to look at Damian Lillard. Damian's going to have a better NBA career. And this guy's like,
what?
You don't know anything about basketball.
Talking about.
And I think the guy knew what he was talking about.
Well, it was close. I mean, we'd have to pull up the numbers.
And that's the thing. Like, people are always like, they fall in love with their guy at the collegiate level, and they think he's going to be great. And it's okay to be an elite college player and not be a great player at the next level. That's why I think what Sam Merrill's doing is a wildly successful story.
Yeah.
And just absolutely incredible.
I want to hit two things, one about the Big 12 and one about the CFP and the what you may have missed.
College football playoff rankings are out. We will break those down for you coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big shout out to all my good friends at American First Credit Union. So grateful for this partnership, the relationships that I've had through the company, and just getting to know how it operates behind the scenes. I really want people to know that management, employment, these are all good people, Utahns, kind, ready to work, willing to help. We always think, customer service is dead. Not with American First Credit Union. I was just recently in with America First, and they helped me set up a Venmo account. I am a official owner of a Venmo account, so now I can Venmo money. Well, America First Credit Union helped me with that. I opened up a little account so that I could save some money. They helped me with that so that I could just save a little bit away. I love America First Credit Union. I love what they do for me, and I know that they can help you. Lloyd, are you laughing about my Venmo? Is that what you're laughing about? Is Christian laughing about my Venmo?
Nope.
Yes, you are.
I love your Venmo.
Yes, I just started Venmo last week, and
never heard of it.
So it's an app where you can send money to your friends, or you can receive money from your friends, and it'll go into your financial.
Like it mails them the money?
No, it just sends it electronically. So it deducts it from your American First Credit Union account, and you can send it right to somebody. It could be anywhere from $2. It could be, $1,000, and it's just a quick transaction. It's the newer version of PayPal, they say. So I had to get up with the times. America First Credit Union. They'll help you if you're an old fuddy-duddy like me. Set up these new-aged accounts, and they'll get you squared away. America First at americafirst.com.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, it's a scam. Always. Scammers love gift cards because they're just like cash. They use fake stories about prizes, overdue bills, or emergencies to get you to act before you think. But no real business, government agency, or friend will ever ask for gift cards. Learn how to spot and stop these scams at aarp.org/gift cards. That's aarp.org/gift cards, paid for by AARP.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have 2 dogs because you gotta open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
Well, the holidays are really here. Things are speeding up. I know exactly what we all need to do, and that's head into the Western Nut Company. I'm here with Sarah, and you can take care of it all.
We love the holidays, and we try to make it seamless for our customers to enjoy our gift baskets and our fudge and our brittle and all the things that make it the holidays.
Western Nut is perfect for corporate giving and also for your family and your friends and your neighbors.
For corporate gifting, we have a team that's ready to take your list and ship it right from our store.
You know what I love is Dee and I go into Western Nut and the mothership, which is right there on 4th and 3rd West, and we just let you guys take care of it all. We select the gift and you guys ship them off, especially to Dee's family in Missouri.
Western Nut's been doing this since 1966, and we've got it down. All the things that you need to cover everybody on your list.
A good place to start is by going online at westernnut.com. That's westernut.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The regular season comes to an end for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they hit the road for a battle against Kansas. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel that I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You'll win 2 tickets to see Nate Bargatze's Big Dumb Eyes Tour at Delta Center coming up December 4th through 6th. By the way, he added a couple more shows. And so that thing's hopping. Hottest ticket in town, December 4th through 6th. Nate Bargatze. And if you're calling number 12.
You're giving away tickets?
Those tickets are yours.
Good for you, man.
I know. I told Lloyd, I'm like, Lloyd, you don't get to keep those tickets. We're going on the air and giving them away to our listeners.
Well, big props to both of you for being so generous and giving away the Bargatze tickets.
Yeah. And by the way, Kenny J's Barbecue, I want you to text Kenny right now and see if he can help you out. 801-230-5396. Help make your Thanksgiving unforgettable. He's putting those turkeys, those brisket on the fire right now. So those things need to be smoked for a long time. So if you're hurting for your Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow, you've already burnt the turkey or you've already made a mess out of your kitchen, just call or text our guy, Kenny J's, right now, 801-230-5396.
Okay, a couple things. Number one, Brett Yormark, where are you at?
Yeah. What you doing? Where are you at?
Brett Yormark.
Are you in San Bernardino? Where are you at? Hello?
Brett? Where are you?
No comments from the Big 12.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
They just hammered BYU at the Mormons.
Yep. And then the College Football Playoff Committee just hammered BYU.
Yeah, keeping them out of their first team out again.
Yep.
Brett, where are you? Where's the announcements? Where's the fines? Where's the leadership? What are you doing? What rock are you under?
Yeah.
Come out. Come out, because you are an intimidating force. And I know that you do not stand for bigotry. I know that. He's made that very clear with his beliefs and who he is, that he's not messing with that stuff. But where are you? It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
This happened last Saturday. So I would love to get some type of announcement, even if it's, hey, we're not going to fine Cincinnati because we feel like they preemptively try to get out in front of it with a crowd announcement. Okay, so make some explanation. We don't truly feel like the Mormons are under a threat, and, you know, this is a Christian group that we feel okay about mocking. Like, give me something.
Yeah. All right, so here's my guess. Is that coming up around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock Mountain Time, the Big 12 will release a statement about not accepting bigotry, and that is not who we are. I don't think they'll announce a fine, because if they were going to fine Cincinnati, they would have announced it Monday or Tuesday. I don't think they're going to announce a fine, and they're going to bury it Wednesday before a holiday, and so it flies under the radar, and everybody's making their Thanksgiving plans. It's like the old adage in PR, release your bad news on a Friday at 5.
So you're going to release it just before the
Thanksgiving holiday.
There will be a fine, right?
I would think so, but the more that we haven't heard anything or seen anything, because if you're going to fine somebody, you fine it so you can send a message to everybody else like, hey, guess what? We're not standing for this stuff anymore. And so if you're going to do that, you do it on Monday morning, where everybody can pick it up like, oh, the Big 12 throwing the hammer of Thor down. They will not put up with this. If you're going to be weak on your punishment, you don't want anybody to see it. You put it out Wednesday at 5 o'clock before Thanksgiving when nobody's paying attention.
The Big 12 Conference fined the University of Colorado $50,000 and issued a public reprimand for hateful and discriminatory language used by fans during the September 27th game. I'm trying to figure out when this was issued. I thought it was issued Monday, was it not?
Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, here it is, September 30th.
All right, hold on. Let me pull that up. September.
So the game was the 27th.
September.
So it was Tuesday, right?
September 30th was a Tuesday. Yep.
So they issued the public reprimand and fine of Colorado was issued that Tuesday following the game. We're Wednesday.
Yeah. All right. So you've got that you can be upset about if you're a BYU fan, which you should be upset about. Frankly, if you're a member of the LDS faith or just a decent human being, you should be upset about that. Second of all, if you're a BYU fan, you should be upset because Brett Yormark needs to be leading a very public campaign talking about the horrible treatment that BYU, and frankly, you could throw Utah in the mix as well.
Yes, you can.
About how they're being treated in the Big 12 playoffs. Let's start with BYU. Their resume is as good as anybody. Strength of schedule, you throw in one bad loss, and you've got two loss teams that have leapfrogged ahead of BYU. The BYU has a better resume then. And then you can go Utah and say you dropped Utah down. Why? Oh, because they they won a very close game against Kansas State? Well, let me show you Texas A&M and what they went through, and they were playing a really bad South Carolina team. They're down 30-3 in that game.
Come back.
And had to come back and win that game. But you didn't hold them anything against them about that.
Right. So I was going through it this morning. I went through it with a pretty fine-tooth comb, and I left my notes on my desk. I've got a couple here, but I think that Utah is a better two-loss team than Oklahoma, Alabama, Notre Dame. Let me explain. So Notre Dame has played 4 road games and went 3-1 in the 4 road games. They started the season 0-2. Now those 2 losses, Miami and Texas A&M. Their best win that they've got is not against a top 15 team. Then you got number 10 Alabama. They played 4 road games, went 3-1. They lost to a 5-6 Florida State team that lost to Stanford. That's a 5-6 Florida State team. That's one of Alabama's losses. And then you got Oklahoma. Oklahoma 9-2. They lost to Texas 23-6. Texas did them up.
Yeah,
23-6. They've played only 4 home games. The 3 2-loss teams that are in front of BYU played 4 road games. BYU's played 6 road games. They're 5-1 in the 6, and BYU has played 6 bowl-eligible teams, has won 6 bowl-eligible games against teams that are bowl-eligible. The resume is very strong for BYU, and actually it's very strong for the University of Utah that they're getting screwed in this whole thing too, and we just don't – there's nothing put together.
BYU, worst case, should be 9. Utah should be 10. If you want to put Utah as the last team out, all right, okay, fine. They're a 2-loss team, but BYU needs to be in the top 10. They really do. And I think, and so I was talking to somebody this morning, and they said, well, maybe they can jump up if they beat Texas Tech. Well, yeah, they're going to jump up because they're going to have the automatic bid. And Texas Tech, they may drop Texas Tech out of the thing. This isn't a shot against BYU. It's not a shot against Utah. It's a shot against the Big 12. They are saying the Big 12 conference, we feel as that they're as quality of a representative in the college football playoff as whoever comes out of the G5. The G5 is going to get 1 spot, and the Big 12 is going to get 1 spot. So
that's a shame.
It is.
Right now, the SEC represents 5 of the top 10. The Big 10 represents 3 of the top 10. Your other 2 are Texas Tech, and then Notre Dame as an independent.
Yeah.
Can we please get over this Notre Dame love affair?
It's never going to happen. We need an entire generation of writers and journalists to die before that happens.
What's crazy is
I like to say stuff in front of Frank. Well, no, they just need to age out because you got these old blue hairs who grew up loving everything about Notre Dame and worshiping everything, and they pray to St. Rudy every night. And it's like, what? Why? I mean, okay, last year Notre Dame played in the championship game. Great. Every other year they've been to the college football playoff. They not only lose in the first game, they get obliterated in the first round. They have no business being there. Cincinnati gets there and gets obliterated by Alabama. They're like, oh, they should never have been there. Well, look at Notre Dame. Notre Dame gets hammered every year they play. And not in the way that Lloyd – no, never mind. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
When does football put the pinch on them?
I'm sorry. It never happens.
Put the pinch on them. They're independent.
It'll never happen.
They just sit there and float around, and they make their own schedules. And
yeah, they manufacture 10 or 11 wins every year based on their schedule.
They've played 4 road games.
Yeah, and one of them's a neutral site, isn't it?
Was Miami a neutral site?
I think so. They always play a neutral site game at the beginning of the year.
I think it was. I think Miami was a neutral site. So they've played Arkansas at home, garbage team, worse than the SEC. Boston College at home, garbage team, the worst in the ACC. Boston College is bottom of the ACC. Arkansas is bottom of the SEC. And then a Pitt team that's okay, but not great.
Yeah.
That's their road games. That's Notre Dame's road games. They manufacture, and by the way, they finished the season on the road at Stanford.
Yeah.
That's their finish.
Yeah. All right. Frank Dolce is going to join us next. It is our Ute preview show, so let's get it. Talking nothing but Utah football coming up for the next 2 hours. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every child deserves a warm, joyful holiday season. But many families in Utah are struggling right now. KSL's Quarters for Christmas is here to help. With your support, we can provide coats and shoes to kids who need them most. Every dollar goes directly toward winter clothing for Utah children. Please join us in making a difference. Donate today at kslquarters.com. That's kslquarters.com.
The delicious, incredible flavors and action of buckedup.com. Man, it's so good. So you hear Scotty talking about the Woke AF. Scotty, I got a new flavor.
Nice. Let's go.
And not only did I get a new flavor, but I'm going to start double scooping the Woke AF Blue Raz Have you tried the Blue Raz?
Yeah, but you're going to double scoop? No, I have not tried the Blue Raz. I'm very excited about trying it.
I'm going to double scoop because one scoop gets me just the extra, mile. I want to get an extra couple miles. I want to make sure that I'm awake and alert for the show.
So what you're saying is you plan on hitting it hard during Thanksgiving at the dinner table, so you're going to go that extra mile or two on the treadmill.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love it. Delicious flavor. Blue Raz is so good. The other one, Grape Gains. Have you had that one?
I have not, no.
Okay, it's really good. But my favorite is the Freedom, the Grape Freedom. Currently out of stock, but still delicious.
All right, so here's what you do before that Big 12 title game, BYU and Texas Tech. Take a scoop of that Blue Raz and chase it with a energy drink, and then hop on the mic and let her go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Hair on fire.
Yep.
Also, they just started a new production line. It's called Creatine Candy, and instead of putting a scoop of flavorless creatine in your water, you can eat this creatine candy. They've got Blue Raz, cherry, and green apple. So you can get your creatine that you need to keep the brain fog away. All of these things at buckedup.com. Plus, you got their original energy drinks and so much more. Buckedup.com. Promo code The Zone is going to get you 20% off that full order at buckedup.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
From the first twinkle on Temple Square to the last toast of the night, make your holidays shine. 10 floors up. The roof is now open. Perched high above the city in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, every table feels like a front row seat to the season. The anticipation is over, just in time for your merriest gatherings and special occasions. Now with an all-new design and an a la carte menu that wraps Utah favorites in a festive bow. Share a plate of our house-made Utah scone, pass the reimagined funeral potato bites, slice into your perfectly cooked steak, then stop and linger over local honey-drizzled desserts, berry cobbler, and chocolate pudding that tastes like holiday magic. The delicious menu doesn't stop there. Why not try our birria short rib, pork ossobuco, maple glazed salmon, shrimp scampi, and our fried chicken mac and cheese. All dishes made to celebrate togetherness. Elevate your traditions literally. Preview the new menu and reserve your holiday table at theroofslc.com. This is The Roof, where the holidays taste like home.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go!
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Averaging 15 yards a rush. They're getting more here. Jackson out into the open. What a cut. To midfield. Jackson to the 30, to the 20. Touchdown, Kansas State. 80 yards this time. Kansas State going for 2. Johnson is going to throw, and it's knocked away, deflected, and actually intercepted. There is a penalty flag. Returnable, and here goes Utah. Teo Johnson. Avery Johnson trying to catch him. Teo Johnson angling, and he's going to go all the way. Inside the 1 for Utah. Parker and Dampier. Parker in motion. Dampier keeps it. Dampier, touchdown, Utah! In to help pass protect. Johnson scrambling. Throws across his body, and it's intercepted! The senior, Lander Barton. And that's going to do it. A crazy come-from-behind win for Utah.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. But more importantly, it's Frank Dolce. Frank, that felt like an old WAC game in 1986.
What?
That Kansas State-Utah game.
Is that what it felt like? It felt like
you played in that conference. So
being taken out behind the woodshed. That's what it felt like.
All right. Well, yeah. And there was no defense. Kind of felt like maybe an old AFL game where you just needed one stop. And Utah got that one stop.
They did.
It
2.
would have been.
Yeah.
They got the 2 stops to finish the game with the interception and the 3 and out to give them the ball back.
Can you believe that Lander Barton is a senior?
It just feels like Florida was the other day in the Gator.
Yeah, the senior. What? That's unreal. I was happy for Lander to get that interception at the end of the game, but all of the emotions that Utah fans had to go through in that game. You might consider you might like be on the schizophrenic spectrum after that game.
Yeah.
The ups and the downs.
All over the place.
All over the place. You know, Coach Whittingham, they were talking to Coach Whittingham after the game, and it looked like he was getting a little emotional.
Yeah.
And they mentioned that. Oh, Coach Whittingham, there's a lot of talk about him retiring. He's getting emotional after things. He's getting emotional because his defense just gave up 500 yards rushing.
Yeah.
That's why he's emotional.
We talk about,
and 5 touchdowns.
Winning the Big 12 and all this stuff. That might make him retire. No, that game might make him retire. That game itself is like, all right, I'm not doing this anymore.
It was ridiculous watching that game.
What do you think of Morgan Scalley's comments? Just saying, hey, I didn't prepare him enough for the run game.
Absolutely.
Do you think it is on Morgan, or do you think it's on the players? Because those guys know how to defend against the freaking run. They've all been coached for hand placement and footsteps.
I don't think a bad coaching performance gives you up 500 yards.
I don't either.
I think it's...
You think he gives up, like 600 yards?
No, I think that's on the players. That's not on Morgan.
There has to be some accountability for Morgan. I think Morgan managed it the right way. And by the way, I would say that there's something that happened in that room in the scheme.
Yeah.
But if you look at the game, if we look, and I know we'll take a close look at it. If we look at the game, split it up, first half to second half, you could say the second half, the way Utah managed it in the second half, still was probably too much. But you're like, yeah, okay. It's more under control. The first half was ridiculous, bananas. I kept saying, and and I wasn't in a position to watch it live, so I was listening to it occur. Like, it felt like, and then I watched it later, it felt like, especially in the first half of play, it wasn't like Kansas State came out and ran a power and then ran a counter and then ran something. It was like, we're just going to keep running this play. And, oh my gosh, look at that. Another 20 yards. In the second quarter alone, on 9 rushes, they averaged 25 yards per rush. That's unheard of. Tell me another time that's happened to a Utah defense.
The only thing that I felt comparable to that, and even then it was nowhere near what we saw, was when they played Oregon State in 2021, and they couldn't stop Oregon State's rushing attack.
Yes. Okay, that was another one. They did the same thing against Arizona in that same era down at Arizona.
Yeah.
And that was like, couldn't stop the run. They had a similar experience at Oregon. But the thing they couldn't stop against Oregon was the tight end passing. Like, the tight end caught passes for 200-something yards in that game, and they couldn't figure out how to stop it. So as I was listening to this game, I kept thinking, like, wait, you got to make an adjustment. Why aren't we making an adjustment? Why aren't we making an adjustment? And even to the second half, the numbers were more manageable. It felt like, okay, now they're getting something in order, and finally the last couple stops as they tried to run the same thing over again. But I think that was the frustrating part.
So I was just looking at this. Joe Jackson, the running back, the sophomore running back.
Yeah, set a school record.
From Haines City, Florida, going for 293 yards against the University of Utah. Here's his yardage. His yardage is coming in. He went for 69 yards against Kansas, 25 against Texas Tech, 69 yards against the mighty Oklahoma State Cowboy.
Oh, yeah.
And then hit the 293. So he
was trending?
He did have one 100-yard performance, and that was against TCU earlier in the season.
You know what's funny about that you mentioned that, Hans, is I played with a guy named Richard Harrison at El Camino Junior College. Richard Harrison was so super talented, very talented, but could never crack his way into the starting lineup. In fact, he played behind a guy, you may know him, Aaron Craver. Aaron Craver played with the Miami Dolphins for several years.
Oh, yeah.
After.
He played at El Camino?
He played at El Camino for 2 years, and then he went to Fresno State, and then he played with the Miami Dolphins. He was very good.
Yeah.
And Richard Harrison was kind of stuck in behind this guy. Well, he couldn't ever really get going. He had a couple chances to start, but it was similar, 40, maybe 50 yards a game, whatever. All of a sudden, Aaron Craver goes down and pop Richard Harrison in the starting lineup. He goes for 225. He set a school record, like out of the blue against Mount Sac.
It's weird.
Like, it was so weird.
That's weird, man. And this is one of those performances. It's like
That's right.
Such
it doesn't
an outlier.
Yeah.
Like I guess another one you could throw in is Frank the Tank, the UNLV game.
Absolutely. That's exactly right.
A guy that was a good running back, but
Frank Summers.
not that.
Frank Summers. You didn't expect that.
Yeah.
So I mean, back to the original question: is Morgan Scalley right? Yes, Morgan Scalley is right. I would say that it's really hard to tell. I would say there was probably something in preparation that didn't occur. I would say more so something happened in game adjustments that didn't occur from the sideline or from the booth. But I would also say that Kansas State saw something on film. We've talked about this throughout the year. Utah has had a tendency this year to get gashed in the run game at certain times throughout the year, like big yardage all of a sudden. But the opponents have never really been, maybe BYU, really been like all in on the run. Like, we're just going to run the ball. I feel like Kansas State saw something on film that they thought they could exploit, and they went all in. They were 100% in, and especially the first half of play, they exploited that.
Yeah, and look, Hans and I are a little biased because he's a good friend of ours, but Matt Wells has been around this game a long time.
I love Matt Wells.
And Matt's one of my favorite dudes, but he's exceptionally smart. And he's also a guy that isn't going to outthink things. If he thinks he's got something that's going to work, he's going to go to that well over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And that's and the one time where he didn't was that first series in the third quarter where they tried to throw the ball a little bit, and it's like, okay, that didn't work.
That didn't go
Let's
well.
go back to running the ball.
Absolutely. Matt Wells is a guy like he should be head coach again. I think he's going to be a head coach again somewhere.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, though. Overall, things have not gone well at Kansas State.
The way things have gone at Kansas State. I know there were high expectations. There were high expectations for Kansas State as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. I guess we could call this a tale of two halves. If you look at the numbers, it certainly feels that way.
So, Frank, come over here. You can share my mic. Might be intimate here for just a second, but I just want to show you this because
Lloyd, could you put on the mood music?
No,
please?
just leave. Don't
encourage him.
Just put. If you're going to put on music, do like Metallica or AC/DC or something. You really don't need to put your arm around me.
By the way, you can see all of this on our KSL Sports video page at youtube.com.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of push-ups.
It's like a side of beef.
I actually did. I maxed out some bench this morning. Okay, so this is interesting. So Utah is running a 4 down, so they're running even front. They got 4 downs, and they've got 7 in the box. Mm-hmm. So, it's your typical defensive front. Yeah. So watch this. The Utah defensive line opens up vertically and not laterally. So you get penetration from your right defensive tackle, and you get held at the line of scrimmage on your right defensive tackle. So your gap opens up laterally. That's one problem. You all need to be on the same play when you're on run stop defense. The other problem is John O'Hall is playing very undisciplined at the linebacker position. This is a right formation, and it's going to be a cutback into the A gap. Mm-hmm. But watch John O'Hall. John O'Hall gets all the way over the top as the right outside linebacker, all the way over the top, and takes himself completely out of the play.
What do you think go back to that. What is he reading? Why is he over there?
Well,
what is his key on that?
I think that this is a right side B gap play.
So he's going, I guess.
And then it cuts back to the A gap, the left side A gap. But John O'Hall.
He's so far out of the
John O'Hall takes himself so far out of the play that the right guard who's responsible for next level, instead of picking up the middle linebacker, he's able to pick up the left outside linebacker, which is John O'Hall, which opens up the big breaking run for Joe. So that's just undisciplined linebacker play. And you're getting penetration from the right defensive tackle. You're getting held at the line from the left defensive tackle. So it opens up this big vertical gap for a cutback lane. And by the way, this is just one of many 20-yard plus runs that broke.
So you're saying that you think maybe it was more on the player lack of discipline side?
Yes.
In that game.
I think on many players.
Yeah. Yeah. I still don't mind. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think that if you go back through the film like that, that's what you'll find is players out of position. And I'm certain that they weren't like preparation wasn't that way. But I still feel like Coach Scally managed it the right way. Like you put it on your shoulders. You don't say, all right, you know what? I'm going to give you 3 players that were horrible. No, always backfires on you. And he didn't say, that's not the way we're prepared during the week. No, he had his teams back. He had his players back. He took the criticism. And then when you go behind closed doors,
then you rain fire and brimstone.
Absolutely.
But you insulate your players.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did the smart
those coaches that come on and be like, well, we coach them up, and sometimes the players just look, they're
18, 19-year-old,
and they're too busy worrying about their NIL and dancing on their TikTok videos.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Look, that's never going to end well for you. You can't do
message.
that. Yeah.
Frank, come look at this one really quick. So this is another big 30-plus yard game. We should
remaneuver.
Come on over here. This is a 7-man box. Scotty, these runs are.
Do you want to come over here?
No.
These runs are breaking into a 7-man box. Now, Lloyd, don't do that because people that are watching on camera, seeing Scotty, Frank, and I kind of tucked in here together, are going to get the wrong idea. Okay, these are in a 7-man box. Mm-hmm. I want you to watch the right defensive tackle. I think he's got outside responsibility. He tries to shuck and go back to play side. So he's got offside responsibility. Watch him shuck, go inside. Watch him get driven. Now watch the running back tucks right behind that block, and then boom, right out of the 70-man box. Puts on a couple of moves on the defensive backfield and gets himself in for the touchdown. So if you look at this is a defensive tackle. He's got to have backside responsibility. He's got to have this backside A-gap responsibility. That's the center that's just taking a backside step. And as he pushes and pulls, the center just drives him.
But where? Okay.
You're not giving up 35-yard touchdown runs with a 7-man front.
No. Ever.
Yeah.
No, this whole defense that's set up, guys, just so everybody can be on the same page, when you set up a 7-man front, 4 downs, 3 linebackers stacked inside the 2 tackles, what you're saying is you'll never run against us.
Go ahead and try to pass against this. We're tempting you to throw the ball against this.
Look at this. Is that Jono?
Yeah, but why? Okay.
And he's blocked.
Okay,
he's picked up. So Jono gets picked up by. Sorry, we're doing film breakdown on air because I can't do it. I can't do my film breakdowns and send them out. The Big 12 does not like it. They don't like it. They don't agree.
So there's 2 levels that are of failure, right?
What's that?
2 levels of failure for Utah there.
Oh yeah.
Line of scrimmage.
Yep.
Second level.
Second level.
And I know.
If you watch the play out, there's 2 DBs that got a beat on them.
That miss attack.
And they miss.
So, but isn't that uncanny for a Utah defense to have 3 levels of failure and not just once in the game?
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
So I have watched this film already once, and as I watched it, I'm thinking, where in the hell are these guys' minds? What are you doing? Get the angle, play your role. Don't bite heavy to the play side. Jono, you got backside responsibility. Backside cutback that is the play that will crack you. Backside cutbacks are the ones that break for 25, 30 yards. When you get over pursuance, when you get anxious players that get out of their gaps and out of their control, that's what happens. But you put 7 men in that box. You put 7 Utah players in that box. You put 7 Utah players that are coached by Colton Swan and Lewis Powell and
Morgan Scally, Luther Ellis.
Ellis. You put those players in that box, and this happens, I can't even imagine what's going on with the linebackers and with the defensive line. Because as you mentioned, Kyle's not crying because he's leaving. He's crying because he saw his defense give up 475 yards of rushing offense, and then he watched his offense carry the load, and he's probably thinking, thank heavens for Jason Beck for pulling, because this would have been a horrible loss, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, horrible. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it would have been a bad one.
I'm driving, listening to this game, thinking, I cannot believe this is happening after all that they've gone through and done and overcome, and the offensive productivity that they've had the last several weeks. This is how they're going to lose a game.
This one, this could be Kyle Whittingham's last game in this stadium.
A complete bomb by the defense.
Yeah.
How ironic.
I mean, I think that's another reason Kyle was crying, because he's like, if I can't retire now. Like, I got to tell Jamie I'm coming back for another year, and she's going to be really upset because I can't leave like this. This isn't the game I can leave on. I mean, I can't say, okay, guys, everybody, I'll see ya. No, because everybody's going to say, guess what? I got ran out by Kansas State, and that's the game I'm going to leave everybody's lasting impression with. No, I can't do that.
Oh. Okay, another thing that's becoming more and more recognizable. So Utah then goes to an odd front. They put 5 across the line. So when you go to odd front, you put 3 downs, you put 5 across the line, you walk up backers, and you're trying to hit slants. You're hitting ram and line calls. So you're hitting slants into the right gap, you're hitting slants into the left gap, and then what you're doing is you're funneling the plays to your best tacklers. So, you're hitting slants, funnel them to your tackles. And Utah in a 5-man front, the over pursuance on a reverse. Look at this, Scotty. Okay, so you got your 5-man front, 5s are walked up, 3 down linemen. You got linebackers. You're hitting a right. This is called a ram call. So watch, they all slant to the right. They all slant to the right. You funnel to your best tackler, and your best tackler over pursues. Do you see that down step? Your best tackler over pursues, and the reverse hits on the end around. This is not Utah football. Frank, this is not Utah football, man. Over pursuance, lack of discipline, not staying home, biting on fakes, getting out of gaps. And by the way, the calls are there. You go to an odd man front, you're running ram slants, you're funneling to your best tackler, and he bites down hard on the reverse, gets completely out of position, and you give up another 15, 20-yard run.
So you're saying that schematically Utah was put in the right position?
Yes, I am saying that. I am. In fact, I'll put my reputation on it because that's not hard to see. It's not hard to see. 7-man box, odd man fronts, running hard Rams and Lions. What you're saying is we're going to stop the run. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm not acting like I'm perfect because Scotty happens to know about a Virginia game and a running back that went for 250 on me. And we were doing all that. We were shoving the box full. And we had one of the best linebackers in the country. And we were all trying to hit gaps. I was getting blocked. I was getting carried by the ball carrier. I couldn't do anything right. So it happens. I understand it happens. It just sucks that it happened against Kansas State and nearly cost the loss.
And it happened, it didn't happen to one player. It didn't happen to one position group. It felt like...
It's complete. You're right.
Yeah, it's contagious, like missing free throws.
Exactly.
Like everybody starts... And then you see somebody that's screwing up. You're like, well, I got to do his job too. And so then you start to reach,
then you're trying to do something extra, and then you're out of position because you're trying to do something else. And
the other thing that's really obvious, when John Henry Daly went out, that was
I was gonna
bad.
I was gonna ask you about that. How much that individual loss impacted the overall defense?
It was bad.
In fact, hold that thought. Let's get to that and why the chain of events from that could have led to what we saw on Saturday. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's your Ute preview show right here on the Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have two dogs because you got to open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in, and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, listen to the Utah Mammoth as they host the Montreal Canadiens. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Celebrate Thanksgiving Day tomorrow with the BYU basketball team. They play Miami at 3 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Friday, it's college football as Utah State hosts Boise State at 2 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. That'll be followed by the Mammoth at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Kings at 7:30 on 97.5.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
LJ Martin eclipses the 1,000-yard plateau. Aaron Roderick not only fired up for him, but LJ reminds him of the former BYU running back.
I've been very reluctant to compare anybody to Tyler, but that was a night that I think you could say that was Tyler-esque for sure. And, Algier was a great player, and LJ's a great player. They're different players, but I think you can say that they're a couple of the great ones that have played here.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Go to Kenny J's Barbecue, best barbecue in the state, KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The regular season comes to an end for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they hit the road for a battle against Kansas. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, that productivity, it's tough to replace, but that's why you recruit. That's why you got depth. I was very pleased with Cash Dillon and what he did coming in. Lance Holtzclaw playing a little bit injured. So, we've got guys. And John Henry Daly, as a leader, as, a producer on the football field, man. And that's the tough part of this game, right? And we've had Rabbit Evans, and you got Nate Ritchie, and you got these guys that have gone down. Hunter Andrews on the offensive side of the ball, those other guys. It's just part of it, and that's the tough part.
Morgan Scally talking about injuries, and a big one for the Utes. John Henry Daly leaves after an incredible start to the game, multiple TFLs, 2 sacks in the first quarter. And he goes down with the injury, and it seems like, Frank, as soon as that injury happened, that's when Kansas State took off in the running game. Are those two things related?
Well, yeah, I think you can't take a guy the caliber of John Henry Daly, and not only that, but the way he's played this year, his productivity. I just don't think you can subtract that from the defense and not expect a different result. But should it have been
that drastic?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Should it have been that drastic? 348 yards in the first half. 348 yards rushing in the first half with that one injury going down. It's not like basketball where it's 1/5 of the team on the floor. I mean, there's a lot of guys, and there's a lot of talent on that defensive side.
So as I watch, and I'm just trying to diagnose this as we do the show, and it's kind of nice to be able to just watch the film as we're talking about it. But this is one of those games where everybody is on blast. Everybody. So I'm watching another big break, and I'm going to see if this is a touchdown. I'm not sure if this is a touchdown, but holy cow. I mean, safety's getting juked. Corners getting outrun. This is another touchdown. This play snaps from the 20-yard line. This is that 80-yard touchdown. Okay, so let me break this one down. Okay, so Lander Barton comes up from the outside linebacking position. He comes up a little bit late, and he moves Logan Fano to the outside, and Lander Barton is now sitting on the outside wing of the right offensive tackle. So as he goes to take on the right offensive tackle, he gets double-teamed from the H-back who kind of comes down with the tackle, and they push on him. Logan Fano, that was pressed out for contain, comes directly upfield, and you get a puller that's coming off motion that bumps Logan Fano deep. So you get Logan Fano who goes deep, you get Lander Barton who's doubled, and that opens up that sweet little lane to just bend underneath Logan Fano who's rushing wide and come right downhill where Lander Barton's being double-teamed, and he's off to the races. Off to the races, and Lander is flat out blocked up. Okay, first defender to come up and try to get a hand on him. It looks like it's number 4. It looks like it might be Don Saunders, maybe. And Don just whiffs. Next defender that's got a chance is number 16, Cole Standage. And Cole starts in pursuit of him. I believe that's who that is. Maybe not. But he starts in pursuit, can't catch him. Jackson Benny can't catch him, and he's off to an 80-yard touchdown run.
Well,
what is this?
That's the other thing.
Guys whiffing on tackles, guys getting blocked, veterans getting blocked. Logan Fano knows that as you got the polar, you can't go wide. You just can't rush wide. You got to go through the polar. So if I've got motion man coming at me and I've got contain, I still have to go through that guy because I know Barton's on the double. I've got to clamp that down. If I don't clamp that down, if I go wide, that lane is wide open for at least a 10-yard gain. But then I'll typically get a safety or I'll get a middle linebacker or I'll get a corner that will step up and make a tackle for a 15-yard gain instead of an 80-yard touchdown. Everybody's to blame here. Everybody.
That is the thing I think that is so interesting is
because it's not typical.
It's not typical. And, yeah, maybe that goes for a 20, 25, 30-yard gain, but somebody in the secondary eventually runs that guy down, right?
Yes. Yeah. This is not.
And after 80 yards later, you're like, wait a second. We got blocked. We made maybe a mistake at the line of scrimmage. We got blocked in the second level. Where's the third level?
Yeah.
This is horrifying. I'm speaking as a defensive tackle that would have to sit in meetings and watch this.
Do you think of yourself as an offensive lineman or a defensive tackle?
A trench guy.
Right now, he's
trench coat.
Figures himself as an offensive guy.
Right now, I have high anxiety thinking, man, if I had to answer to this, because I know, because I can't come in and say, well, yeah, but I was taught to. Well, you were taught to what? Over pursue, you idiot. You were taught to what? Get drawn and driven down out of your gap. What were you taught to do?
That double scoop is really. That's lightened you up today. I mean, you're on fire.
Well, dude, this is just very untypical of Utah, and it's very unacceptable of Utah. And I'm just sitting here watching. I'm thinking 475 yards rushing. I've had some bad moments in my life.
That's one thing you've never done.
A typical Utah defense, that's 4 games of productivity for an opposing offense. 4 games worth.
But as I'm watching the film, man, you just got to give props to Jason Beck. Maybe we get off this ugly stuff and we jump on what kept this team in the game.
I think there's 2 things that, I would like to talk about is, well, maybe 3. Jason Beck in the offense, Devin Dampier in his role, and how does this performance affect Utah defensively heading into this week at Kansas?
We'll touch on that coming up next. That's Frank with a tease right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars look to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game as they wrap up the regular season at home against UCF. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanson Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, look, the holidays are here. You want that great prime rib? You want that great steak? You even need to just throw something together, need some good ground beef. Guess what? You get all of that at Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
So clean, so pure. Raised right here, born and raised right here in Utah. Most of this beef is raised in Spanish Fork Canyon, brought down and processed right there in Nephi, Utah. But these are our ranchers. This is our grain. These are our grasslands. These cattle grow up here, processed here. They never leave the state. And when Scotty talks about the ground beef, we're not talking about taking 4 or 5 different cattle that are raised on different continents and throwing a bunch of parts in. This is pure ground beef off one cow that you can trace.
And it's all 14-day dry age, from the steaks to the roast, the ribs, and everything else in between. They've got you covered. Go to barwbeef.com. And, hey, remember, if you're driving down to St. George or Disneyland or going to Vegas over the holidays, stop by Nephi and check out the Bar Dub Grill, now open with some of the best food on the planet. Bar Dub Grill and barwbeef.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here with some holiday inspiration as the season begins. Your Black Friday savings are already going strong through Cyber Monday, and shoppers can enjoy 20% off store-wide with exclusive specials up to 60% off. You truly make holiday gift-giving easy, John, and you carry jewelry for so many personalities and styles, don't you?
We absolutely do, and it means so much to us as a family jeweler when people shop locally and support their family jeweler. And this season, we brought in beautiful, never-seen-before pieces just in time for the holidays. And there's something meaningful for everyone, whether it be our Zodiac collection or an engravable pendant to personalize with a message that they'll love. Or embrace our simplicity with our essential classic pieces to help build your loved one's jewelry collection.
I can think of several people who adore those. What else is exciting this year?
Well, our beautifully handcrafted engagement rings and wedding bands from the JBJ collection, or the fashion jewelry for both men and women. There's always a perfect piece for every budget and every style.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or shop their Black Friday deals online now at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Utes at 50 update. A lot of issues with the Ute defense, but Kyle Whittingham loving the way his offensive line played.
Well, for me personally, I love the physicality of the game, and there's nothing more that demonstrates physicality than running the football, and the offensive line is really the driving impetus behind that. I mean, we got a really good athletic quarterback that runs the ball well. We've got, Wayshawn Parker's coming to his own, but without an offensive line that can do the things that our guys have done all year, that stuff doesn't happen, and so that's a real credit to them and Jim Harding and the job he's done with those guys.
Hey, make sure to visit Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a Black Friday showdown for the Aggies as they welcome in Boise State to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, Frank Dolce, it's your Ute preview show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow. Hope you have a good one. Frank, I hope you have a delightful Thanksgiving.
Really?
Are you a traditionalist? I mean, are you a turkey guy?
Yeah.
Okay, because some people are like, nope, I'm just going ham. I'm going prime rib. Hans is mixing in some brisket with his turkey.
Jeez, Frank, don't be disappointed.
It is disappointing. It is disappointing, Lloyd. Don't mess. Why are you going to mess with something that's near perfection?
So you're a big turkey fan?
Yeah, of course.
I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I am too.
And I also have thoughts on the best way to prepare a turkey. So,
are you a deep fryer?
Oh, no, I haven't tried that, although it looks interesting.
Yeah.
It's just you have to smoke it. Like,
Oh,
there's no other way
yeah.
to prepare a turkey.
Yeah.
It just dries out in the oven.
Yep.
Like,
put a little water pan in your smoker so it stays nice and humid in there.
It's just yeah.
And then
It's a traditional turkey.
And then stuff that sucker with stuffing.
Yeah. Turkey, stuffing, potatoes.
Yeah.
Lloyd, did you brine in
corn
your crisper
pudding.
again this year?
Yes, sir.
So Lloyd fills his crisper, his box in his fridge with the brine and puts his turkey.
I know this. I had forgotten it, and now I've been reminded of that.
I can send you a picture, Frank.
I don't want to listen.
I'll tweet it at you.
I brine the turkey as well, but I do it properly out of doors in a very cold.
It's what the crisper
garage.
is for in the extra.
No, it's not. And now you know what? Here's what your ice cream smells like when you take out your nice whatever you eat, mint ripple fudge or whatever it is that you like. Now it smells like brine. It tastes. It has that flavor of brine and mint ripple.
And Lloyd wonders why he gets the rhea when he uses vegetables out of the crisper throughout the year.
So somehow your broccoli was laced with E. coli.
You wouldn't happen to brine turkeys in your vegetable box, would you?
This happened to us one time before. Do you happen to brine your turkey in your? Oh yeah. Oh, you do. Well, that's not the.
Did you
standard usage?
Did you? Well, I rinsed it out when I was done.
Come on, Lloyd.
All right.
Come on, Lloyd.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Come back. We talked about what went wrong with Utah. Coming up next, we'll talk about what went right.
Hey, really quick, just to wrap up the wrong.
Yeah.
I did find.
Dan says more wrong.
I found a Morgan Scally blunder.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were like, so sometimes Morgan could get a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
Fourth and goal. Was it fourth and goal from the?
Yeah, like the 2.
It was fourth and goal from the 3.
3. All right.
Fourth and goal from the 3. Morgan Scally brings a 7-man blitz. Kansas State puts 5 out in a route, including the tight end that's lined up off the flank of the quarterback in the shotgun. And that tight end just digs towards the line of scrimmage and then bows out to the flat. And you bring 7. You got 4 in coverage on man press. So you got 4 that are pressed out, but the tight end is unaccounted for. 5th receiving target, no defender to man to zone. So yeah, I guess if you wanted to say, well, you got caught. Well, Morgan was like, hey, fourth and goal from the 3. It's all or nothing. You're going to do one of the 2. We're either going to get the pressure, tip the pass, force Avery Johnson to try to tuck it and run, but get the pressure fast enough that it makes him overthink or not have time to think, but Avery just dropped back in the shotgun and just hoisted it. He saw the coverage and he knew the rush and he knew the flat would be wide open. So do you wrong Morgan Scally there? Or do you just say, well, that was just typical Morgan, trying to be aggressive?
Morgan doing his thing. And I think because you're a little bit on tilt, knowing that Kansas State's running the ball, and you got, what are they going to do on 4th down? Of course they're going to run the ball. Let's sell out against the run. I mean, I think that call was
that's a good point.
That call was based on what was going on in the game.
Everything else was working.
Yeah. All right, 158. Now it's time to go glass half full for the University of Utah. What went right and what needs to happen against Kansas coming up this weekend in lovely Lawrence, Kansas, as Utah will take on the University of Kansas, the Jayhawks, coming up on Friday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have two dogs because you gotta open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
How to become a winter sports athlete. How hard can these really be? Alpine skiing? No. Hockey? Nope. Bobsled? Yeah, no. Curling? I could do that. Hey, you guys want to try to learn curling?
Tonight at 10, how easy is it for armchair experts to learn an Olympic sport? Team KSL goes head-to-head at the Oval to find out. Competition on the ice. Live and streaming tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Why are you looking like that? Man, that was looks could kill.
See, this is what happens when Hans watches bad football. It completely alters his personality.
You're like the Hulk. He went like the Hulk.
You wouldn't like Hans when he's angry.
No.
Well, the good news is during the break, I was watching the offensive line. They're good.
Yes.
They're very good. And, Devin Dampierre, bless his ever-loving heart, given everything he's got to try to get that first down. It was 4th and 7, and he puts his head down. Got one guy that swings at it. I think it was Purnell that swings at it. You got VJ Payne, the safety that comes in and puts his helmet on it, and that dang ball pops out. And in that moment, I'm like, Devin Dampierre, man, you did it again. You lost the game. And the whole time, he's the one guy that's given everything he's got. I mean, the reason that ball popped out is because he's extremely exhausted. At that point, he had passed for probably 230 yards, and he had ran for probably 85, 90 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just trying to give you the gusto.
Yeah.
And then he took another shot. There were 3 hits that he took in that single play. But he was able to get things going. The offensive line got things going. I mean, Utah rushed for 300 yards on their own.
Oh, yeah.
That's a dang good day.
You put 50 points on the board. You had yourself a heck of a day offensively. How much credit do you give to Jason Beck in all of this?
Quite a bit. I like his Bird Ficklin usage.
Mm-hmm.
I like his Dampierre usage. I'm watching the dump downs to Dallin Bentley. Beautiful pass off of a quick curl that went for a nice first down. J.J. Buchanan had a couple of critical grabs.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the tight end usage. I like the Ficklin usage. I like what I'm seeing from Wayshawn Parker. But okay, so I put the blame on the Utah defensive personnel. I'm going to put the praise on the Utah offensive line personnel. And just say, that's a hell of a job, man. So, some to Jason Beck, but I'm going to give a lot to this offensive line. And, I'd probably give 60, 70% of what we saw to this offensive line. Devin Dampierre with his guts, good usage. Wayshawn Parker's nice, but I don't know. What about you, Frank? Where do you give the credit for an offensive effort to put up 51 points? This is the 3rd time they've gone over 50 in the last 4 games.
Well, the last time we saw the offensive line get stuffed, I mean, there was 0 offensive productivity.
It's Tech.
Yeah.
BYU.
Well, BYU.
Yeah.
I would say
that's
Texas
true.
Tech.
Yeah.
BYU.
BYU stuffed up that line pretty
right.
well.
But when that isn't the issue, the offensive. Look at the last several games. The offense is very productive, especially running the football. I think we've been. So I would say it's like I give a lot of credit to all the other guys, but it's the 5 guys up front that just set the tone for the offensive side. Like they weren't going to be pushed around. And then I would say that I may have been. It's like you want Devin Dampierre to be all the things. You want him to be able to complete 65% of his passes and throw a nice ball downfield and run the ball effectively and make all the right decisions and I feel like maybe I have in been thinking about him in the wrong way, like trying to make him something that he's not. What he is he's tough as nails. He's smart, super athletic, and effective throwing the football. I don't think he's a classic thrower of the football.
But effective.
But effective. And what he is he's the guy up and down the sidelines saying, this isn't over. This game isn't over. Fumbles the ball, looks like it's over, and he's the guy saying, there's still time on the clock. And getting an offensive unit ready to take the field again from behind to go down and win a football game.
Yeah.
And the offense not only won the football game, they kept that team in touch the entire game. So you never you were always like, well, if it goes right, then, and it did. And that to me is on the shoulders of Devin Dampier.
So after the fumble, Kansas State goes right down the field and scores.
Mm-hmm.
They score it quick. They're sitting 47-35. They decide to go for 2 to make it a 14-point game. And I'm watching the play right here. Now, I've harped on the defense. Now I'm going to love up the defense a little bit. Smith Snowden is one-on-one with the outside receiver. Outside receiver runs a quick slant. It's just man-on-man. That's a really tough thing to defend.
So
because
tough.
If that slant comes shallow off a 2-point conversion and all the receiver has to do is jump down and low and inside to get it, it's so tough to defend. But there's Smith Snowden right there. Gets his hand on it, pops it up, and puts it in the hands of Teo Johnson. Teo Johnson does a great job of keeping his wherewithal, getting down the field, and moving this to a 10-point game. I talked to Scotty about this yesterday. That 4-point swing to make it a 10-point game was critical because Devin Dampier came out with the energy like, oh, we got this now.
Yeah.
You set us up. We got this now. We'll take it from here.
Mm-hmm. All we need is a touchdown and a field goal.
Yes. It changed obviously, changed the complexion of the game.
There's certain elements, and Hans and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's certain things that can happen in a game that really alter momentum. And a fourth and 1 stop, you mentioned, can do more for a team than even an interception or a fumble. Now, if those are returned for a touchdown, obviously that carries a little bit more weight.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that 2-point conversion, like everybody in that stadium was like, wait a minute. There's an opportunity here.
Here's our path.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
There's a path here.
Yep, I agree. 1,000%. Change the momentum of the game.
And speaking of Devin Dampier, so you're sitting 47-37, and you go on this drive. You're sitting 3rd and 22. 3rd and 22. That ball that he throws, you're sitting 3rd and 22. You're down by 10. That ball that he throws to Larry Simmons on it looks like a corner. This is a corner route. Deep corner? Yeah, deep corner is put so much on the money. And now you end up 4th and 1, but you convert on that 4th. But that throw on 3rd and 22, guys, is as good as it gets. That thing is 20 yards through the air. No, that thing's 18 yards through the air. And a strike, perfect strike. How tough is that route to throw, Frank?
The corner route?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest routes to throw. If the receiver runs it the right way, the reason is if the receiver runs it the right way, the defensive back is on his hip, back, and there isn't a cornerback falling back into that passing lane, you have margin for error. Like you can lead him to the sideline. You can throw the ball short. You can even underthrow it. Still have some opportunity to get it to the receiver. I think I would say it's a very forgiving pattern.
So then you go to that 4th and 1. You call that Wayshawn Parker draw?
Yeah.
On a 4th and 1? Whoo, he gets hit 2 yards in the backfield.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all on Wayshawn there.
Wayshawn gets hit 2 yards in the backfield, and he gets hit on a blitzing linebacker. So you come on a run blitz, linebacker hits you 2 yards in the backfield, shakes that one off, and goes and gets the first and continues that drive. And then Devin Dampier gets it in shotgun and puts it right on Larry Simmons on another corner route. And touchdown. And that's all they needed.
Yep.
At that point, they're down 3. They're thinking, all we got to do is get a field goal. And then you get the Devin Dampierre, the big run through the middle. And by the way, good thing, Scotty brought this up yesterday, good thing he was pushed out of bounds because you took another minute off the clock.
I know. That is a very good point. Took
another minute off the clock.
I think it was actually Lloyd who brought that.
Way to go, Scotty. Good for you.
It was Scotty. It's okay.
Hey.
Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Who brought it up? Because that's a good point.
It was Lloyd.
It's a good point. I want to
actually wait a minute. No, I think I brought it up in the morning after.
Hey, we're a team. It's okay.
We all brought it up.
Yes, we thought
did, buddy.
Three-headed monster brought it up.
And even if I didn't, I wanted to bring it up.
The other thing Scotty brought up was the 3-and-out.
Yes.
Logan Fano, beautiful, beautiful TFL. Great coverage on the quick slant to get it to fourth down in the punt, and then you get the final drive. So that 3-and-out was critical.
I know that was the game because as soon as you got that 3-and-out, now you're thinking, okay, we can win this thing. It's not about tying or an overtime. It's about winning this game.
Now we can go and win it.
Yeah, because it was before the 2 minutes, so you still had the 2-minute timeout. So time is not an issue on this whatsoever.
Dude, hold on. You got to watch Smith Snowden. Okay, so it's 3rd and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas State's got to convert. 2:40 left. They convert, and now you take Utah's final timeout.
Yeah.
You get to the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
And it's bleak. Smith Snowden is manned up with the slot receiver. So it's a trip set to the right. He's manned up with the second guy to the outside. Second guy to the outside hits a quick slant, which, by the way, almost a rub route.
Yeah.
But Smith Snowden goes underneath the rub, stays hard on the slant, and he's there as the ball's arriving to bring him down for about a 4-yard gain. Smith Snowden played that as well as any quarter could have played it in the country.
Yep.
To save that drive to force the punt. Okay, so I gave the defense a very hard time. But, man, that 3-and-out, Logan Fano, big tackle, Smith Snowden, great coverage, get the 3-and-out, get the ball back. That's a game saver.
Some of the great defensive efforts in this game are completely overshadowed by what was otherwise a disaster.
Hey, and for the most part, guys were hustling. In fact, the hustle kind of got them out of position a lot of times defensively. Right. Kansas State was using the hustle because I think that the coaches were lighting their hair on fire.
Sure.
We will pull you. We will sit you. We will do whatever you got. If you do not get to this ball, if you don't do – and when coaches do that, you're like, and then you're so frantic. You're trying to get to the ball.
You may lose a little discipline.
Yeah, you lose a ton of – and you're following the ball instead of your keys.
Yeah.
And that
makes sense.
That can get you in a lot of trouble defensively.
That makes sense. We've talked about this at points during the year. You've asked me about the offensive side of the football. What do we like? What do we don't like or dislike? I think this is another great example. I mean, I guess if I'm looking at this Utah offense and trying to determine who's elevated himself as a superstar on the offense, I don't know if I would say there's one. I think maybe Dampierre falls into that category. Maybe Parker falls into that category a little bit. But here's what I would say. Okay, I'm so glad that you said that. Here's what I would say about this Utah offense. We've talked about this year. The depth of talent of this Utah offense and the utilization of that talent. And when I mean depth of talent, I mean there's a lot of guys who all fall in this range of really good, not superstar, really good football players. Players that can contribute on any given play, any given series, any given game. And I think we saw that again demonstrated in this game. Parker makes a big play. Dampierre makes a big play. Buchanan makes a big play. You could go down the list. You can't name a superstar in the game.
No.
And that is one of the things I think Beck has recognized and done really well.
There's not a bell cow here.
Yeah.
No.
And now I do think the one player that I could see being a superstar in coming years is Bert Ficklin.
Well,
and Coach Mack says that, but
yeah,
and I'm just kind of piggybacking on what Mack has said, but I do see that in the future.
There's something different about that guy. And his ceiling. If you compare the two quarterbacks, like his Bird's ceiling is much higher in my mind.
So this is going to be an interesting conundrum for Kyle Whittingham because you're going to have everybody and their dog lining up for Bert Ficklin, saying like, hey, do you really want to sit behind this guy? Mm-hmm. That's John Beck's guy. He brought him with him from New Mexico. He's not going to give you the starting job. You're not going to have a chance to get a starting job. You come here, not only will we pay you, you're going to be our starting quarterback. You're going to be the man next year. Mm-hmm. And I'm Kyle, in a perfect world, and if it was 6 years ago, would have both of them on his roster, and life would be good. Not anymore. I don't know how that plays out.
That's why I swear, like, maybe not a Power 4 team, but a group of 5 team that needs a head coach goes to Jason Beck, says, can you bring one of them? Come be our head coach. Bring one of them. Because Jason could be a head coach.
I agree with that.
He's that organized. He's that much of a dude. He could be a head coach. And I could see a G5 be like, hey, come on, let's get you $3.8 million. Let's get your quarterback, $800,000. Come here, let's go win an American Conference championship.
Let's play this game. What is more likely to occur? Do you want to play?
Yeah.
Are you in? Okay.
Yeah,
What's more likely to occur? Is it more likely that Utah keeps both Dampier and Ficklin?
No.
Or is it more likely that Jason Beck takes a head coaching job? Or is it more likely that Jay Hill takes a head coaching job?
Of the three. So you're saying what's more likely? Keeping both quarterbacks, Jason Beck taking a head job, or Jay Hill taking a head job?
Yeah. Or Jay Hill taking a head job, yes.
Jay Hill taking a job.
That's the most likely.
Well, he's going to be the most hunted, don't you think?
Yes, I would think so. Yeah. He should be.
Jay will be the most hunted.
Yeah.
I'd say the second most likely is not being able to keep both. And probably third most likely is Jason Beck to head coach.
Mm.
I think Jason Beck is enjoying being able to buoy up a Utah team that needs an offense. I got to imagine don't you think he's just wallowing in this? Or not wallowing, but just reveling in this? He's got to be.
What do you mean? Wait,
we just carried the Utes offensively.
When I say Utah football, what is the first thing?
Defense. Second thing is run game.
Yeah. And so here's
third thing is Coach Whittingham toughness.
And special teams is third.
Special teams.
Yeah.
And then time of possession.
Yeah.
And then there's turnover margin.
And then it's like that Moneyball thing. And then 80 yards of crap. And then offense.
And then offense.
And then, the throw game.
You know what? I did want to make this point because Utah's offense, they owed the defense a couple. Because you look at the defense held UCLA to 10, Wyoming to 6. They held West Virginia to 14. They held Arizona State to 10. They held BYU to 24.
That's, yes,
they
absolutely.
held BYU to 24.
And so I would put that one back a little bit on the offense.
They held Colorado to 7. They held Cincinnati to 14.
Mm-hmm. They lit up Cincinnati.
They held Baylor to 28 on the road. It's like they were doing their part.
Mm-hmm.
They just lost themselves in this game.
Yeah. I mean, is there sometimes where a game is so bad that it almost just, like, you just throw it out? Like, it's an anomaly.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope
Okay, because I'm going to...
Not as a coaching staff, but I'm just, like,
I'm going to tell you why.
The game.
I'm going to tell you why you throw this. Defensively, you throw this out, and I'm going to tell you why. Sometimes when a coach pardons a player, it does more for your esteem, your relationship, and your effort than if a coach sits there and berates you in a 3-hour film session. And I've been on the receiving end of a pardon where I'm sitting there Saturday night after a game, it's 3:00 in the morning, and my mom is trying to console me because I can't even think about going in and watching film. And then I show up for a Sunday morning film session or for a Monday morning film session, and the coach is like, hey, guys, we're just going to move on. So let's move on. We're going to start on some Kansas film, and just know you know what you did wrong. You know what you did wrong. Okay, let's get to work. And you're just like, okay, who do you need me to kill for you, Coach? Like, I truly appreciate that, because there was all forms of humiliation that was about to beset on me. So thank you. It can be a huge tool for a coach.
I think it's a good point. I think what probably happened during the game, and Coach Whittingham mentioned it, that he had a few things to say at halftime about the productivity. That was the appropriate time to go down that road. And so how do you utilize all of the stuff that went wrong in this game and the terrible taste you have in your mouth, giving up that much yardage, when it looks like very correctable? And by the way, I mean, we're saying that Utah failed in this game. We have to give credit to what Kansas State did. Like,
oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they
came in bald.
They did. They came in. It was a very good game plan, well executed. The offensive line looked very good. Like, they did a lot of really good things. So it wasn't complete, like, Utah failure. Utah didn't play its best. Kansas State had something to do with that. But how do you use all of that in the right way to motivate this football team to come out with appropriate effort Friday at Kansas? And so I think what you're talking about, Hans, is like, we've got, you know what, we're all in this together. We've got to go through this together. We have to watch all of the stuff that we did and correct it, and we're going to get our team back on the right path. I think there's a lot to be said for that kind of coaching and mentality, and understanding when to utilize it. And I'll go back to the way that Morgan Scalley managed it after the game. I think that was the first inkling of that. Like, hey, it starts with us.
Yeah.
It starts with the coaching staff. We're not going to put anything on our players. We're going to start here, and then we're going to find out what's the correct.
And that's a coach also secure in his employment too. Because there's a lot of coaches that they may be on the hot seat, and I'm like, all right, I'm selling all of you out. I'm not taking the heat for this.
Yeah.
I got braces to pay for. I'm not down for this. That was this guy, number 12, 17, 42, and 16.
I'll
We're
name
all
names
dog trash.
if I need to.
But Morgan's like, look, I'm good. So I'll take this. We'll address it in film, or maybe not, but we'll address this in some way, shape, or form privately. But publicly, I got you. I'll take this.
Just so you know, as a defensive line coach, just watching this performance, how I think I would handle this. I would do that. I would probably have some individuals, and we would go take a look at some individual things. And that's what's nice about having Lewis Powell and Luther Ellis. Those guys can work in tandem with their D tackles and their DNs, and they can get that taken care of on a one-on-one basis. But what I would do is I'd bring my position group in, and I would say, all right, guys, let's take a look. Kansas State was the 89th team in the country at the time at 140 yards rushing. They were averaging 140 yards rushing. And let's take a look at what they did. Now, let's take a look at Kansas. Kansas is averaging 158 yards rushing. What do you think Kansas is going to try to do to us, guys? What do you think they're going to try to do? Okay, so what do we need to do? What do you remember doing against Kansas State that we need to fix and we need to work on? And, you make everybody kind of be honest about it. Yeah, Coach, I was getting washed. Yeah, Coach, I was getting over aggressive. Yeah, Coach, I came up too far upfield. Yeah, Coach, I wasn't I wasn't logging the block. I was rounding the block. And you just face realities and you say, okay, so what do you think Kansas is going to do? What do you think Daniels is going to do? They're going to come out. They're going to have similar schemes. They're going to be amped up because they just watched an offense put up 475 rushing yards against you. So just be ready. You're going to get tested. Are you ready for the test, boys? Let's go out. We'll fix what the problem is. We'll get ready for the test. All you got to do is study, and we'll be ready for the test. The personnel is right. Now, I'm sick for John Henry Daly. That sucks so bad, man. But, all right, so Cash Dillon, it's your turn, man. You guys were going back and forth in camp. We didn't know who was going to start. It's your turn. Time to grow up, be a big boy here. And I just go back to the drawing board. But I have some honest recognition of what Kansas State did. I tell them, what do you think Kansas is going to do? And how are we going to stop Kansas from doing that? And then we go at it.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see a really nice roundabout performance from this defense, and I think you're going to see 130 or less rushing yards from Kansas.
All right, so I'll set the number and think about it during the break. It sounds like you're already going the under. Frank, I'll ask you as well. Their average is what, 154?
158 or 154, something like that.
158. To be exact, it's 157.18, but let's just go 158.
Okay. Well, we'll go over-under on rushing yards for Kansas, as they'll be at home. Utah hits the road for this one. We'll preview that game coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
If it came down to it, would the committee select a 2-loss Miami team over a 2-loss BYU team? As unfair as I think that would be, yes, they would.
Yeah, they probably would.
So if Miami was a 3-loss team and out of the equation, yes, that does improve BYU's odds.
It's just going to come down to BYU winning the Big 12 title game. Unfortunately, I wish it was more than that. I don't think they're going to get help. I think this late in the season, they're not going to see a lot of help. It's going to come down to BYU controlling their own destiny, which again, you know what? That's good news. You've put yourself in that situation. Your opportunity is that you're going to go to the Big 12 title game, and if you win, and if the playoff is the most important thing for you, that's your chance. You don't get to back your way in. You're not going to back your way in. You're going to have to win out.
Well, I don't know. We've seen wacky stuff.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kalani Sitake thrilled with what he's seeing from Aaron Roderick's offense.
I was proud of the way that the guys were able to do some things, create turnovers, take care of the football, run the ball, be physical downhill, and also run the ball outside. We were able to possess the ball. I mean, A-Rod doesn't get enough credit for what he's able to do as an offensive coordinator. I'm going to keep telling you that he's a dream if you're a defensive coordinator to have, because he compliments, doesn't have an ego, and he's all about getting a win.
Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The regular season comes to an end for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they hit the road for a battle against Kansas. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Utah hits the road to Lawrence, Kansas, to take on a 5-6 Jayhawk team that has lost 4 out of their last 5. Hans, you've been to that stadium. You know that it can get a little rowdy. I wonder where they're at now, knowing that the season really hasn't gone the way they would have hoped.
It's still going to be a good place, and it's going to be senior night, and they've rebuilt parts of that stadium. They've got one more year, I think, attached to the full rebuild of that stadium. They call it the Horseshoe. It sits in kind of a beautiful kind of valley area, and it's an amazing campus, and it's a great fan base, and it's a fun road game.
And a home to one of the great running backs of all time. All time. They made a movie about him. Well, it was actually about his fullback, but he was also prominent in the movie. It was called Brian's Song. The one and only Gale Sayers is a Kansas Jayhawk.
I didn't know he was a Kansas Jayhawk.
I didn't know that either.
Did you double check that? I just don't want you to be terribly wrong here.
You can double check it. Oh my gosh.
Where did Brian Piccolo go?
Yeah,
Wake Forest.
I think you're thinking of Brian Piccolo.
I think he's the Jayhawk.
Did you say Wake Forest for Piccolo?
Yeah, but I made that one up.
By the way, the Kansas crowd, great crowd. They would never chant racist or bigoted things like other crowds.
Oh, look at that. Gale Sayers, graduate of the University of Kansas. That's so weird.
You're so smart.
Not only is he good looking, folks.
Look at the big brain on Brad.
Look at the big brain on Frank.
What did Gale Sayers famously say? 18 inches of daylight. That's all I need.
He was a great one.
He was so good.
He was a great one.
If he Had he been a player today with the medical advances, that knee injury, I think he probably would have been able to come back and play at a high level again. Anyway,
I will say,
one of the greats.
I will say this about Kansas. As Scotty mentioned, they've lost 4 of their last 5.
Yes.
And it's a gauntlet. They lost to Texas Tech, Arizona, Iowa State, and Kansas State. But this Kansas State team that Utah just beat Kansas 42-17. Who whipped them at home.
Yep.
They went to Lawrence and who whipped them. So this is a very beatable team, and you need to distance yourself a little bit, smother them early.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make this a 30-point win, and then you just keep your fingers crossed. You keep
for all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't even think I think Utah may have lost focus slightly against Kansas State. Like they seemed like they were on this track of it doesn't matter. Nothing at the postseason matters unless we take care of this week. And maybe getting 2 weeks left in the season, maybe you lose a little focus like, oh, wait, if we win this game and we win next game, then we could find ourselves. And there was a bunch of talk like we're sitting right there in the playoff picture and all of that stuff. So maybe that a little bit of a wake-up call heading into Kansas of, you know what, it doesn't matter unless we take care of this week. That's all we can control is this week.
Well, and that's why I think this is a ugly, ugly game for Kansas. I think Utah goes in and wins this game by 3 or more touchdowns. And back to our other point, 157 yards of rushing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking the under by a country mile in this one.
Okay, let me give you this one then, because it's 158 yards, right?
Yeah,
100 yards. Over, under.
Over.
Under.
Wow.
That's you got to remember this.
Under.
This
you got
team,
Jalen Daniels.
This Utah defense has been giving up. Going into that game was 143 yards. Probably coming out of the game is 158 yards. But give me the over.
On 100 yards?
Let's go 135.
Under.
132. I think they keep him to 132.
All right.
That's the number that keeps standing out to me. Now, the question I want to ask you guys, because everybody in this state needs to get rid of a couple of these 2-loss teams. Is there any chance Notre Dame loses to Stanford?
No.
Okay. Is there any chance that Oklahoma loses to LSU?
Is Lane Kiffin coaching LSU in this game?
No.
No. Okay, well.
And it is at home for Oklahoma.
Probably not, sadly. If I'm a member of that LSU team, I'm like, what are we doing here? They've camped up. They put a fork in it. They're done.
Really?
Yeah.
No. What? Really?
I would say Oklahoma's last 3 wins: Tennessee, at Alabama, and Missouri at home. That's their last 3
They're
wins.
cruising.
They're cruising. Oklahoma's put some points up.
Man, since Lincoln Riley left, they've really struggled.
Is there any way?
And USC is awesome.
Is there any way Auburn beats Alabama?
Good.
Sure.
That game's always crazy.
I think that there's a real opportunity there. This could be the last game for.
Well.
Oh, what the heck's his name? I just forgot his name. Head coach.
Kellen DeBoer?
Yeah, DeBoer.
I'm just going to tell you guys.
DeBoer's last game.
If none of those 3 happen, BYU and Utah are out if BYU can't get that win in the Big 12 championship.
Correct.
I think, the way it works out where BYU is playing a very downed UCF team at home, BYU should win that game. So Utah's going to miss the Big 12 championship game. They're going to sit there 10-2. Hopefully they just beat the pants off Kansas, putting up 50-plus points in hopefully 4 of their last 5 games.
Yeah.
Showing great offense, and then showing that their defense can rebound from a bad Kansas State performance. You just hope that somebody sits there and says, I've got to see more of this team.
For Utah. What is more meaningful to that group that's sitting there and thinking we need to see more? Is it more meaningful to have an offense that somehow miraculously is right on top of the Big 12 for Utah, or a defense and especially considering what happened last week? Which will they take more into account? Defense or offensive productivity?
Well, I think the pollsters love offense.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I do too.
And so that's so strange now that could be the deciding factor for Utah to potentially get into a playoff scenario.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Their offense has been so productive.
Utah could beat Kansas this weekend 75-0, and they're not getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think the Big 12 generally is
the only way the Big 12 is
not highly regarded.
Yeah, the only way the Big 12 is getting to is if BYU beats Texas Tech. That's it. Because then BYU gets the automatic bid, and then Texas Tech may get an at-large. It, frankly, it wouldn't surprise me if they bumped Texas Tech out of the equation. Like, well, we don't like the way you're trending right now, so you're out. BYU gets the automatic.
Yeah, that would be.
Hey, don't give me the angry death stare.
You said it. You're the one who said it. Who should I direct that stare at?
The committee. Not me.
You're speaking for the committee.
Okay, fine. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it my way.
That's just. I don't know.
Texas Tech is the number 7 overall defense in the country, and they are just below Utah in offense at number 7 in the country offensively. So they're number 7 both offensively and defensively in the country. I think if BYU beats them, Texas Tech is going to get the nod.
Yeah, I do too.
But I see what you're saying because everybody wants to make this appeal and point that the Big 12 is a one-bid league. You know, there's a part of me that's like, man, I love that the group of 5 has an automatic bid. I do wonder a bit if you need to put some stipulations on it.
You becoming an elitist now?
This is just one of those rare,
I know.
There's not
seasons
they don't belong.
There's not a G5 team that deserves it.
They don't deserve it.
I agree with you.
But, okay, so if let's just say Utah State was 12-0 and had a Mountain West Conference championship, it's like, and let's say that they played Vanderbilt and got the win, or they played maybe one or two P4s, got a win, or even split it. Let's say they're 11-1, split their Power Fours, won the conference. Then it's like, okay, I can see it. I think Tulane is the highest.
Right now, it looks like Tulane. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tulane showed up at number 24. They are the only group of 5 team that showed up in the college football playoff, and it's like 9-2. I don't think that and Retzlaff's going to get there because their final game is Charlotte.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Retzlaff's going to get there, which is wild.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll wrap up this bad boy. Coming up next.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get you back to good health. And if you want to pick a place that's going to get you where you need to be, why not go to the same place that treats University of Utah athletes, the Utah Jazz, the Utah Mammoth, the Salt Lake Stars. Like all of these are available for you, the same doctors, the same physicians with U of U Health. University of Utah Health. They've got so many great ways they're going to help you out. First off, telehealth. You don't need to leave home. You can talk to a doctor over your computer, over your phone, and get the help you need. If you do need to go somewhere, they've got clinics up and down the Wasatch Front. They have the best hospital in the state of Utah, named 11 years in a row with that title by U.S. News and World Report. uofuhealth.org. Get there now. Find the numerous ways, and they can get you back into the game. That's uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It may have been a rough day for the Utes in that win against Kansas State for the defense, but the offense, hey, they came to play, and Kyle Whittingham thrilled with his offensive coordinator, Jason Beck.
And that's part of Jason's creativity and the way he game plans, and it's all designed to create matchup problems and show things that we haven't shown before, which are difficult for the defense but fit into what we're doing offensively, so there's not a huge learning curve for our guys. It's just a matter of using all your weapons to the utmost, and he has a real gift for that as far as putting players in position to succeed and putting the defense in conflict.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come taste some of the best barbecue you'll ever try. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. That's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Who knew Bowflex could do that? Who knew?
Lloyd knows it's not a Bowflex.
It's the total gym.
It's not a total gym either.
Shake weight.
It's not a shake weight.
We're trying to figure out how Hans's arms have gotten so big as of late.
Can the cameras pick up
Yeah, they're huge and defined.
the gun show?
Jeez, man.
I don't know, man.
Hey, do you have to go to the vet later today?
Why?
The pythons look sick.
Oh, my gosh. Lloyd, if you ever ask how my Bowflex is again, I'm going to hurt you.
He spent 4 hours assembling that monstrous gym of his.
Yeah. It's a full-on
I'm
cables
sorry
machine.
that I got it mixed up. I apologize.
It's a Universal's machine.
Don't dismiss a Bowflex.
And I feel like the longer that the longer you go without acknowledging our sports-themed Christmas tree, the more I think you're a curmudgeon. You're a Grinch.
I am, and I'll tell you exactly why.
Yes.
Thanksgiving hasn't even occurred. What are we doing?
We're trying to spread a little Christmas cheer in here.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Man.
I'm happy to admit that. And if you do have the Christmas spirit right now and you're disregarding Thanksgiving, which, by the way, is the best holiday of the year.
Agreed.
Then there's probably something wrong with you. Look inside yourself.
I'll tell you.
I won't acknowledge any of this.
I think it's one big holiday, actually. Thanksgiving and Christmas just
all lumped together.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one
it's
thing.
The holidays.
That's not going well.
Is it the Festivus?
Is all the glitter that's in here got on my shirt. And I went home, and Amanda's like,
"Oh, where have you been, huh?"
I'm like, "Babe, they've got a Christmas tree that sits on my right shoulder."
Yeah.
And it's glitter all over me.
You sure that
Were
wasn't...
you like this? Amanda?
Yes, Scotty, I'm sure.
There's a Christmas tree full of glitter on my right shoulder. If you would have watched, you would have seen that. Did you say that?
I'm showing Scotty. It's glitter. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's a glitter bulb.
But
Glitter
it doesn't
bulb.
look. The glitter doesn't magically jump off the tree onto your shirt.
Is that, is that glitter going to junior college?
All over my shirt.
This show has devolved into.
It all became because Lloyd's an idiot with his Bowflex.
No, it just happened.
You know it's not a Bowflex, dude.
It was an accident. I'm
Show some
sorry.
respect.
I was showing respect for your arms.
That
I said they're
Bowflex
looking
comment.
good.
You know what?
stood up and they're big.
You know, does it matter what you're doing if you get the results like that?
Yeah, because if I'm in there doing Tybo and following Billy Blanks.
That's a blast from the past.
Yeah, that's not exactly how I want to get it done.
What?
But if it works, what does it matter?
Why not?
If the results
Why
are
are you offended?
Because the Bowflex doesn't work.
You want to be.
Tell that to Chuck Norris.
Yeah, tell that to Chuck Norris.
And Christy Brinkley.
No, they weren't
And
Bowflex.
Christy.
They were.
Yeah.
They were.
Yeah.
They were.
Chuck Norris will punch you in the face if you say that to him.
Ooh, Hans versus Chuck Norris right now. I think Hans with those pythons.
There's no way. Chuck Norris.
I got to get to the
Chuck
vet.
Norris wins.
I got to get to the
You
vet.
got to get to the vet.
'Cause these dudes are sick.
All I know is that the shirt sleeves are getting higher and higher.
I know. Isn't
That's
that
because
funny?
that's because my wife washed it in warm water.
Okay.
Oh,
I didn't.
sure.
I didn't scissor
Either
anything.
either that, or you borrowed the shirt from Shep. One or the other.
Don't be dragging Shep into
don't
this.
do that.
Come on, he doesn't deserve strays.
And my boy Shep's got some guns too.
Yeah,
he does.
All right, final score in this one, Frank. Utah, Kansas.
35-10.
I will go 52-17.
Give me 48-14.
All right.
48-14. They should put a stomping.
It's going to be ugly in Lawrence.
But here's the thing. Is it the Vegas Bowl, or are you guys holding out for a possibility that they get the nod?
I think you want to make the committee look as dumb as possible and make it as hard on them as possible. You're probably not getting in, but you want people to see, like, Utah scored 50 points for 4 weeks in a row, and just get your name out there, and then go to a bowl game and punish whoever you play in a bowl game, and just show the world, like, yeah, you screwed up.
If Texas Tech is the sole representative of the Big 12, can we lend them Jack Kelly and Devin Dampierre and Logan Fano?
Well, I'm sure with that money guy, they'd be more than happy to pay him if it was possible.
Just mercenaries. Just put them out there for because if Texas Tech goes and gets embarrassed, boys, and they're the only ones to represent.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a bad deal. That would be bad.
I can't think of a worse scenario because the Big 12 would be behind the 8 ball going into 2026.
Yeah.
It'd be like, the Big 12, why do we even waste our time?
What needs to happen is BYU beat Texas Tech, get into the automatic bid. Texas Tech is there, and both teams win games in the
playoff. So best case scenario, if you're Utah fan, best case scenario is for Texas Tech to win the championship game.
Oh yeah, you can't have BYU in there if you're a Utah fan.
No.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about best case scenario for the
Big
overall
12.
vibe of the Big 12.
I know,
yeah.
but this isn't the Big 12 preview show. This is the Utah preview show.
In order for Utah to get there, one of those 3 that I talked about, Notre Dame, Alabama, and Oklahoma, one of them is going to have to, if it's Auburn that's beat, one of those has to fall to 3 losses. And then the other one has to fall
so out of those
in a
3
championship
games,
game. But the Notre Dame doesn't have one. Notre Dame doesn't even play one.
One of those can. I don't know.
Yeah.
One of those can fall. I don't know.
Notre Dame gets a free ride, man.
We better get out of here because Stevenson Sylvester looks like he's ready to punch somebody in the face.
Let it be Frank.
Frank.
You know what? Did you see the guns on Stevenson?
I know.
Bowflex guy?
He's not a Bowflexer.
He's a Bowflex guy. Look at him. Unbelievable.
Lloyd, did you ask Sly how his Bowflex has helped him? No. You didn't, did you?
Because he's in the same room.
Don't be so offended.
I don't use a Bowflex.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't use a Bowflex.
No, you do know.
I apologize.
You just like to rub that in my face.
All right. Coming up next, it's JJ and Alex with Sly filling in right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious, and of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse rolls. Our chefs prep each little item with a little something that makes the garden so unique. It's fresh ingredients sprinkled with genuine TLC in every bite. Celebrate your season with us. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you right here on the program, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You can join us so many different ways. You can listen, of course, over the airwaves, 97.5, 1280, 102.7 FM HD2. Those are your audio options. You can also go back, or you can also stream it on KSLSports.com. Stream it right there. You can also stream it live with the video feed. And that's where you're going to see our guy Sly with the sunglasses at night. And the studio's extra dark right now. I don't know if they made it a sexy lighting situation for Frank. Is that what happened?
It's holiday themed.
It is. Well, no, because we got the tree up and we got that sparkle in the background. I feel like we need to light a candle in here and have some Bing Crosby. Have some Bing Crosby and some Nat King Cole going on here for some chilled out Christmas. Let's go.
Yeah, where's the spiked eggnog, Alex?
On a Wednesday.
Start this show off right.
Annapolis. Let's hook our guy up.
It's supposed to be the
best
night
listen,
of the year
I know
for bars.
it's supposed to. Is that what they say?
Oh, yeah. This
really?
is the drunkest night of the year, they say.
Oh, that's crazy. I would have
the
not.
night before Thanksgiving.
Not being a guy who partakes, I would have thought, your St. Patrick's Day. Why is it that they go, you know what? I'm going to go into that family situation totally hungover. Seems like because you don't want to be
kind of self-explanatory.
I get the part where they're drinking during the situation. I don't know why they go into it.
Oh, because you don't even want to start,
sweetheart.
No, I'm not feeling it today.
Sweetheart, we're running the turkey trot. Where are you?
The turkey trot.
So that's what a lot of people apparently are going to be doing tonight. Us, on the other hand, we got you covered. Sly, man, we got lots to get into. I can't wait to jump into this. I haven't been able to actually dissect some of the things that happened in that Utah versus Kansas State game. Mm-hmm. You're, of course, going to be headed out to Lawrence as well. Bottom of the hour, we're going to have our Ute insider for KSLSports.com, Steve Bartle, before he gets on a plane to head out to Lawrence. He'll chat with us as well. We're going to talk all things, but first we got to kick things off here with just the amazing fallout of what happened last night after the college football playoff rankings were released and all the fun that came with that and just the insane part of watching this train wreck in slow motion, but we're also on the track. It's one thing to watch it and to watch a train wreck and go, no, and you can't do anything about it. It's the other to be part of that train wreck and you're just watching it. If you're BYU, Utah, the Big 12, and you're watching this thing it's going to run you over because they've decided, I feel like it's already been decided how this thing is going to go. They've already figured it out for us. This wasn't part of the script. To have two Big 12 teams in. It just doesn't work out. Like we didn't plan for this. We got to get Miami in somehow. I know they're in 5th place in the ACC, but we got to get them in somehow. All right, let's figure that out. Let's kick off the show as we always do, though, right here, top of the program with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Okay, let's talk a little bit about it here. Oregon, look, they beat USC last week. That was a ranked win in the college football playoff rankings. They beat a ranked team who was a 2-loss team prior to that. That was a strong win for them, at least according to the metrics that the college football playoff committee seems to go by. So Oregon leaps Ole Miss. How much of that? Let's start there. Because in terms of numbers, when we were going through, we thought it was just going to be rubber stamped. We thought that the Utah move down the list was going to happen, but we were actually shocked because then we're like, anyway, the rest should be all the same. And then we all looked up at the screen and went, oh, wait, hold on a minute. Ole Miss got put down to 7. That's something crazy. And so Oregon leaps Ole Miss. Michigan gets ahead of Texas, which is also another interesting add. It also feels like it's just like future placement. Like, hey, if they beat Ohio State, where do you put Michigan?
Oh yeah. Right.
I mean, where does that end up?
They get that sneaky
little boost, and they're like, hey, look,
placement.
And if it's not Miami, you guys, that's what they're all saying. If it's not Miami, we got these guys in the back here in case they beat.
Everybody's gonna jump Utah.
Right.
Utah plays Kansas. It's not a big enough for a win. What do they call it? We need a more significant win.
No, it's style points now.
Yeah.
When in the history of this have we ever cared about how much you beat a team by for the win, especially in years when teams are circling you every week because you have that small number next to you and they want to hunt you down and they want to make sure that they knock you off of this thing. Kansas State, that game against Utah, I know that it was a disaster of a defensive day, but Utah is still a significantly good defensive team. And the question is when they go, wow, they gave up all those yards in that win, they just didn't look convincing. And you go, what has to happen? The only thing that they ask you to do
is win.
In all of the sports that you've ever played in your entire life is if you win, then that's it. You know what I mean? Like there are ugly wins, absolutely, but they're wins. We don't allow them to be ugly wins and then we dock you the win. You don't get an extra category over here in wins and losses. It's wins and losses. That's it. You know what I mean? Like we took the draw out of college football a long time ago because it's stupid. And you go, no, we're not going to have ties to figure this thing out. So if you've eliminated the tie, if you've avoided the loss, then the only thing that matters is the W. And I get it. Here's the other thing. This wasn't an FCS opponent. This was freaking Kansas State. And by the way, you saw him up close and personal. And Avery Johnson has been doing this for people for a long time. Avery Johnson is as athletic as anybody who walks on a football field. He is as good as anybody. He's as shaky as anybody who's on the field. He will make you miss. He's quick. He's a pretty darn good thrower for how a dynamic of a runner he is, too. He doesn't get enough credit for that. And frankly, if you're Bird Ficklin and Devin Dampier, you'd be like, hey, study what this guy does because he runs really well. He's really great at hitting hitting that outside RPO and reading that and scooting up the field. But he also throws the ball on a pretty good line. And so that Kansas State team is a team before the year started and by the way, this is not a Kansas State team that came. This happened with BYU with TCU. They go, yeah, they beat them. They beat them 44-13. But that was like a bad TCU team. And you go, they were 6-3. They're 7-4 now. They're likely to go on to win 9 games this year. Okay, and by the way, TCU beat SMU, who they're like propping up right now to go, hey, one of those possible playoff teams. So if it hasn't shown enough that I'm grumpy about it, Oregon leaps Ole Miss, Utah gets jumped by Miami, and we saw it coming. And I guess it's just shame on us because we've been trained like everybody else has to know that this was going to be the way to do it. But When you saw that and when you see where they've put Miami, that feels like Utah's college football playoff hopes were dashed just last night by being docked even that spot, because it feels like there's nothing they could do against Kansas this week that would put them ahead of Miami, short of Miami losing to Pitt. And then even then, you wonder if they'll try to sneak another ACC team in there. All the ACC teams are kind of lining up in those low 20s, high teens.
Right.
They're ready to pounce at any moment. I'm discouraged by how college football has run some things this year, and it just feels awful.
This year?
Well, it gets worse year. I'm just saying it's been bad in the past.
I just feel like there's a story every year.
Every year there's something that makes it a little bit chaotic. And when I say a little bit chaotic, this is when you incorporate subjective. Oh, we have a committee, and this is a bunch of smart people. The biggest
bunch of smart people.
I know. The biggest lie with this committee slide to me is we don't look at prior rankings. We just go in and we rank them week on week, and we just reset it every week. Then how is it that Notre Dame and all these same teams find themselves so far up, ahead of teams that they probably shouldn't be ahead of in these things? How is Miami getting that nod? How does that happen? Well, it's because it's been decided in people's heads before the season started that they'll be good. And then in some cases, you have to wait for them to be good. So when you saw that, what was your reaction to Utah going down to 13 after getting a win over the weekend?
Well, the problem is we talked about it, right? And we thought it was going to happen, right? They were just going to Miami was going to jump them if that happened. That's why we all voted against them, because we were praying that they didn't win. But the fact that they did win, it just made it happen that way. But I wasn't. I don't know. I didn't. Since we knew it was going to come, knew it was going to happen, especially with the performance that Utah had defensively and how we're talking about style points, it just wasn't surprising, right? We just knew that was going to happen. And so for me, it goes to the whole deal. It's not just this year. It's every single year that it's something. And honestly, I think they thrive on that controversy. They thrive on people hating it or loving it and, having mixed emotions about it, because there's always something to talk about with it. And so it's not going to be solved until there's a bigger playoff to where more teams can actually make their case because of college football having so many teams, right? There's one thing for the NFL, right? There's only 31, 32 teams, right? NBA, same thing. But when there's 118 possibilities of teams making 12 positions, you're going to find some controversy. And I think that's just where we're at right now. And until it gets bigger, until it gets more slated that the best teams are actually in it or worth it or even having an opportunity, there needs to be a wild card. Is there? Well, I guess football is always, a sudden death. There's not like a 4-game, 5-game series, right? But I think until this bracket is extended, which sucks, right? Because you're talking about the health of football players, that you have to extend the season that much more. It's always going to be controversy. So, again, this whole Miami jumping Utah, wasn't surprised. The whole bumping Michigan up to 15 to have such a signature win over number one, that it could potentially jump them up five to six spots in that college football playoff to get them in just because of that win. And when we talk about these blue blood schools from Miami to Alabama, Georgia, Texas, and Michigan, Ohio State getting much more love and an opportunity than others, because, again, we talk about this whole Notre Dame situation, right? Who are they going to lose to? I mean, they play Stanford this week. Let's say that they get surprised. Stanford comes out and plays some dang ball this week, right? Are they totally out of the picture? Because it makes no sense that this independent team continues to just be there, and they really aren't. They don't have a full schedule the way everybody else does. So it's always complexing when you get to this point in the season. But at the end of the day, as you said, win your games, and you don't have to be a part of the controversy.
Just win the games. And in BYU's case, I think what's hard, too, is watching a 10-1 BYU team
at 11.
At 11,
I feel
when
like they've had a pretty good schedule too.
Their strength of schedule is 6th. And so when they show all the teams that are in front of them, the graphic that they had shown last night that ESPN put up was 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14 are all 2-loss teams. Now, you notice I skipped 11 in there because that's the only team that's not a 2-loss team in that stretch of 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14
right.
that they have one loss. And their strength of record, and they even put at the bottom of the screen on that graphic the strength of record for all those teams. and BYU has a higher strength of record of every one of them, including the 8, 9, and 10 teams on there. So what's the actual metric? Is it an eyeball test that we're not familiar with? Is it something else that we look at and we say, hey,
that's so crazy it looks like that?
It's kind of bonkers to see the explanation, because when the committee starts to go through and they sort of talk about it, I wonder what the real conversations are. You know what I mean? And I don't know if look, when they talk about Utah in the room, Mark Harlan has to walk out, right? That's the whole thing. He's got that's what they say. They have to recuse. If they're talking about a team that you're basically the representative of, you've got to recuse yourself, and they make them go out of the room while they talk about them, while they whisper behind your back about, man, let's see if we can figure out a way to get Miami ahead of these guys. Miami's got a tough road, I think, to still get in, and the reason is because they're not going to be in the conference championship game in the ACC. There are 4 teams ahead of them in the ACC standings. So they're tied for 4th in the ACC standings, and yet they're 13th in the national rankings, the highest ranked ACC team in all the national rankings. And I get it. They're a 2-loss team. There are other teams in front of them in the ACC from the conference standpoint that have 3 losses. There's also UVA, who's a 2-loss team.
They talk about Virginia Tech. I mean, was Virginia Tech like?
No. Virginia Tech's a bad football team. Who's got an interim coach?
2-5 in conference, 3-8 in overall.
Right, and it was not like they blew those guys
out. They won
out
by 2 touchdowns.
And I get it. They were there in Blacksburg. Fine, it's fine. I don't know if Utah would have won 51-31. Would we have seen?
What case do you have?
I just wonder if Utah would have actually been ahead. Is it really that they had a poor performance against? When I say a poor performance, a poor defensive performance. Mm-hmm. Is that the thing? Because I want to know what the actual metric is.
We want to be in the room, dang it. Well, I want to hear what your actual case. What are you actually presenting?
We were listening to
that makes you make that decision.
We were listening to Hunter Juracek, who's the committee chair now after Mac Rhodes left, and he threw the stupid 6-7 thing out there, and we'll get to that later. But my heavens! So in the end, though, his explanation is like, "And we just really love." The type of football that Oregon's playing right now, they're really good on offense and defense, and they're exceptional on special teams. I'm like, are we having special teams discussions? Are we having special teams discussions in the committee room? There's no way. There's no way. So is there a standardized metric? Because they talk about strength of schedule, strength of record. And then when it comes down to it, and these other teams have higher strength of record, but they're further back in the rankings, and then you go, well, what happened here? They go, just we feel like, and then we get to a weird point where you're having these conversations. I feel like so and so should be the national champion. That's how we used to crown the national champion. In fact, that's how we used to get a couple different ones. You'd have an AP champion, you'd have a USA Today champion, you'd have a.
Isn't that the guys down south? That's how they got deemed champion.
Yes,
I feel like.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing is that they got a because that's how they used to do it. Right. That's why the Washington Huskies, when I was growing up, they were national champions, co-national champions. Why? Because Miami won the AP, or no, Washington won the AP national championship, and then like the coaches championship was like voted on, and it was Miami. But that's how we used to do it. Because heaven forbid we play it against each other, right? Because it's like, no, that's stupid. They're going to be in the Orange Bowl. That's what they play in. And then you play in the Rose Bowl. Anyway, and then we'll decide who the national champion is based off of that.
Right.
So yes, it was an imperfect system back then. And it was also busted by BYU back in the day. And they had to figure out a way to not have that again, where a BYU team ends up winning a national championship. And I'm not trying to do this victim thing like, oh, poor BYU and Utah. They're victims of not being in the SEC and the Big Ten, but it is hard to look at this and say,
without opportunity.
Well, what is the real metric that you're going by? I certainly hope it's not, they had a great special teams day. You should have seen their gunners. They're just really on top of the football on covering those punts. There's no freaking way. So, and I get it. I had somebody tweet at me and go, there's no way Utah should be ahead of Miami. Miami's best win is against Notre Dame, and Utah's best win is against Arizona State. That being said, Utah's 2 losses are to 2 top 11 teams. The number 5 team in the country and the number 11 team in the country.
Combined losses is 2 losses, yeah.
2 losses. And After that, they've just taken care of business. Who cares? Like, what is it? Style points? And by the way, all you can do is beat the teams that are in front of you.
Well, yeah, I mean, style points. We lost to BYU by 3
on the road.
Texas Tech really blew the doors open late, so
right.
You take
know
that
what's funny about the Utah and BYU both are being talked about in this scenario. Really funny because they're like, yeah, but they got beat. They got obliterated by Texas Tech. I'm like, the number 5 team in the country, So they beat the best teams, the other 2 teams in the Big 12 who are in second and third place currently. It's like, that's one of the best teams in the entire country. So which one is it? You know what I mean? It's nice when Texas A&M does it. Comes back and beats a 3-7 South Carolina team. That was
like, whoa,
beautiful.
That's a stellar team, how they came back from that.
Right. A 1-point win at home against South Carolina, who's won 3 games this year. That's the standard, but that's the number 3 team in the country that did that. And again, then they go, well, think about the year you guys went undefeated in that 2008 season. It wasn't all pretty.
Oh, no.
And no one went back and went, back then you didn't
that
say.
New Mexico game when you only won by 3, it was a struggle through all that. You think you guys should have.
Because there are games you have to live through. You have to just, it's not pretty. You just have to get the win.
Right.
You just have to win.
Right.
So when you just win in front of these teams, and that's all you're doing is winning. It's just like the conversation with Miami and Utah was funny because they just went right to, hey, put them ahead of them. Why? Well, 51-47 against Kansas State. Kansas State has always been, in the past decade, better than Virginia Tech. Always. And this year they have more wins than they do, too. And this, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Like, the apples-to-apples comparison is never going to be there. But tell me what the metric is, at least. Because it's not strength of record. It's not strength of schedule. And it's certainly, I don't understand what the quote-unquote style points are. Are they just talking about running it up? Are you just talking about you have to win by a certain amount? Because, by the way, even with that, Utah has beaten all of their conference opponents.
That needs to be slated as a metric, and that's what coaches would do. Because, like we talked, or they asked Coach Whittingham, too. He's like, are you one for style points and this and that? And he's like, no, I would never do that.
Kalani says the same thing, yes.
But which they shouldn't, right? It's like, look, I'm worried about and focused on playing good football. But if you're worried about placement and style points is a metric, and it's known that it's a metric, then, of course, you have to play for style points.
So they have a game against Kansas State, and that was the only win in conference play that they didn't win by 35 points, basically.
Right, 28
so that's
plus,
the one,
yes.
Right, and so now the average, instead of 35.3 that they've been beating their Big 12 opponents with, it's now down to 27.5. Well, for shame. You only win by 4 touchdowns in all your conference games instead of the 5. We prefer 5 for our folks to get in.
I'm not trying
to make a case for Utah to get in because I still think
but it's a head-scratcher for whoever gets into that situation.
Look, all those teams, the reason that they're there, the lie is that they didn't look that prior polls don't matter. That's the lie. Prior polls matter. The AP poll, as much as people want to pretend like, oh no, we didn't look at that thing, then why is the AP poll and the college football playoff poll so darn close to one another, especially at the beginning? Why is it? Because when you have a preseason number 1 in Texas, they're still 15 at 7-3 because they can kind of hang around a poll when you're the number 1 team in the preseason. Right. Unless you're Florida State from a couple of years ago, and what did they do? They went 0-6 or whatever it was. They went 2-10. And it was like, well, we can't put those guys in. But Notre Dame stuck around at the beginning of the season because they were a top 5 preseason ranked team, right? Top 5 preseason ranking. So they lose their first 2 games. And that was the other thing. This is what's crazy is normally when you lose late in your schedule, it's done for you.
Yeah.
Miami's lost 2 of their last 4 games. Okay? It has not dinged them like we thought that it was going to ding them. They just keep moving up.
And the ACC is not – nobody in the ACC is going to make your strength of schedule matter. Like if I take a loss to an ACC opponent, it's not supposed to be like, well, it's so-and-so.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's what's so hard about Miami even being in the mix.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We have Steve Bartle, our Ute insider for KSLSports.com, who's going to join us. He's going to be getting on a plane this afternoon to go to Lawrence, watch the Utes and the Jayhawks facing off. I think it's the first time Utah's ever traveled to Kansas to play in Lawrence. I don't know. That's probably the first time you've ever gone to Lawrence, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's probably going to hopefully the last. No, you'll have to be there other times. Come on, man. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk with Steve about what this game looks like for Utah to be able to try to put together. All you have to do is get another win. That's all you have to do. That's all you're asked to do to get to a 10-2 regular season.
This is great.
Stay here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The delays are firmly in place on southbound I-15 between Spanish Fork and Santa Quinn. If you're heading out of Utah County for the holiday, reduced speeds are already happening as well on I-15 between Ogden and Roy, and in Salt Lake County from Murray down to the Bangerter exit in Draper. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are now bowl eligible and look to finish up the regular season with a Friday showdown against Boise State and Logan. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday afternoon at 1 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yet you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Cougars at 30 up there right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU safety Talon Alfrey talking about BYU building momentum going into this final week of the regular season.
He tells us every week that we still haven't played our best yet, full 60 minutes of what we know we can do. And I know that we can accomplish a lot coming up. And there's a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence with the team, and moving forward, and excited to see what we can do in these next few weeks.
Kenny J's Barbecue, bringing you the Cougars at 30 updates. Smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out Kenny J's Catering. They deliver that bold, smoky flavor to anything that you've got going on. Weddings, work, any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. More to go right here. Stay with us. Steve Bartle joins us.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Covering the Utes better than anyone else, this is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to the program. Happy Wednesday to you. Reminder, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. We got some tickets to give away a little bit later. Don't miss it. Let me see here. Steve Bartle, our Utah Utes insider for KSLSports.com, joining us here. Sly sitting in for JJ, who's I'm sure enjoying the time of his life as he's on a road trip to take his family to go hang out up in Idaho. No problem. This is what
I just envision JJ being Chris Farley from Billy Madison. Everybody
on the bus.
I'll turn this bus around in your
You're
precious
yelling.
field trip.
That Veronica Vaughn. Yeah. So Steve Bartle joins us on the program. Stevenson Sylvester, of course, played linebacker at Utah, played linebacker in the NFL for the Steelers. And so he dips in and gives us some of the ideas. That's why he was extra offended on Saturday by the lack of stopping the run by Kansas State.
Oof.
Steve, you were in that stadium. We talked a little bit about that earlier this week, about how wild of a crowd that was. But some of the people left early, so some of the crowd wasn't there to cheer them on. What was your takeaway from this whole thing? Watching Utah go through this whole season, but get to 9-2, and on the cusp of going 10-2. What did you think of last week's game against Kansas State?
Yeah, one of the most incredible games that I've got to witness. From both sides, right? To watch Kansas State do what they did to Utah, it was really impressive, because Utah has really dominated this season, and really on both sides of the ball at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Outside of that Texas Tech game, they've had their way with the rest of the Big 12, and we just kind of grow accustomed to that being the case. And Kansas State came in, and throughout the week, I just had a feeling, right? You go back the week before, and Kansas State struggled against Oklahoma State. I think they won 14-6. The offense looked, pretty bad, and a lot of people talked about Kansas State having melded in, and they're done. They're quitting on the season, and I just had this sneaky suspicion that they were going to come out against Utah with something to prove, right? Obviously, it's easy to overlook Oklahoma State given the situation that they're in. And I think Kansas State came in ready to go, and they had a plan that Chris Kleiman installed, and a message to his team. I think he talked about their desire to come into Rice-Eccles Stadium and run it down Utah's throat. And to their credit, that's what they did for 55 minutes of that game. It was shocking to watch Utah struggle and give up a big play after big play. It was a shock. I remember me and Furlong, we were at halftime, we were scrolling through the game log season after season looking for, the highest rushing total in a game, let alone a half, because we're looking at the number. It was, 348 at the half, and, just a shocking number. So, from that perspective, right, Kansas State coming in, punching Utah in the mouth, with this team, just continuing to fight back, continuing to press forward and fight till the bitter end. I think that, above all else, is what Kyle Whittingham prides himself on, that he's never going to die, he's never going to give in, and that's what we saw Saturday night is, Utah took the punches, but then, late in that game, They got that play on the 2-point conversion. Teo Johnson takes it the other way, and suddenly, that's the spark that Utah needed to get it going. And even despite, Devin Dampier's, fumbles that led to that touchdown score and that 2-point conversion play, to see Dev bounce back after that mishap and make the plays he did down the final 7 minutes of the game was really, really impressive. And like Whittingham said in his post-game presser, they were treated to a pretty special event. It was one for the ages. And, the crowd that was there was still a pretty good presence of Utah fans. I would say probably 50% of the stadium emptied out. But, the crowd that was there still made it when Dev ripped off that run and then got it into the end zone. And then Lander Barton intercepts the Avery Johnson pass a couple plays later. That was still one of the loudest moments that I've experienced being on the field at Rice Eccles Stadium over the last few years.
Yeah, man, I've seen Coach Witt pissed off. I'm interviewing him as we go into halftime, but I haven't seen him that mad since UNLV 2007. We got blanked out on the scoreboard, and rightfully so. It just doesn't make sense. It was kind of a head scratcher, but in these games, right, you do have ugly games during the season where it's kind of a battle, but at the end of the day, you pull out the W. I kind of felt like, I don't want to know, Steve, were you feeling that from Kansas State? They were getting more and more energy with the stuff, because of course, Coach Witt alluded to it. He's like, it felt like basic power roll. It felt like basic away zone, basic counter, and we just weren't guarding well. Did you feel like Kansas State was getting more and more energy and more confidence, as they kept breaking runs and allowed it to get to 300-plus rushing yards in the first half?
Yeah, absolutely, and rightfully so, right? You see one, you've got that, you get hungry for the next one. And then you rip off another one, and you get hungrier for the next one. And there's just this growing belief and confidence that these players build when you see these big plays rip off, right? When Utah the week before, despite what they did on the defense side of the ball, giving up 500 yards, they still made plays on that side. But the offense, ripping off big play after big play, it's a big motivating thing to get back out there and make the next big one.
Right.
And so, I think, for Kansas State, it was, it was as impressive a performance that I've seen. They just came out and really controlled the line of scrimmage, controlled the trenches, generated a lot of movement that made it difficult for Utah's linebackers to throw properly and to get downhill and get a clean hit on Joe Jackson and get a clean hit on Martin and Johnson and those guys. So it was an impressive performance, and they continue to build momentum. But again, for getting back to Utah, you take those punches, and then you finally get a stop in that second half to that's where you start to build some of your confidence. And then you get it into that late fourth quarter. You finally get a couple of big stops again, and you make the play down the stretch to seal it. And I think, that's just what this game is all about, is building play after play, momentum play after momentum play. That's really what this game is all about.
Steve, as you see this Kansas game and it looms, and obviously, I don't think Witt is the kind of guy that goes, we got to make sure to run it up on these guys. I think he likes to beat the heck out of teams because that's just the style of ball.
Physically, like the score doesn't need to showcase how bad you beat a team.
It has in a lot of these weeks, and I think Kansas is ripe for one of those because it feels like they're a team that has massively underperformed over the past 2 or 3 seasons, Steve. And so what do they have on the line as they welcome the Utes into Lawrence?
Yeah, Kansas, 5-6 on the year. They're going to be battling for bowl eligibility. So this is a big one for them, and this is also senior day, and they've got a pretty big senior class. With that, I was told I think it's going to be about 33 players that they honor on senior day. But with that, it's different than what it's been in years past, right? When you talk about senior day, because a lot of these guys, they're just here for a year and that sort of thing. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic, right? How many of these guys have been with Kansas for an extended period of time? I don't really know, but I think there is going to be motivation to come out and try to replicate what Kansas State did, right? I think that's where Kansas has found a lot of success, is in their rushing attack with Jalen Daniels and in that option with Daniel Highshaw and those guys. And they're going to try to do what Kansas State did. And for Utah, this is a great test to kind of showcase that, the work you put in this week to address those issues, to address those mistakes and mishaps and the lack of physicality, the lack of discipline and toughness that you need to defend the run. This is your opportunity to showcase that you can still be that dominant defense against the run. So, this is going to be a great test for Utah because, there are some interesting factors going into it. It's going to be a tricky game with it being a Friday morning game, the day after Thanksgiving. I know the team is going to be flying out Thursday night and getting there, that night and all that. But I think this is going to be, a tough test and a good test. And despite the record, Kansas has been competitive. They've just given up games late in the second half where, they're competitive. They're going back and forth for 3 quarters, but then they just fail to make the plays in that fourth quarter. And so for Utah, you don't want it to get there, right? You don't want it to get to that fourth quarter where Kansas is hanging around, lingering, and because they're going to want to prove that they can get it done. And against Utah, with that number 13 ranking attached to their name, that's a big opportunity for them to get to bowl eligible, to send the seniors off with a win, and to make a statement that, the thing that you struggled with all season, you finally overcame it, you finally figured that out. I know that that's something Lance Leipold is going to be harping on this week with his guys as well. So this is going to be a good test. And obviously, given the record of Kansas, it's not going to do much for Utah in terms of, helping their resume and all of that sort of stuff. But this is going to be a one where you have to go in this taking care of business and come in there with that mindset.
Yeah, you've now had a few days since the game's kind of let off and been able to see everything. I want to get your impressions of Coach Witt, right? After that crazy up and down wild finish on Saturday from the post game, him to his Monday press conference. I know you were there, and now a couple days after there was practice last night and Monday. What have you gotten vibe from Coach Witt and how he's feeling about this moment, of course, about this season, and then, of course, his whole career?
Yeah, I think obviously we understand where Kyle is at in his career, right? He is in the twilight of his career. He's in the final, days, months, years, to go that far. He's in the final couple stretches of his career. That's the stage that he's in. And so, each and every moment is kind of a unique one because it could be the last, right? It could be the last that Kyle gets to coach Utah in Rice Central Stadium. And I think it was really telling. I shouldn't say telling, but I think we all read into, his press conference when he, got choked up talking about the seniors and this being their last opportunity to get a win at Rice Central Stadium. I thought that was really interesting. But I in terms of how he's approached this season, we know Kyle, he doesn't want it to be, he doesn't want to be a distraction. He wants the focus to be on his guys, on his team. And that's kind of the approach he's taken all season, is focusing on his players, his coaches. And I think he doesn't want it to be a problem. He doesn't want it to be a distraction. And so, I don't know where Kyle is at in terms of
nobody knows. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where he's at in terms of coming back next year or retiring. There's, having conversations with people. There's plenty that side on both sides of that discussion. But I know that Kyle, he's still sharp. He's still, energetic. He's still coaching with a passion that you love to see. And I think, for him, I think he is taking greater appreciation of, where he's at in his career. It's been interesting to follow him over the last 5 years, being up there at just about every press conference, being able to talk to him in the post game, and just kind of getting a feel for Kyle and who he is. I do feel like there's been more of that appreciation for the bigger picture and that sort of stuff from him this season. So we'll see what happens with Kyle. Obviously, but I think he's still capable of coaching next season and beyond. But I think the emotion was really interesting to see for him, to say the least.
All right, Steve Bartle, our Ute insider for KSLSports.com. Steve, have fun out there in well, whatever version of fun they have out there in Lawrence, and enjoy the holiday tomorrow a little bit, and have some turkey on us. And you know what? Just slide that P card at a turkey place, and you say Alex gave you permission to be able to have some of that. So have fun out there, man. We're looking forward to what you guys put out there online, and we'll follow all of it.
Appreciate you guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time, all right?
There you go. Steve Barlow, everybody. Absolutely.
That guy works, man.
He does.
He is out there. Gotta appreciate his work. Absolutely love it, man. It's crazy. Yeah.
I wonder what this is gonna. I'm kind of going back and forth on Twitter with some of these guys chatting about, like, it is
Twitter. Come on now.
I don't really love it, but it is. I mean, I'm not fighting. They make great points. It's just like, look, it's the same thing we talk about like every year. Bad losses versus good wins versus like okay wins versus okay losses. Like, we have these back and forths, and you're like, what does that even freaking mean? A decent, that was an ugly win. You know, it's like, you just freaking won. Who cares? Just get it done. I don't know. I'm just bracing for the ridiculousness of the explanation of what we're going to get in a couple of weeks. If BYU falls in the championship game, if Texas Tech loses to BYU, like, come on, they're going to stay, right? I have no idea, because I feel like then they'll be in this 2-loss mix where everybody goes, yeah, but let's look at your SOR and your SOS and your PPI. And it's like, come on, man. I'm not doing it. I don't want to get into all that. There's no way that 2 ACC teams should get in this year in a weak ACC year and not 2 Big 12 teams being considered. It's crazy to me. All right. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner when we return a Would You Rather, a holiday edition of Would You Rather. So stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we go. It all comes down to this for BYU. Beat UCF, and the Cougars will be in Arlington for the Big 12 title game. As BYU looks to keep their dream season alive, keep it locked on the Zone for complete coverage of BYU football every step of the way. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, all right.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have two dogs because you gotta open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update brought to you by the good folks at Kenny J's Barbecue. Utah defensive coordinator Morgan Scalley talking about what Kyle Whittingham has meant to him as his mentor and his head coach.
He's been my mentor. He's been the guy that coached me. He's been, what are you getting at? Are you getting at this is it? Because we're not hearing any of that. So, yeah, he's the head coach, and that's my guy. So, love him, and we're, next game.
Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites right there at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Just KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Would you rather up next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Welcome back. It is JJ and Alex on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, a Wednesday edition of the program, getting you ready for Thanksgiving. Stevenson Sylvester sitting next to me here in the studio. I feel like we need to turn more lights on. This feels weird.
No. Sunglasses, I have to go darker then. So
I guess to justify your sunglasses in the studio, which by the way, even if there's just a spotlight on you, you would still keep them on. I mean, if I got
them on at night at Rice Eccles Stadium. Dang it!
It is always fun to watch Sly on TV. I always look for him on the TV broadcast. Because you're like, there's always, and it doesn't matter. There's always like security and stuff like that, and guys who like are kind of half paying attention to the game. There'll be like a ball boy who gets a little too into it, and you're like, ooh, that guy. I don't know if his bosses want to see him wearing that, wearing the ball boy vest and then jumping up and down or pointing at the opponent. I've seen some like trash talk from some of those guys. When I see Sly has this. I'll do it for the camera. He's right here. He's got this wide set stance, and you see these legs out like this, and it's like he's breaking down like he's going to hit somebody. And you're like, this guy And I remember watching you during the Rose Bowl in one of those when Mekhi Bernard caught that ball in the corner end zone.
I was down there.
Sly's got his like microphone in his hand, and he's like, "Oh yeah!" And I'm like, "This freaking guy, dude."
I'm just like everybody else. I'm a fan. I am a football nerd, a junkie. I absolutely love this stuff. I'm just down there doing exactly what everybody else is doing in the stands.
I know. It's funny to watch. All right, I've got a would you rather. What's the worst holiday for family get-togethers?
The worst?
The worst holiday for family get-togethers.
Oof.
You know, is it getting together on a 4th of July and it's hot and it's kind of, you know, and you're kind of, you know, maybe the barbecue's happening outside. Thanksgiving, I think it gets maligned for being like the place where everybody dumps all their political views. But that can happen anywhere.
Anywhere.
And frankly, I think
that's
it happens
regular
at all.
Tuesday,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Taco Tequila Tuesday night.
You settle down. You incorporated it into a Taco Tequila Tuesday?
Hey, now. Triple T.
That is like LeBron James like, Taco Tequila Tuesday. Like, whoa, settle down. You lush? Jeez. So my question is, what's the one that you guys get together as a family? What's the one that causes the most problems?
The most problems or the one that you can do without?
Maybe both, because it doesn't help. It causes problems, and so it's easy to go, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and avoid that one.
Here's the thing, and why I'm probably not the guy to ask.
I get along with everybody. That's BS.
It is that too, but at that same point, I'm probably the guy causing the trouble most of the time, so I have a different perspective. So I don't know if I'm the right person to call.
That's a great question. Nobody wants to invite us to anything. So back to you.
Everybody hates us, and I don't know why. No. Is it me? Am I the common denominator?
I guess if you meet 10 jerk family members, I might be the jerk. Hold on.
I don't know. For me, the one that we can do without is probably Easter. I could do without that family get together on that.
Yeah,
that one just
feels
it feels overdrawn. Of course, I think a lot of people are getting away from the meaning of holidays anyway. But,
Easter especially. Like they don't even know what they're doing there.
Right. I think we could do without that one. Thanksgiving, I absolutely love it. There's just way too much activities going on for that to be taken away, right? From the football. Who's talking about turkey trot? You're talking about turkey trot.
Turkey trots, get out of here. Who does that? If you're doing a turkey trot, trying to show us all up,
I got friends. Actually, I got to see if they're doing it. They normally do like a little charity run out in Sugar House Park.
That's fun.
And they take shots of wild turkey and then go do like a 3-mile run.
Again with the alcoholic friends you have.
Hey man, choose your friends wisely.
You know what's funny? I used to live by Sugar House Park, and back in the day when I used to actually run, I would every weekend. By the way, there's a charity run at Sugar House Park, a 5K.
It's great.
And I would go what they would call bandit the race, which is just I would go run. I would go do the. I'd hit my thing on my watch and I'd run. They'd try to give me a T-shirt at the end. I'm like, no. Like I would avoid it, and I would actually. But they're watching you. They're like, "Where's your number?" And you're like, "Huh?
Why are you here?"
And all I'm trying to do is just get skinnier. I just don't want to be as fat. And I'm like, look. I like being. I appreciate. What is this? Oh, okay. You know. Oh, great. I'll be a part of your charity. But the thing is that at Sugar House Park on any given weekend, there's basically a charity run.
Right.
And I lived right there, so I was always like, it's kind of nice to kind of be running against the clock. I'm not into winning all your stuff, but come on. Here's the thing about these holidays. When you do have football, it makes it easier.
Yes.
Because I can go straight downstairs at my in-laws' house and sit on the couch down there and watch football, and I can avoid. Now I have exceptional in-laws, so we don't have like a lot of back and forths, too many back and forths.
Well, I get along with everybody.
See, this guy's the problem at the party, isn't he? This guy's the freaking problem. I'm finding out now. Holy dang
I am the antagonist. I've been sending memes all week to my family already. Talking to my
He's sending political views. He's doing all this. Have you guys seen this that was said on
my cousin's a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
My cousin's a bodybuilder, so she sends a meme talking about like how I walk into Thanksgiving when knowing everybody else doesn't lift and whatever. I was like, so how do you walk in with stank breath?
Oh,
show us a video of how you walk in with that. I'm that guy. And then we just went back and forth for the next hour. So
female family members too.
Oh, anybody can get it.
Okay.
If you got enough to pop off, you better be able to take it, because I ain't stopping. Like even last week, right? Like the Cowboys won, right? And I got a friend who I've been giving crap to forever. She texts me. He's like, yeah, my Cowboys. I was like, please keep texting me. Please keep texting me. Because when January comes around, I want to have no excuse to let up. I'm going to text you when these playoffs happen and the Cowboys lose again in the wild card or don't make it at all. I'm going to send you a barrage of social media reels. I'm one of those guys that you just didn't watch 300 of my reels I sent? How dare you? How dare you? I'm that guy. Sorry, I am.
It's like you show up to the family thing, and there's always a guy who goes, "You know, the moon landing was faked, right?" And I just turn right back around and I go, "All right, I'm out of here." All right,
that's my uncle.
Everybody's got it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we return, Riley Nelson, former BYU and Utah State quarterback, going to join us on the program. Give us some thoughts on how this season is shaken out for BYU, how to finish strong for BYU, and then what a conference championship game looks like in year 3 in the Big 12 for this BYU team. Stay with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
At Shamrock Plumbing, we are serious about plumbing.
We want you to know that we hire only the best plumbers. We want the guys who are the best at what they do, even if it means they are boring. As a matter of fact, once we interviewed a guy who came across as just a little too charismatic. So he says, "Do you love me?" And she says, "No, but that's a real nice ski mask." Right. When you call Shamrock Plumbing, we dispatch one of our experts. We promise they will not be entertaining. No jokes, no smiles, no charisma. Will they be male models? Sure. But no unnecessary jocularity will be sneaking its way into your toilets when Shamrock Plumbing is on the job. Just listen to our commercials. Solemnity is in everything we do. In fact, Solemnity was my great-grandfather's middle name. Ernest Solemnity Flannery. What a guy. So I guess you could say it's sort of in our blood. Shamrock Plumbing. We're serious about plumbing.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, listen to the Utah Mammoth as they host the Montreal Canadiens. The puck drops at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Celebrate Thanksgiving Day tomorrow with the BYU basketball team. They play Miami at 3 o'clock on 102.7 FM. Friday, it's college football as Utah State hosts Boise State at 2 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. That'll be followed by the Mammoth at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. on 1280 The Zone. And the Jazz host the Kings at 7:30 on 97.5.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this as the Cougars look to earn a spot in the Big 12 title game as they take on UCF in Provo. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Would you get the karaoke version of this song?
Oh, man.
Here it goes.
I'm just picturing walking down the WWE ramp. This is my entry song. Fireworks going off when the beat drops.
I'm trying to, here's the thing is, you and I have known each other for probably 5 years now. I don't know if I've ever seen you with the sunglasses off. I don't know if you have eyeballs. I think that you have those Ray-Bans super glued to your face, and you're actually embarrassed to admit it. It was a party prank, and you've just kept it like that for years.
You know, it fits.
You fell asleep at a party in college, and this has been you ever since.
I don't want nobody.
Did you get married with sunglasses on?
Hey, if I did, she would have flipped out.
Oh, I was gonna say
she would have came out like, "You got those on?"
Yeah, that's
so.
the.
No, I can promise you, I did do it.
Oh, good for you. Hey, welcome to the program. It is a Wednesday edition, a Thanksgiving Eve edition of the program. Stevenson Sylvester filling in for Jeremiah Jensen, who's on the road, headed up to see some family, just like you should be. You know what I mean? And joining us on the program right now, top of the hour, we're going to get going right here with Riley Nelson, former BYU and Utah State quarterback. And also, of course, one of our colleagues on this program, he's sat and witnessed the sunglasses in person himself. Let's get it all kicked off right here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. An American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden, nobody knows cars like Doug. Riley, what's up, man? Do you have to host Thanksgiving this year now that you guys have once you like finish building a house, then everybody goes, anyway, waiting on that invite.
Riley, are you finished with the house already?
Absolutely, yeah. No, we were in last summer, so we hosted last year. We hosted my side, set to host my family side again, but my wife's older brother who lives in Eastern Washington, anyway, they couldn't travel, so we said, let's pick up and go to you. So you mentioned JJ's on his way. I'm on my way to McCall, Idaho. Yeah, so they're out in Moses Lake, and that's like the closest thing we can get to a midway point. That
Well,
makes
McCall's
it
pretty,
travel.
man. McCall's pretty.
Yeah,
my mom's from Moses Lake.
It's
It's not.
this time of year.
My mom's from Moses Lake. It's not pretty. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, Moses Lake has the unique distinction of being. You guys remember on "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou"? George Clooney has the line that's similar to this, but like Moses Lake has found the spot in the United States. It's 4 hours from anywhere that anyone wants to be.
1,000%.
But
yeah.
I'm driving through Bronco country right now, thinking about the Ags and if they can play spoiler. I know the Broncos got a spot in the Mountain West Conference Championship on the line this Saturday. Aggies obviously, falling maybe a little bit short, losing that UNLV game, losing that New Mexico game of maybe their expectations.
Yeah, but that Fresno win was awesome, man. They got the bowl eligibility year one of Bronco. Come on, that's like the 05 Bronco when I was in school when he came around.
That's what I'm saying. So the two previous games, obviously, go down and kind of get dog walked by New Mexico, and then they lost that UNLV game that they absolutely shouldn't have lost. Like, God bless that poor kicker. Turn around, wouldn't take that Fresno game on the road, and now they can go 6-0 at home and spoil Boise's season. And boy, I can't tell you how much better 7-5 looks than 6-6. So anyway, just driving through, wishing all the bad luck on all the Boise State Broncos around.
Yeah, and they get so annoying with all that stuff because you're like, I've never seen a town that leans into a college, just a college sports program as being the only thing that matters, in their entire life. You go into every gas station and just like everything is BSU stuff, and you're like, man, this Boise State crowd, it's a special group. However, Riley, let's dip in on this one. I want to get your thoughts on the college football playoff. When you watch that thing play out and you see the rankings come out and you see kind of how things are set up, do you look at this and just go, oh, there's no the only way that BYU gets into that to that college football playoff conversation is just winning the conference championship game, which of course they'd have to win against UCF tomorrow, but even beating Texas Tech for a second time seems like a tall order.
Well, yeah, absolutely it does. Well, first of all, you said thoughts on college football playoff. Like, I sit back and laugh. Like, did we think this was going to play out
differently?
Any other way than it's
wanted
currently
it
playing
to.
out?
I had hopes.
like, come on. It was devised from the Blue Bloods. You know why they got rid of the BCS? Like, the fans were like, oh, I don't like the BCS computer, da-da-da-da. The Blue Bloods wanted the computer out of there because the computer was the closest chance any of us ever had to any kind of
anything that makes sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, no, I mean, tall order. I don't know. Obviously, you had that muff punt, and you had some stuff play out in that first Texas Tech matchup. So where I can see, like, all right, special teams plays a little bit better. The defense, I thought, actually played really well. Here's what I can't see. Where were the cracks? Like, where were the doors that were cracked open that BYU can, pry open with BYU's offense against that Texas Tech defense? That's what I didn't see any, and that's why. Now, look, first of all, disclaimer, like, take care of business against Central Florida. But what I don't see in a rematch is, like, how do you move the ball and put points up on the board? And anyway, so while I'm excited for my Cougars and always hopeful, I'm probably not to the point of being optimistic yet. And that honestly, that has more to do with the strength of the Texas Tech defense than it does any deficiencies in the BYU offense, which I think has been surprised for the positive in so many ways this season.
One of the things, Riley, that we've been watching, of course, along the way here is how BYU, you always look for kind of indicators that BYU's gotten better over the season. What's been the thing for you that you look at and you go, okay, that's gotten better. That's why this team right now is where they're at on the verge of getting their 11th win of the season.
I mean, it was already strong, and maybe I'm just a little bit over-indexing on the recency bias, but I love the way that L.J. Martin and that offensive line closed the door in that game against Cincinnati. I mean, the physicality, so that shoulder looks good. They had that third down. I think it was like a 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4. And Cincinnati ran a nice stunt, had a free runner, and LJ stones the dude in the hole, bounces off, gets the conversion. Then 2 plays later, ran the touchdown to seal the game. So for me, it's that's what it is. It's the ability to, like, it's that Michigan style, that Jim Harbaugh, like everybody in the stadium knows you're going to run it, and you do, and you still accomplish your goal. That's just awesome. I don't think BYU had that at the beginning of the season, but they sure do now.
Yeah, I actually want to get your vibe on the entire season and what this feels like. From all of the drama that's been going on in the offseason, from Ratzlaff leaving and then Bear Bachmeier, true freshman, coming in. And one, you're a quarterback. You're a former quarterback and a former player from them. But what does this mean for not necessarily BYU fans? I know you can speak for BYU fans, but BYU players and everybody that's been a part of this program is the type of season this is. What does it mean from your perspective?
I'm going to give you it means you better pony up and pay those coaches, because honestly, the reproduction, I think the continuity, the only way that you're able to withstand all of the turmoil of the off season is with and I believe, like, you can track a statistic, right? Like the different positions on the staff and the different coaches and how long they've been together and their tenure. And BYU, I think, if not top in the country, is amongst the tops. I don't think there's any way you weather it without that staff being in place. And so if you can acknowledge that, then you got to do everything in your power to keep that going, because I think that's a little bit of a magic sauce there for the program. But then the second thing is just, like, proud of the players and proud of the leadership. They had senior and upperclassmen leadership that extended beyond the high-profile positions at quarterback. Now, granted, on defense, I think everybody expected Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker to come back and lead that defense, which they absolutely did. But then those guys have gone through the ringer in terms of injuries, where they haven't maybe been to playing at 100%. Kelly's missed some games. So, anyway, just stepping back and looking at it, credit to the coaches, credit to the players for being able to embrace that adversity. And it's a lot of talk, right? Team actually did it, and that makes you really proud as an alum and as a fan to sit back. And here we are at 10-1, chance to beat 11-1, take one step forward. I mean, last year at this time, BYU needed help to get into the Big 12 championship game, and the chips didn't fall in their favor.
Right.
This year, they took that one step forward. They've got their destiny in their own hands and in their control, that if they take care of business against Central Florida, then they're in the championship game. And then once you're in the game, you just keep telling yourself that any given Saturday.
How does UCF get taken care of this week then? Because, and I think a lot of it has to do with the mental side of it. I do think that this is a team that has grown up mentally. Like, you think about this team from 2 years ago, and not just the mental aspect of it, but even like the run game part. Think that was the worst part of that team's game, and then to be flipped around and have it to where it is right now is bonkers. Just a couple of years later, but what do they do, or how do you avoid a shortfall against a team that, on one hand, feels like that they're not even that into it, and even though they're in a much better spot than they were last year, at least their coach is going to stick around, because Gus Malzahn basically quitting is on his way out the door of that press conference against Utah last year down in Orlando, their last game of the year. But how do you avoid just coming up short and showing up without that mental toughness?
Yeah, we got together. Cincy game, and there was a few of us former players that were watching the game together, and there was some frustration from some of them with maybe some of the play, like the lack of aggression or lack of killer instinct. Like, and I think if I'm being honest, I think it had to do with the fact that, like, Utah obviously wasn't able to get it done. They're on the outside looking in. They need help to get in there, but here they are championing how they just have boat raced everybody.
Yeah.
And BYU hasn't boat raced everybody, so like. A couple of the guys were sitting around wanting to do it. I was like, listen, this team does not lose. Like, forget winning or boat racing. Like, this team simply does not lose, right? Mike McDaniel said it earlier this season. Before you can win, you have to not lose. This team is experts at not losing. So I think that's going to bode well for them going into the UCF match. They simply don't give the ball away. They don't give you – if you don't create your own air to breathe, they don't give you any air to breathe. And I think a team like UCF, it's set up to go in there and take care of business.
Yeah, man, and I don't think people understand how important that is. Yeah, Utah's championing, but that's the only weapon they got. They got to throw it out there to get something going. But I do agree. Alex and I were just talking about this. It's just like, it used to be measured on wins and losses, right? And, when you go back and look at a season from 5 years ago, you're saying how many wins did they have versus how many losses that they have, right? And so at the end of the day, that's all should matter, man. But absolutely loved it. And so you, from former quarterback position, and you've seen all these BYU quarterbacks over the years, what is your impressions on Bear Bachmeier this year and finishing out, and how sure are you that he's going to be able to do the job here come Big 12 Championship and CFP?
So, first of all, I got the chance to went to the first game. Was actually a TCU game, and sorry, got some distractions and noise going on in the car. But the TCU game, here was what I said. However thick you think Bear Bachmeier is, he's thicker.
Right.
And like
Centaur,
whatever
was
he's
the Portland State guy said.
Yeah, he's a god-dang centaur, yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible, guys, to like see him come out of the locker room and like stand next to him. It was crazy. So anyway, there's no way that a freshman that's built like a normal freshman does that. So that's talking about his physical tools and his physical gifts. But then let's talk about his mental gifts. And this is a guy like that. He has no ego. Like he plays no hero ball. He is 100% in for the team, and he just has the complete self-control to be able to give, to be able to do whatever needs to be done for the team without, without going back into his high school mode. It's like, you know what? I took this over out there in Murrieta, California. I'm going to be able to take it over here in Provo. You don't see any of that, and boy, the fact that they've got him for. And I talked about ponying up to pay the coaches. You better believe they're going to have to pony up to pay him. But he's been extraordinary.
All right, Riley Nelson, BYU quarterback, of course, somebody who we dip in all the time on these seasons to be able to kind of get some perspective on not just the quarterback position, but this team overall. But have fun on the drive up there. Stay safe with all those kids packed into that thing, man. I know the vibe of trying to get everybody into one place, and it's a tough deal. Doing a phone interview is a tall task. I bet you do. Congrats to the Nelson family for keeping it in check while while you guys were driving there. But you know what? It's probably Sister Nelson who needs all the kudos for keeping everybody quiet.
That's right, and all the support and the praise. Listen, Little League's over. I gave you the recap last time I was on with you. Our youth season ended not how we wanted, but it ended proud. But now that I'm done. Like, for old time's sake, let's have it back in the studio. No distractions. Maybe I even come back in the full show with you guys.
Okay, we'll do it.
I always love being on with you, and let's do that before this football season wraps up.
Let's do it. Riley Nelson, everybody. Appreciate it. Stay safe out there on the roads, and absolutely. I mean, look, I think our Football Fridays are
wrapping up. You can do our last one.
Yeah, but you know what? We're going to have a conference championship game coming up. We might have to get them in on one of these weeks and just kind of have a –
I say we do a field trip down to Arlington. So you're going to be Utah,
a field trip
in there. Oh, what about both?
Have you ever done? I did the Cowboys. I did the AT&T Stadium tour one time, which by the way is hilarious because you're paying to go into a stadium. Okay, and they walk you around, and it's like $65 to walk around a stadium that's empty. Wow, that's where Jerry Jones laments every loss, right there in that chair. Yeah.
Easy money right there.
It's crazy. And what do? They walk you through the Cowboys gift shop at the end. And then you're like, I'm not even a Cowboys fan. I'll take 3 things. Thank you very much.
The science of marketing is so beautiful. I'm so interested in it. But like the way they do that, and you always end at the gift shop after you have all the emotional attachments. Yeah.
I know. Well,
so right before the gift shop, they showed you all the Super Bowl trophies, right?
Well, not just that. They also walk you through the Cowboy cheerleaders locker room.
Oh, no, that'll make me buy. I was a big Cowgirls fan.
I walked out of there with a skirt. It's nice.
Hopefully it wasn't for you.
We went through that tour, and I remember thinking to myself, okay, I guess they got us. Well, we'll have to have Riles in. That'll be fun. Jam on this thing and kind of get going on what this – because, look, we don't get that often. Think about a year where BYU goes maybe 11-1, goes to a conference championship game. Utah goes 10-2. Like, we're told how dumb we are. When we said Utah would go 10-2, I got harassed quite a bit on both sides. Like, okay, they're going to lose to Iowa State, huh? Which is funny where we pick the losses on the list. I'll have to go through and look, but it's like, I think that,
that'd be good to Football Friday if we go back through all the stuff we talked about.
I mean, I have it right here, I think, on our rundown, right? It's like the actual wins and losses that we had.
I had Utah at 11-1, and everybody's like, shut up. I didn't think we were lose to BYU.
Oh, now hold on a minute. On the 2nd of
April,
on the 2nd of February, we had Utah, or on the 4th of February, we had Utah at 9-3. Now the losses for me came against Arizona State, laughable now, right? At Baylor, and then at Kansas. That's what I said was going to happen. Why did I pick those games? I don't know. I did have them down for 51-47. I had them beating Kansas State 51-47 though, just in case you wondered. I put it down for that. So.
Oh yeah, you're so smart.
Now here's the thing: pre-Jake Retzlaff, we both had BYU at 10-2. The pre-Jake, but after the Jake Retzlaff, I think we kind of went, oh boy. It went down. I think the over/under went to 7.5 in Vegas. 7.5, maybe 8.5. I mean, that was high. And I'll be honest, I remember how many times we have Mitch Harper on, and he goes, "Yeah, I think this is I think 8 wins would be phenomenal this year, considering when you got Bear Bachmeier, considering the quarterback battle that you were doing basically 5 seconds before the season started. It's bonkers."
Right.
Yeah, Utah was 7.5 by Vegas. We took the over. BYU was 7.5. We took the over. Oh, man. Texas Tech was 8.5. We took the over. Thank heavens. Kansas State and Arizona State, they actually had the higher over-unders. Can you believe that before the season started? Kansas State, Arizona State, Texas Tech, those were the top 3. And then Baylor, and then BYU, Iowa State, Kansas, and Utah. You know who crushed their over-under? Houston.
Oh, what?
5.5.
Oh, yeah.
5.5 before the season started.
Houston's a big surprise.
So, all right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner when we return. Let's jump in and we'll have a conversation around the. I know we have It's a Win Ticket Wednesday coming up. We're going to give some stuff away at some point. We'll do it. Let's do it coming up here in just a little while. So stay right here with us. More to go. We have our NFL Blitz up next. It's a Thanksgiving weekend. You know what that means? NFL games, when they shouldn't be normally played, we're getting them. All right? Thanksgiving games across the board. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crashes and delays are the recipe for the Thanksgiving getaway on the roads. Redwood Road is closed off at Camp Williams because of an earlier collision on the northbound side. Now there's a westbound crash in the mountains on I-80 right at the top of Parley Summit, where 2 right lanes are blocked and the delays are stretching back to Jeremy Ranch. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After one of the craziest, most bizarre games in Utah history, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for the regular season finale in Lawrence against the Kansas Jayhawks. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Nate Bargatze.
I would like another dog. My wife does not want another dog because it's a lot. It's a lot to have two dogs because you got to open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour.
But then they want to come back in and you're like, gotta go let all these dogs back in.
4 shows, Delta Center, December 4th through 6th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com. Don't miss the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Nate Bargatze.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update. Cougars head coach Kalani Sitake talking about UCF being dangerous, and obviously bowl eligibility is on the line still for Scott Frost's team, and he recognizes that as a tough putt a little bit for this team.
You know, you look at what's going on in Big 12 Conference, nothing's easy, you know, so you look at the games that happened over the weekend, a lot of tight games, and we remember being in a position where they're playing for a lot right now. They're playing for bowl eligibility, and we're playing for a lot too, so there's a lot riding on this game. Just want to find a way to go 1-0 this weekend, keep focus on our opponent, and stay humble, stay hungry, and away we go. Just kind of doing the same things that we've been doing and trying to keep the momentum going.
You know how you stay humble and stay hungry? You listen to this program. You know how you defeat being humble and hungry? Going to Kenny J's. Come on, man. You don't need to be hungry or humble when you go to Kenny J's. You roll up there. You're proud of it. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. NFL Blitz is next. The Thanksgiving games on the docket, plus much more. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What are you doing over there?
I just feel like I'm in like a black and white Western. I'm just riding through the desert.
Got the chaps going. I'm
wearing my Levi's.
my brother-in-law's a cowboy. He trains cutting horses. He buys and sells and trains cutting horses, and he's just cowboys that get. They're going down to the stockyards to buy horses like next week. That's how big of a cowboy this guy is.
It's an event.
Oh, it is. And the amount of money that is on the line with these horses.
Imagine how many Jack in the Box tacos you could buy with that.
That's where your head goes? I was trying to explain.
You go to Moon Pies?
I was trying to. Ooh, I forgot to bring. No, we left the extras at the warehouse.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want these anymore.
Well, I was going to eat them. That's the problem. I was trying to explain to my kids because I was like, because they have a Jack in the Box now in Kaysville. Okay, we're getting big time in Kaysville. All right, got the Jack in the Box. So Jack in the Box shows up, and my kids haven't gone once still yet. They're nervous to go. They're like, what do they even do there? I'm like, burgers, curly fries. They do the whole thing, and they're just kind of gimmicky with all the. I go, but they do these tacos though that I will eat all day, and they're like, ooh, tell me about it. And then I start to explain it, and then you're like, I'm describing terrible food to these people.
Yes.
You're like, so what they start with is you're going to fry a taco, but imagine instead of the shredded cheese, we're going to put American cheese on that taco. And if you, there's no other place in the world that you go, give me some of that American cheese, give me some Velveeta for my taco. It's like, no, that does not happen. Because these aren't tacos, they are Jack in the Box tacos.
It's crazy.
Very different.
People do some wild stuff for Jack in the Box tacos. I remember every time I came back from Vegas, my friend was just like,
I know.
Yo, make sure you
better
like
grab some on the way back. I know.
And he never came by my house to pick them up for like a week.
This might be a fat guy move.
And he still ate them.
This might be a fat guy move I've got to do. On the way home, get a bunch of these Jack in the Box tacos and just force the kids back. This is dinner tonight. We're all eating it together.
Hey.
And we're going to enjoy it.
I don't know about fat guy. It just sounds like a responsible dad.
No, I say that for me.
Hey,
a responsible dad getting the Jack in the Box tacos. Hey, we're going to bring fried tacos
do what
home.
You're told and eat these tacos.
Is that taco in a sleeve, Dad? You bet it is. You don't want any of that high-quality shredded lettuce to fall out.
Put it in the microwave if you want.
Nominate the Utes Sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. Just submit that nomination, KSLSports.com/contest. Every Thursday afternoon, we read off a winner. Not going to do it this week. You know why? It's Thanksgiving tomorrow, all right? Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers by reading off who those Hercules Hero of the Week winners are every week right here on the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Okay, classics, of course, on a Thanksgiving. Lions have to play. The Cowboys have to play. And now the AFC North typically rotates in. The Ravens are kind of like a Thanksgiving team now, too. They got kind of grandfathered into that, I feel like.
Right.
Packers at Lions. Chiefs at Cowboys. Bengals at Ravens.
I think those are good matchups.
Well, the Chiefs at the Cowboys is interesting because every game is like...
very important for both teams.
For both teams. But more so for the Chiefs because the Cowboys we expect disappointment like every year, right? And so the Chiefs, though, are on this like verge of... even right now, even after that comeback, when it was 20-9 against the Colts, I was like, okay, they might, the Colts might win this game, man. But then there's too much time left for Patrick Mahomes. All right,
Mahomes.
So he got it done. I just don't see the Chiefs losing to the Cowboys. But the Cowboys are going off of that juice of beating the Eagles last week. If they could go back-to-back weeks of beating the Eagles, then the Chiefs, that might be a boost of confidence that team needs.
You know what? Keep pumping up these Cowboy fans. Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
You guys could be the best team.
In the whole NFL.
Transitive win properties, you'll have just beaten last year's Super Bowl matchup. And so you're basically world champions.
Basically. Basically. I mean, they should just hand you the division right now. You should get a first-round bye for that, for sure.
First round bye. What'd you guys do? We beat the Chiefs and the Eagles during the regular season.
Back-to-back weeks.
Back to you.
Super.
Well, that was really nice. Oh, yeah. And by the way, it's not like they're doing it like it. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is dropping balls like crazy.
Crazy.
And look, you know who else is a little bit ugly right now in their division are both the Packers and the Lions, man.
It's weird.
It is weird to watch the Packers and the Lions be behind the dadgum Chicago Bears in their division. Now, I think it'll kind of even out. I'm just waiting for the Lions to show up, though. So, Packers at Lions, that's a nice one. Chiefs at Cowboys, love it. And then Bengals at Ravens. Those are your Thanksgiving games. Hey, out of those two AFC teams, which one did you hate the most? No, Bengals, right? Bengals are the most hated team from the Steelers' perspective, right? Although, no, I should say this. The Bengals, Ravens, and Browns hate the Steelers more than the reverse is true, right?
I definitely agree. And hate's a strong word. I think if there was any of the three teams that I hated, it'd definitely be the Browns. I freaking hated that place. As far as the games that I just love to play, I love to play the Ravens games. Those games were just so fun. Crap Talk was at an all-time high.
That's because it's teams with a lot more on the line typically than the Bengals brought to the table.
Right. I mean, my first year, we played them 3 times. Twice in regular season and divisional game, and every single game was decided by 3 points or less. And back and forth in fourth quarter, absolutely epic. Set the tone.
What was the
of that relationship for me?
Obviously, you guys won the divisional game that year, but what was the record the rest of the way? You guys beat them all 3 times?
No, we lost the first game.
Okay.
We lost the first game by 3. They came back last. Hushmanzada. TJ Hushmanzada.
TJ Hushmanzada.
Got a big first down, and they got that. But then we won the game later in the year, and then we won
Then you won the divisional, obviously, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
hey, speaking of the Bengals, Joe Burrow added to the active roster ahead of his possible return.
I can't wait to bench Lamar Jackson right now. Bro, 25 points from a quarterback? Oh, killing me in my fantasy. I'm never playing fantasy ever again, though. I tell you that much. Never again.
Get that drop. Because when he's signed up
Alex,
again next year.
Write it down, take a picture. I don't care. I'm never playing again. I am too invested, and I hate it. I knew I was going to get this
That's why he's going to be back.
No,
that's
I
why he's
can't
going to be back.
I get so distracted.
We're midway through. By the way, this happens every show when Sly comes. Partway through the show, and then he goes, "Yeah, this guy killed my fantasy." And I'm like, "Dude, grow up, man!" Like,
no, I can't. Now I'm talking like everybody else. I used to think everybody else was retarded for talking that way, but I get it now.
Did you see the Chiefs? Did you see the Chiefs this last week?
Who does that?
Did you see that Trey Smith was out there? He ruined my fantasy. I'm like, nobody's thinking about that.
See Noah Gray drop that ball. Oh my gosh, he would have gave Patrick Mahomes the right numbers. I would have got it. Oh yeah, never again. I look at the game totally different.
Hey, speaking of quarterbacks that could be back, Jackson Dart taking first team reps on at practice today. Did you see that?
Put over Jameson. He's a star, man.
Listen. Jameson did exactly
what we
thought.
To do.
Well, what we thought he was going to do too. Just like be super exciting.
Yes, interesting.
Get you there, but never really be able to put you over the top in that game. Yeah. But Jackson Dart taking first team reps. I would pump the brakes. Like if I'm the Giants, I go, I want to get this guy reps, but let's not do it earlier than we need to, right? Like because it was concussion protocol, wasn't it? Was it Jackson Dart?
No,
okay. Jackson Dart, concussion protocol. Don't rush the kid back, please. Because I'll tell you what's going to happen with Jackson Dart.
You're already eliminated from the playoffs. You only have 2 wins on the season.
But not only that, I'll tell you what Jackson Dart's going to do. Continue to run the ball with reckless abandon, which is the way he gets a bell rung anyway.
Though.
I know. I just don't. I think they're going to have a hard time stopping
him and Scattaboo together are probably a perfect perfect pairing. You know what's funny? They're 2 wins against really good teams, the Eagles and the Chargers.
Yeah. Well, I thought, you know what? They almost beat the Lions last week.
Should have beat the Broncos, and they let them come all the way back. That was wild.
That was nuts. That's terrible for them.
But that's football, man.
I know.
Gotta love it.
Let me see here. Drake London, doubtful to play against the Jets. It's fine. You don't need to play against the Jets. They'll be fine. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, you saw he told the media, "I'm not comfortable in the spot that I'm in. I want to stay the QB1. I'm going to stay." Did he quote Kalani Sitake say he wanted to stay humble and hungry? Is that what I heard? Well,
the popular sports.
The
phrase.
bottom line is he wants to keep that starting job. I think that the owner probably wants you to keep the starting job too.
Here's the thing: I think the Browns are hurting themselves because they're just making his ego even that much bigger. Because it's like there's no reason why you're not playing me.
Listen, he went he came in the game his first, not start, but the first appearance as a Brown.
Yeah, threw a pick.
4 for 16 for like 40 yards and a pick.
He wasn't prepared. But he was able to prepare against Oakland.
Oh, okay.
Or Oakland, Vegas. Sorry,
Do you
Lord.
ever need to really prepare against Vegas?
No, but I'll take it.
Hey, Geno Smith, by the way, apologized this week. Did you see this? Geno Smith finally apologized for flipping off his own Raiders fans.
But that's the most Raider thing ever.
I know.
Here's the thing.
Don't apologize.
Here's
Just
the
say,
problem
hey,
with
and I'll
that
give it to you again next
is
week.
I bet it was more outside people worried about it and pissed off than actual Raiders fans. I think Raiders fans are like,
Raiders
Gino,
fans are
you're
like-
finally showing some energy.
Yeah,
we love
they
it.
go like this. You know what? Duly noted. Thank you. Thank you for the energy.
I think Raiders fans, that was
Lloyd's
the most
all- Lloyd's
Raiders
all,
thing ever.
That's my quarterback.
That's my quarterback. Just flipped me off. He shows he loves to be here.
Man. That's my quarterback. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have our top 10 coming up right around the corner. Stay here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-80 westbound is a mess leaving Park City and heading into the mountains. There's a crash at Parley Summit, still blocking a right lane with heavy delays all the way back to Jeremy Wrench. Redwood Road is closed down between 21st North and the Porter Rockwell intersection because of an earlier serious accident right at Camp Williams. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars look to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game as they wrap up the regular season at home against UCF. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Only one type of burger. For every palate. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah's head coach Kyle Whittingham talking about Devin Dampier, his quarterback, in the fourth quarter comeback that he had last week, what that says about him as a player.
That's who he is. You talk about a fierce competitor and a guy that never, ever even thinks about getting down on himself or anybody else. He's always positive, manifest in that fourth quarter in particular. And what a great leader he is. I can't say enough good things about him and what he's meant to the program in the short time he's been here.
Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, all your barbecue favorites. And if you're trying to cater an event of any kind, weddings, family get-togethers, I don't care what it is, it's going to be improved by Kenny J's Barbecue. Visit them online, kennyjsbbq.com. That's kennyjsbbq.com. We'll come right back. We got our top 10 right in front of us here. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The regular season comes to an end for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they hit the road for a battle against Kansas. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Hopefully you and yours are having a great pre-Thanksgiving. I will be making 3 pies tonight. And I'm doing it the easy way because I like the cold pies. I like the ones that I don't have to actually bake. Now
You don't have to bake what?
Yeah. So like,
Banana cream pie?
Yeah, this kind of stuff. See what I'm saying?
Vanilla wafers.
Yeah, vanilla wafer is it's a cookie. You're right.
It's delicious. Now I'm starting to think about it.
I know.
All the different.
I'm gonna do.
I thought there was supposed to be like a day where they were gonna make a tradition where everybody eats the desserts the day before.
So we get together. My sister's family and we get together one of the nights and get together and make pies.
Pie
and
night?
it usually just turns into us eating desserts that night. Yeah, no, it's good. So I do, and you make an extra pie basically so you can eat it right then. So I'm going to do a lemon cream pie, and then I'm also going to do a triple berry pie. All right. I like the fruit pies more than I do. In fact, it led me to this quick top 10 list. I've got 2 things. All right. Annapolis, you ready for this? The top 10 Thanksgiving pies that are not pumpkin pies. Not pumpkin pies. Because
Absolutely
you know why?
Not. Absolutely not.
Pumpkin pies are disgusting.
Thank you.
Hey, I have this. Look at this. This is why I like Sly. He speaks the truth. You have JJ over there who's like, I'm on television. I gotta give it to the masses.
No.
I love a pumpkin pie. I like people who don't like pumpkin pies too. He's like getting all diplomatic.
Mr. I love everybody.
Mr. TV, come on.
Oh no, man, I'm the antagonist. In
Somebody was like,
Thanksgiving.
"Oh, am I gonna do the sweet potato pie this year or the pumpkin pie?" I'm like, they both suck. They're not good. You're dousing it in ice cream. You're
Easy
putting
on
all
the
this
sweet
whipped cream
potato.
up. I don't think any of it's all you're doing is hitting up a squash situation or a starch situation with a ton of spices that no one cares for. All right?
What?
Give me the refreshing.
What are all the pies you don't like?
Pretty
Or
much
that
just,
shouldn't
no,
be
pretty much
even
just
in the
pumpkin.
mix.
But I think sweet potato tastes too much like the pumpkin pie to be able to be a part of it. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I've got
Sweet potato tastes good.
I've got a top 10 in front of me. You ready for this?
All right, let's go.
Top 10 top 10 pies that are not pumpkin pies at Thanksgiving. On your mark, get set, go.
Oh, we have to guess. Apple pie, blueberry
Ding.
pie.
Oh wait, blueberry,
strawberry rhubarb, cheesecake.
Ding.
Let's go. Banana cream pie.
Ding.
What are the other ones?
Annapolis, come on, you don't eat pie? You're too good?
You don't eat pie? What a weirdo. You're wasting time.
Cherry.
Cherry pie? Ding.
Is
Yeah.
cherry pies
I'll
on
count
there?
it. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Blueberry was not though, by the way.
It wasn't. Terrible. What are some? I'm losing it right now.
Yeah.
Sweet potato. You said sweet potato.
I already said sweet
We
potato.
said banana cream pie. We said. Oh geez, I need to.
You do need to.
What's that?
Just go through your head the Marie Callender's kind of
I
menu.
am. It's lemon meringue. I worked right next to Marie Callender's in high school. Yeah. What are all the other pies? Dang it! I used to go over there after work every day. Oh.
I didn't even know there was this many pies.
Time. Man, Marie Callender's. They did it, bro.
Okay.
I love Marie
You
Callender's.
missed one of the big ones. You got lemon meringue there at the end. Coconut cream on the list. Also, not to be forgotten, the pecan pie.
Oh, how did I forget pecan?
The pecan pie's on the list.
I love me some pecan.
And then
pie.
they actually went with this one to me is kind of interesting.
Is
I don't
there
know if I've
cobbler
ever had
pie?
it.
Is cobbler considered
Yeah,
a pie?
so here's that's what I was going to say is that I don't like apple pie with the lattice stuff on it, this stuff. I like it with that crazy crumble on top.
Okay.
And so an apple pie that is basically a crumble, I'll take it. That's the one I prefer. And then number 4 on the list was the McDonald's drive-through apple pie. For all you sad people going through
that
McDonald's.
better not be on the list.
It's not. I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, that's too specific. Because I used to get one of those too. They were on the dollar menu in college.
Oh, you know what? I wonder what the apple pie is on the McDonald's menu these days from a price perspective. Hey, Annapolis. Just quick. We'll have a quick look at what the cost of a 2025 apple pie is, if you please. I just listen. I just don't. Hold on. Let's do an over under on it. I'm gonna say $2.89. What's your guess? On an apple pie now in 2025?
How much it costs?
At McDonald's, the drive-through apple pie McDonald's, $2.89. That's my guess.
That's actually a really good guess. I can't go up that high. It just wasn't. I say
that's where we're at though.
$2.15.
Annapolis, what do you have?
$2.
Oh, look at that.
On the money.
You know what? I might have to go through when I'm going to get my Jack in the Box tacos today.
A fast food night. Maybe
that's
what Wednesday needs to be.
We're going easy tonight.
The day before Thanksgiving.
Everybody, prepare your stomachs for
Jack
this
in the Box
American
tacos,
cheese.
Arby's
Jack in the Box
curly
tacos.
fries.
Yes, all the places that I would
McDonald's apple
never.
pie.
That's the other thing is the kids are like, Daddy, what do they do at Arby's? And I'm like, nothing, son.
They have the beef.
Nothing you need to worry yourself about. They see all the commercials and they're like, I see all these commercials every 2 seconds on TV. I've never seen a soul buying anything at Arby's. Well, you won't either. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, got lots to talk about on a Thanksgiving edition of the program, pre-Thanksgiving edition of the program. When we come back, Chris Boyle, he covers UCF athletics for Daytona Beach News-Journal. He's going to give us some insight as to what Scott Frost's first season has been like, the change of the attitude of the team from Gus Malzahn to Scott Frost, and now one win away from bowl eligibility. What can UCF do against BYU here in Provo coming up on Saturday morning? Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Holidays are here, the countdown to Christmas, and it's time for you to make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I have to tell you how festive it is, whether it's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple or up at Hotel Park City. Just the atmosphere, the decor, it is spectacular at Ruth's Chris. Now, as great as that ambiance is, you're there for a steak, right? You're there for a great, great meal. And Ruth's Chris Steakhouse never disappoints. Pick out that perfect steak. It will be cooked to perfection, and it's not just steaks. They have the seafood and the poultry and other dishes and the desserts at this time of year, the side dishes. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, the perfect place to celebrate the holidays this year. And don't forget, the perfect stocking stuffer, a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a Black Friday showdown for the Aggies as they welcome in Boise State to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Congratulate our producer Alex Napolis, who was familiar with the Sabotage video more than Sly, our 1990s pop culture expert. I'm all, remember the Sabotage video, Beastie Boys? And he's like, I can't remember it.
I'm actually looking it up.
Napolis is in his mid-20s, and he's all, yeah, dude, they're running around in their like 70s cop gear with their glasses on.
I bet this is what Napolis did for a senior prank.
Dressing up like, yeah. No, it's always good to impersonate officers, just for the kicks. You know?
A great movie, Let's Be Cops. That's underrated. I actually love that. Damon Wayans Jr., they did a great job in that. That was funny.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for being with us on a pre-Thanksgiving edition of the program, and it's a Win Ticket Wednesday at the station. You know what that means? You're going to be rewarded handsomely for listening to our program as you're headed out of town, or lots of people hitting the road. By the way, this is like one of the big nasty crash type situations across the country. And here in the state of Utah, we've had a bad year. We've had a bad year for driver fatalities and injury crashes, and so be safe out there, all right? However, if somebody's in the car with you, and if they're listening, or if you want to do the hands-free dialing, if you call us right now, call in number 12 on a Win Ticket Wednesday, gets a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze, the Big Dumb Eyes Tour coming to Delta Center next week. That's right. At the end of next week, you'll be able to get some tickets to see Nate Bargatze at Delta Center. All you have to do is call us right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. And caller number 12 gets themselves a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze over here at Delta Center next week. So there you go. Congrats for listening, all right? You get rewarded for listening on a holiday edition of the program. Let's kick off this hour, though, with the cut, as we always do. Let's jump in here, have a conversation about UCF versus BYU at LaVell Edwards Stadium come Saturday morning. Let's jump in right here with Chris Boyle. It's the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. All your trusted local needs in retirement with a local fiduciary. All you have to do is give them a call, 801-899-7600, or visit their website, TrajanWealth.com. Chris Boyle covers UCF for Daytona Beach News, for the Daytona Beach News Journal. He's joining us right now on the program. Chris, thanks for being with us, man.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Thanks for having me.
Are you coming out to Provo for this matchup between UCF and BYU?
I will be, and I just trained my body for the cold by going to see some ice sculptures here out by Disney World. So I'm hoping that braces me for anything.
I don't know if it will brace you for anything, but it isn't. I will say it's a little bit more mild than it could be. I have sat through some awful games in November at Lavelle Edwards Stadium and at Rice-Eccles Stadium that are in, like sub. We're talking about in the teens with the wind chill, and it's not going to be nearly that bad, but it is going to be kind of cold. But it will be a nice setting for UCF to come out to Provo. These are two teams who have definitely had different seasons. What's Scott Frost 2.0 been like for UCF? I'm imagining last year the Gus Malzahn era ended so weird. At the very least, this is a much better situation for this UCF program going into their final game this year.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Frost 2.0 has been interesting. I don't think it's been quite exactly what UCF fans have expected in terms of the pace of play and the explosiveness that they were accustomed to in 2017 when he was last here. But I think that's also kind of down to the personnel and also a cognizance of not burning out the defense. And the defense has been the stronger unit all year. I actually think Alex Grinch, who took a lot of flack when he got hired as the defensive coordinator, has done a pretty good job with this unit at all three levels, particularly on the back end in coverage. They've been a pretty rock-solid group the whole season. But, yeah, it's been a different style of team. It's been inefficient at times. It's been fun to watch at times, certainly in the West Virginia and North Carolina games, I think when optimism was a little bit higher. But they've really, really struggled on the road. It's been downright ugly at times. They lost 30-3 at Baylor, one of the worst defensive teams in the league. They lost 48-9 to Texas Tech just 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. So they're averaging only 10.8 points per game, and they're 4 games away from home. They've lost 8 in a row on the road overall. And, given how good of a team BYU is traditionally at home with an over 75% win rate at Lavelle Edwards Stadium historically, I think this is going to be a really, really tall task, especially with how much they're playing for and knowing that not only a spot in the Big 12 title game is on the line, but I talked to Mitch Harper just a couple of days ago. I said this is a game they may need to win with some style points, not necessarily to rub it in, but to give the casual voters that may be tuning in at 1 o'clock on 1 o'clock Eastern, as opposed to 10 p.m. Eastern, when sometimes you get that East Coast bias, I guess you can get from the voters. You got a chance to maybe open up a few eyes and show what you can do.
So what has been the problem? We talk about UCF and kind of the games that they've played, and Alex Grinch doing a great job thus far with what he's been able to work with. I did see the Cincinnati game, and there is some talent on this roster, but what has been the issue of not being able to put it together, or what is it? What are they so close on?
I think pre-snap penalties has been a huge issue all year. They've got like close to 30 pre-snap penalties across the season. And that's been particularly evident on the road. I remember in a mid-October game against Cincinnati, they just continued to shoot themselves in the foot. Any sort of positive momentum they had in that game, because they drove the ball and they had the ball for over 40 minutes in that game. They ran 90 offensive plays and scored 11 points that day.
Right.
So they had opportunities to go out there and make things happen, but it felt like every time they started to put together 1-2 positive plays, they would go right back the other direction and give away 10, 15, 20 yards worth of penalties. So that's certainly one thing. Inexperience, especially on offense. I mean, you look at the roster, Taven Jackson, this is his first year as a full-time starter. He started 1 game for Indiana last year and a handful the year before that. Miles Montgomery, their starting running back, it's the first time he's really been trusted as a full-time starter. A lot of their top receivers, Waden Charles, who had a career-high 6 receptions last year, is a true freshman. Dwayne Thomas was more of a part-time player at Charlotte. He's one of their top receivers this year. Dylan Wade, who had a monster game last week against Oklahoma State, was kind of a complimentary piece at Maryland. Now he's kind of the go-to target for them. So a lot of inexperience. The offensive line has had its issues as well, getting pushed in the run game. So it's kind of compounded. All those things at once have really kind of stunted them from showing up every weekend and finishing drives and being able to put points on the board.
When you see this BYU team and what they've done this year, it's been, I think, exceeding expectations for what fans thought was going to happen after Jake Retzlaff left the program after he transferred out. And obviously adding, freshman Bear Bachmeier in the time frame that they did, post-spring, and then having a quarterback battle, and then the true freshman wins a quarterback battle. There were a lot of head-scratching moments for fans who were like, what are they supposed to expect this year? What have you watched with this BYU team that you've been impressed by with what the freshman's been able to do and what this team's been able to do now on the verge of 11 wins in the regular season?
Yeah, I think Bachmeier's done a good job of avoiding mistakes and running the football with physicality. I always think of BYU as just a really physical, obviously mature team. They are typically an older team than most of the league, in a given year. But I also think that they brought back so many playmakers on both sides of the ball that it really helped smooth that transition. Chase Roberts, I remember, caught a touchdown and was a real problem as a deep threat against UCF last year. LJ Martin had over 100 yards rushing against UCF last year in Orlando, and he's coming off of his best game against Cincinnati last week. The defense has certainly impressed me. Jack Kelly has really been a player that's caught my eye the few times I've turned BYU on, and his ability to get after the quarterback and make plays, in the second level of defense as well. I think he's really been impressive. He's a guy that'll be on my All Big 12 ballot here in a matter of weeks, and I think certainly the safeties have been good too. They've got 3 or 4 guys back there that can make things happen in coverage, and if UCF's not careful, they can certainly find the football.
So, what kind of performance are we going to see out of UCF? You say, defense has been doing good, but your guys are terrible on the road. You had a pretty good win last week against Oklahoma State. Guys played well. Tatum Jackson had a nice day. Of course, a couple interceptions, but for the most part, they played pretty good in squeaking out that win. But what kind of performance do you see for your team at the end of the season here against and fighting for bowl eligibility as well on Saturday at LaVelle Edwards Stadium?
I see a hungry performance. I think there's a lot of incentive for them. Obviously, they're going to want to go to a bowl game, especially the seniors that are not going to be able to have any eligibility beyond this year. This could be their last football game, right? So they want to go out there and get back to a bowl game for the program. Scott Frost has financial incentive to win this game. I know it's something he's not really going to talk about publicly, but in his contract, if they win and they get to any bowl game in 2025, he gets an additional year, a 6th year at over $5 million in salary. So there's motivation. Yeah, there's motivation for him to win the game certainly too. It was a bit of an eye popper when we saw the terms of the contract released back in the summer. I think this is certainly a team that wants to prove that it can be not only competitive on the road, but go out there and maybe pull off an upset. Last year, a good example for this would be the Iowa State game. I think that would be a great template for them if they can pull off a similar performance to that. They went on the road last October to Iowa State, and they were ranked in the top 10 at the time. They were expected to win that game by 2 or 3 scores, and UCF led for most of the game, including into the final minute. They gave up a late touchdown. Jakari Brown ran for well over 100 yards that day. So if they can give you something like that, I think that would be something that, win or lose, UCF fans would be really positive about. If they can go out there and have a quality end-of-season performance, as opposed to seeing kind of the same things we've seen typically. Now, do I expect that against BYU? No, quite frankly, I don't. I think we're going to see that this team, Scott Frost the other day, kind of for the first time all year, said we are what we are. I mean, you're 11 games into the season. You know exactly what kind of team you are right now, and unfortunately for them, it's been undisciplined. It's been self-destructive at times, and it's been inefficient. So I think that, to me, is probably the most likely scenario, is that you're going to get BYU rolling early, and I think it's going to be one of those things where it could be a bit of a snowball effect.
One thing that this UCF team has always been able to do, and obviously it'll take some time for Scott Frost to build his guys up, but he recruits that area in Florida well. How has the recruiting been for him this time around? Obviously, you need a little bit of extra time. And what's kind of his superpower when it comes to bringing in guys who buy into that UCF program?
It's been interesting. He certainly hit big his first time around here. You go back to his first recruiting class, he was able to land 2 guys in Tristan Hill and Richie Grant, who are off the radar 2-star recruits who they developed into second-round NFL draft picks on defense. So they were able to find some guys that were overlooked or didn't attract the major recruiting networks at the time, and they were able to do that. Now, they're hoping to do that again this time, but really their class is very small by comparison for 2026. They only have 13 commits, and only 5 of them are from the state of Florida. So they've kind of branched out. It's been tough for them to kind of reestablish some of those relationships, I think, and of course you have the new age of recruiting, right? Like you have the opportunity to go find more established college football players. And if you're spending money, would you rather take a handful of shots in the dark on high school guys? Or would you rather go out there and buy players that you've seen tape of at this level? So I think that's another major question mark that's going to be the long-term vision. Now, that could also be guys coming back home. Dylan Wade, for instance, is an Orlando native. They've been able to find Sincere Edwards, who was an impact player at Pitt as a true freshman, came back, and he's from Apopka. So they have that second chance type of recruiting available to them as well. I think long-term, they got to find a balance. They got to find a balance between foundational pieces that they want to retain long-term and develop from day one, and then also filling the gaps in the depth chart that can provide immediate help at key positions.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game on Saturday. I always, when teams have things on the line, take the Utah game last week at Kansas State. They're fighting for bowl eligibility as well, and they came out and had a great performance. And so hopefully there's something the same from UCF so we can see some good football this weekend. But what is your opinion on the whole CFP kind of roundup and how we have potentially 2 or 3 Big 12 teams and how this whole is shaking out? Like, we still don't know who's in the Big 12 championship till the end of this week, and how UCF can kind of play spoiler on that.
Yeah, I think UCF definitely has the opportunity to play spoiler. Like I said, I think BYU has to win this game, and they have to do so relatively impressively.
Right.
I told Mitch this the other day, quite frankly, I thought BYU got jobbed last year. The fact that they were undefeated for, 9 or 10 weeks of the season, they lost 2 of their last 3 games, and it was almost forgotten that they beat SMU in September, and that was the last team that made the field as a wild card, right? So, obviously the on-field result didn't matter at the end of the day. It was more like, what did the team look like in late November as opposed to what they looked like in the first couple months of the season. You're kind of seeing that play out again with Miami and Notre Dame this year. So it makes you wonder, with this voting system, do the on-field results even matter, right?
Right.
And I think that's a huge, huge problem. I think if we're going to have games where you're trying to build all these marquee matchups early in the season, and then later on in the year, they don't matter at all when it comes to the voting, what's the point? What's the incentive for these teams to schedule this way? Just schedule as many easy wins as you can and try to go out there and win your conference. I think it's a bad look. It's a bad precedent to set. And I think the Big 12 has shown year on year in the last couple of seasons here that they can go out there and their top teams can compete at a very high level. I think Texas Tech is a well-deserving top 5 team right now, considering the talent on the roster and what they've done and how they've done it. The fact they've blown out so many teams this season. And I think BYU, you go back and look at some of those wins. East Carolina's a road win that's aging well, certainly every week. And I know that they haven't had the strongest schedule, but Cincinnati on the road at nighttime, I think is a really nice win. I think it's a win that any team in the country would be happy to have as a road win. So I think that they should be very much in this conversation, regardless of the conference they play in. And it may take, a loss or 2 from a team in front of them to slide in, but I would absolutely have them certainly in the discussion here in the final 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch how, I don't know if it's – do you think that when the Big 12 added – UCF, BYU, even the Four Corner schools, Cincinnati, Houston. Did the conference take a big hit when it came to just like the way they looked for other conferences? Because it just seems like, even though the ACC doesn't seem like it's one of the strong ones out there. I mean, you live out east, and so you're able to kind of get that vibe a little bit more because obviously Florida gets talked about a lot as an SEC team. Florida State even gets talked about a lot, and Miami does obviously as both as ACC teams. And so I don't know what the vibe is outside of kind of the world we live in, on except for what we see with the College Football Playoff Committee, who just seem like they like to lean toward those other conferences.
Well, you lose the 2 major brands in the league, right? You lose Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC, and theoretically it makes the league substantially weaker, and it makes the SEC substantially stronger. Now, Oklahoma's had a very good season. Texas has had their moments. They've lost most of the big games they've had on the schedule this year. But that's the reason I think the perception of the Big 12 is down from a national perspective and maybe from a casual perspective, to be honest, is that the two biggest names in the league defected and left the league kind of for dead. But I think that you look at some of the teams that they've added over the years. Arizona State last year took Texas to overtime, really should have won that game. And you look at what Cam Scatterbu was able to do in the NFL this year. Jordan Tyson might be a top 10 pick this coming year. I mean, there's good
Spencer
football
Fano,
in this league.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spencer Fano at Utah, who's going to be a high draft pick. Tetaroa McMillan at Arizona was a top 10 pick last year. Travis Hunter won the Heisman. I mean, that's not by accident. There's really good players and really good teams in the Big 12, and I think that the league was undervalued last year, and I didn't expect that it potentially could be again this year. In what's been sort of a down year for the Big 10. I mean, their best teams have been good: Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon to maybe a slightly lesser extent, but I thought if any year that they were going to get two teams pretty easily, it was going to be this one, given how well BYU's played all year and given how much money Texas Tech spent and how much that return on investment's paid off.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. We'll all convene at this. Well, Sly won't. He's going to be in Lawrence watching the Utes from the sidelines there, calling that Utah game. I'll be up in the press box though, and Chris, come over, say hey to all of us over there in the BYU media area on that side, and we'll high five, and you can enjoy the beautiful view from up there. At the very least, it'll be cold, but not where we're at, my guy. It's going to be good food up there, and we're going to have a good time, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's like I was saying earlier, it's my first time ever going to Utah. I know the stadium views are spectacular. I've seen them from just pictures, so I'm looking forward to that. If anybody listening's got food recommendations or things to do out there in the 48 hours or so that I'll be in Salt Lake and Provo, give me a holler. You know where to find me.
Wait till you scarf down one of those cougar tails.
Okay. that sounds like a winner.
All right, settle down. It's a big giant donut at the stadium, all right? That's all I need to know. But hey,
thank
look,
you guys so much.
It'll be good. All right, Chris, we'll talk to you on Saturday. Have fun, safe travels. There you go. Chris Boyle covers UCF for the Daytona Beach News Journal. That'd be a fun paper to work for. I got to live out in Daytona Beach, Florida, man. Oh, dang. My brother lives out there in that area, and it's
nice.
Well, you go out there and you're kind of like, gosh, there's not. I mean, he'll do the thing too where he'll text me a screenshot of their weather, only on days that he knows that it's bad here.
Oh, that's a real brother move right there.
It's an older brother move.
Yeah,
too.
oh for sure.
Nobody asked, and then he'll send me a screenshot.
Do you ever do the younger brother thing where you just pop up at his house like, "Hey, we're here for a week. What's going on?"
Oh, I've definitely done it. I've definitely showed up at his. Well, I've definitely been like, "Hey, man, I'm at the Orlando airport. I'm here for a thing. Can I stay at your house?" Huh?
Let me talk to my wife. Hold on.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, is going to join us coming up here. Utah Mammoth, by the way, right after our program ends, we'll have a shortened 6 o'clock hour, and you're going to get the pregame at 6:30, and then it's going to be the Utah Mammoth and the Montreal Canadiens facing off over at Delta Center here, the last of a 4-game homestand. So we'll see how they can do. Can they make it a third win in a row? Boy, they need it. Stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Plenty of slowdown spots on the freeways for commuters trying to finish up the short work week. Southbound I-15 delayed from the south interchange down to Draper, plus southbound I-15 slowing continues from Payson down to Santa Quinn. Westbound I-80 still a major problem spot in Parley's Canyon thanks to a crash at the summit with delays starting back to Kimball Junction. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers is here with some holiday inspiration as the season begins. Your Black Friday savings are already going strong through Cyber Monday, and shoppers can enjoy 20% off store-wide with exclusive specials up to 60% off. You truly make holiday gift-giving easy, John, and you carry jewelry for so many personalities and styles, don't you?
We absolutely do, and it means so much to us as a family jeweler when people shop locally and support their family jeweler. And this season, we brought in beautiful, never-seen-before pieces just in time for the holidays. And there's something meaningful for everyone, whether it be our Zodiac collection or an engravable pendant to personalize with a message that they'll love. Or embrace our simplicity with our essential classic pieces to help build your loved one's jewelry collection.
I can think of several people who adore those. What else is exciting this year?
Well, our beautifully handcrafted engagement rings and wedding bands from the JBJ collection, or the fashion jewelry for both men and women. There's always a perfect piece for every budget and every style.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or shop their Black Friday deals online now at jbrooksjewelers.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
To become a winter sports athlete. How hard can these really be? Alpine skiing? No. Hockey? Nope. Bobsled? Yeah, no. Curling? I could do that. Hey, you guys want to try to learn curling?
Tonight at 10, how easy is it for armchair experts to learn an Olympic sport? Team KSL goes head-to-head at the Oval to find out. Competition on the ice. Live and streaming tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 up there right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Guess what? Offensive coordinator A-Rod, Aaron Roderick, comparing BYU's running back L.J. Martin to former BYU running back Tyler Algier.
I've been very reluctant to compare anybody to Tyler, but that was a night that I think you could say that was Tyler-esque for sure. Algier was a great player, and LJ's a great player. They're different players, but I think you can say that they're a couple of the great ones that have played here.
Kenny J's Catering can offer that bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion, right there at your home, office, church, wedding, whatever it is. Come on, KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Get it going on that catering. Cole Bagley, Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. He's in the studio. He's going to go over to Delta Center in just a few moments here. Get you ready for Mammoth and Canadians tonight over at Delta Center. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ian Cole gets to the puck first in the Utah zone. Cooley waiting for it. Cooley on hat trick. Watch! Bingo! Logan Cooley gets his second hat trick of the season. Points in 4 straight entering tonight. Bowman snowed under. Cooley at the empty net. Give him 4! Gets his 4th goal of the night. It's 5-1.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk hockey with the Utah Mammoth and NHL insider on KSLSports.com, Cole Bagley on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I heard that intro and I had like a weird flashback back to when we had portable CD players. Remember that?
The fact that you even said
remember
CD
you're like,
players.
hold it straight. Hold it straight. And you were really classy if you bought like a nice Sony Discman that had the...
You had to show it off, too.
They had it wasn't tracking. What'd they call it when it was like the skip? They basically had like the skip control on it.
Skip protection, yeah.
You could like run around and it wouldn't skip. And then I had the cheap brands that had to be like walking around like it was on a platter so that it wouldn't skip. But that like intro. And then I started thinking, what a weird time that we lived in. We were like... And I remember actually like being like longing for the Walkman, right? For the tapes. Give me the tapes. Those don't skip, man.
Right. Yeah, those are like rocks. You can throw them in anything.
Oh, man. I had a tape player in my car until like 10 years ago. I had a freaking cassette tape player. Oh, yeah. And the old Toyota and Lexus rolled with the tape player for a long time. They're like, you still want one of these? Everyone's like, no, I'm good. Well, we're going to put it in anyway. All right. Joining us on the program right now, he is Cole Bagley. He's our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. 2 wins in a row for this club. Cole, are you impressed right now of these last 2 games? What's been the biggest difference, do you think?
It goes back to what we talked about last week of just effort, and a lot of that is maturity. You can't really say like, oh, this is one of the youngest teams in the National Hockey League anymore. In fact, I think they're like 18th or 19th. So,
how did we get so old? Yeah. Oh, Schmidt.
Yeah.
Nick Schmidt showed up. Vanacek showed up.
Yeah, the offseason was bringing in the older guys. But the thing that you can point to is that the stars on this team are still really young. You know, Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther, JJ Peterka. Keller is even, relatively young. Sergachev as well. And for those really young guys, it just comes down to maturity. It comes down to deciding to play with full effort, full energy every single night. And a lot of that's learning, right? Like a lot of that is figuring out how to be consistent. And as they've shown, that's still part of the process for the Mammoth right now. But yeah, I've been impressed with the last 2 games because they have decided to play with everything that they've got. They've been good in all the small details. That's what I talked with Clayton Keller about this morning was, look, their battles have been a lot better. They're back checking a lot better. They're making those kind of extra effort plays that make a big difference and go a long way. So yeah, I'm impressed, but they need to continue to impress me, if you will.
Yeah, we talked to Coach Bear last week, right before last Friday, right before they started this 2-game win streak, and talking about everybody was talking about effort, and he kind of commended the guys for staying professional. What vibe have you got from him during kind of that lull, right? I think they lost 8 of the last 10 before that. But fighting through that, he's just like, it's a long season. You're going to have these ups and downs. You're going to have winning streaks. You're going to have losing streaks. What about him? What have you seen from him this past week in being able to handle those losses and get these guys ready to go?
Yeah, the biggest thing was after that Vegas loss
last Thursday.
Last Thursday. This coaching staff and this team, I think, really took that personally. Obviously, losing to Vegas is nothing to really
be down about. Yeah.
No, I mean they're one of the best teams in the NHL. They have some of the biggest stars. Jack Eichel, Mitch Marner. Plenty of really top tier talent, guys that are already named to Olympic hockey teams.
Right. Sure.
Eichel's arguably the best American player in the game right now. So nothing to really get too down about, but it shows how much they care. The fact that they wouldn't settle for that result. They went to work the next day, and that was the toughest practice I have seen Tourney hold probably through the entirety that Utah has been around, since the Mammoth have existed. And it was full contact, zone battles. It was guys going at each other, teammates going at each other, respecting each other, of course, but full contact, full physical, really sticking to each other in the crease area, hitting each other hard along the boards, battling hard, and throughout most of the day as well. It wasn't just if you lost, you did push-ups on the ice. It was if you lost possession, you did push-ups on the ice. And so it's always funny to see NHL players doing adults doing those push-up drills, because I remember doing those as a kid.
Yeah, it's like your coach going, "Hey, take a lap, Tanev."
Exactly.
It's like, geez, what?
and that guy makes a lot more money than you do, but you're in charge and you get to tell him. So, yeah, I think for me that's what's been impressive is that the coaching staff and the players would not settle for that kind of a result. I think it was more the culmination of how they've played recently as opposed to just that game, but that's when they put their foot down. They said enough's enough. We got to figure this out. They've relied on their veterans. The young guys, the kids have stepped up, and they've played really good hockey for the last 2 games.
When we talked a little bit about, some of the struggles with this team before this, obviously, winning changes a lot of those attitudes, right. But it's also just, kind of getting back to where I think that they had been previously. I think was part of that. It was like they had lost something in that kind of streak of between when they went 8-2, winning 7 in a row, to the spot that we were sitting right like this last week, and we're going, ugh. And I remember actually thinking to myself, man, I hope they win, because it's not going to be a very fun conversation with Bear the next day. And, of course, then they get their butts kicked by Vegas on Thursday, and Bear answered the tough questions. What has he done as a coach, do you think? Because a lot of people were going, get Bear out of here. You do the fired up I don't like how this guy's coaching. What has changed from the tactical standpoint that you've seen? Because obviously the effort part and asking your guys to play hard, that's one thing. But what changes were made from the tactical standpoint? Anything from the lines perspective that you thought? Because we talked about that too. It's like, man, some of this stuff might need to change up. Has any of that changed at all?
There has been some changes. I don't know if it's necessarily if that's a direct result of these wins. But yeah, I mean, Cooley and Gunther are back together, which is a big deal. I wrote about this in my column the other night. I believe the team is 10-6 when they play on the same line, or 10-5 when they're on the same line, as opposed to 11-6 or 1-6 when they're not together. That's pretty significant, right? That shows how much of an X factor those two are. And then when Logan Cooley gets on the stat sheet, Utah is 8-3 in those games. So those two are definitely an X factor. And I know a lot of people as well have been like, well, why isn't JJ Peterka playing with them again? Well, since he's changed the lines quite a bit recently. And one of the biggest changes was against Buffalo about 2 weeks ago. He put Peterka on the third line. Peterka's got 5 or 6 points since that change. So he was the only one really, beneficiary of those changes. And when things are going right and players are scoring goals and production's happening,
they're usually okay with that.
Yeah, right? You don't change it up. And, Gunther and Cooley just hung 7 points on Vegas a couple days ago. Right. So I think that's the explanation for why Peterka hasn't necessarily been reunited. They don't have the full kid line. But that's what I've noticed tactically. I think it is you need Cooley and Gunther playing together. That's just they should never be separated again moving forward. But then I think in terms of maybe his demeanor or his approach, there's definitely been a little bit of a change in Tourney, I think, over the last week. He's been a lot more forthcoming. He's been a lot more willing to share, and call things out and say things as they really are. Not that he wasn't before, but there's been a noticeable difference.
You think there's pressure, that him feeling some kind of pressure to do
100%.
that? 100%.
I mean, this is a team that should make the playoffs, and to only win 2 games over the stretch of 11 is unacceptable. Right. I think that he kind of realized, like, whoa, things are real here in Utah. This isn't Arizona anymore. And he's seen this team through the rebuild. There has never been pressure like this.
I don't think that this team doesn't sneak losses past the general public. I think that's the kind of thing that I think Arizona got away with, right? Like, you think about it, you're like, and that doesn't happen here. And I know fans looked like they were a little bit too aggressive about. I was like, all right, slow the roll a little bit, like on the fire the coach Tourney stuff. But at the same time, like, there are things that you look at and you go, okay, if there's this team and you have all these guys, the organization also looks and goes, hey man, we're asking you to delicately but quickly get these lines together and get these millionaires playing well together, because we're signing them up for long term. And we want you to be here long term too, but the only way that you stay, these guys are staying here. Right. All right.
We can't fire the players.
Right. And you don't want to. Why would you want to not have Cooley and Gunther together for the next 7 or 8 years?
Right.
So in that sense, I think it's interesting because it was a moment that the market hadn't dealt with yet. So Canadians tonight, Montreal comes into town. What are we expecting for this type of a matchup? How winnable of a game is this for this Utah hockey or the Utah Mammoth?
It's very winnable, but it's funny how similar these two teams are. I think the Canadians are the Mammoth of the Eastern Conference. These are two young teams, relatively young teams with very young stars. Cole Caulfield being one of those. To be honest, I don't know what we're going to see tonight. You never know. I mean, you're getting two teams that on any given night, either of these guys can put 7 on the other net or 7 in their own net. And so, and that's what we saw in Montreal a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was a close game, but then Montreal pulled away and it was 6-3. What I do expect is a very fast game, a high-paced game, and I think those are your X factors, as they're going to be all season for Utah. It's Cooley and Gunther. I think, and when those guys are flying, when those guys are playing well, Utah wins hockey games. And the same thing can be said for Montreal. When Cole Caulfield is playing really, really good, when Lane Hudson is playing really, really good, that team is winning hockey games. So that for me is, I think whichever team can get the most out of their young stars will end up winning tonight.
Cole Bagley covers the Utah Mammoth for KSLSports.com, and you want to get the hat trick afterward, you're going to get it from Cole. It's an awesome read every time, every game, no matter what. You're going to get the breakdown of those games from Cole, and it's awesome to be able to get that. We have an awesome resource in Cole being in the building. So, hey, have fun over there. We'll be watching, see how this thing goes down. So thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have best and worst next. Wrapping up this hour. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big eastbound delays on Bangor Highway and 21 North as drivers head to I-15. Redwood Road is still shut down between Utah and Salt Lake counties because of the accident that happened at Camp Williams earlier today. Southbound I-15 continues to be super slow, heading from 72nd South and Midvale down to the 123rd South exit. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Make your holidays shine with festive Utah flavors and breathtaking views. The Roof is now open. Book now at theroofslc.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Devin Dampier, he's the quarterback for the Utes. Talks about how Creed Whittemore has made an impact. Larry Simmons as well, stepping up into that Ryan Davis absence with him being gone.
I think the biggest thing is how serious they take their reps out here. You know, when they go right behind Ryan, they run their routes full speed, same timing as in the game. So, you know, I'm happy that they're able to go out there and truly feel like themselves out there. They went out there and balled out. So, you know, that's all you could ask for from those two and continue to see them thrive for sure.
There's your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. At the District in South Jordan, mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, all your barbecue favorites. Plus, you can get it all catered. Just go to their website right now. Check it out for yourself. KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Best and worst next right here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Did we give away those Nate Bargatze tickets? Those phone lines probably lit up, didn't they? We love that clean comedy here in Utah. Did you hear that word he said? It wasn't a cuss word. Good for you. Let me see here. Got best and worst. All brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork Spanish working in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Go check it out for yourself. The best, North Texas's head coach Eric Morris. This is how you do it, by the way. If you're, I think, a team like Oklahoma State, I think they hit a home run with Eric Morris. It's a young guy. He is a run and gun guy, spread offense. You know why? Mike Leach coaching tree. Wow. That gets me going. I like the Mike Leach coaching tree, man. The Mike Leach coaching tree doesn't necessarily have a lot of defense in it, but I don't care. Spread it out and get some scores. But he's a guy in his 30s. He's a guy who's on the up and up. And Oklahoma State needed a win. I think that was a good win for them. I think that. Yeah. And by the way, they hired Mike Gundy when he was in his late 30s. You know what I mean? Like, let's get it going. Let's see if we can start up somebody else being, stay there for 20 seasons.
Yeah, how many offensive guys came out of Tony Dungy's coaching tree, right?
Yeah.
I feel like a coaching tree is like when you say a guy's name like Bill Parcells or Bill Belichick or something like that. It's a particular phase of the game, either defense or offense.
The by far worst of the day was last night having to listen to Hunter Yurachek, the committee chair for the College Football Playoff Committee, answering questions with Reese Davis when he was asked specifically about, are you guys making decisions on Ole Miss as they dropped, based off of the coaching situation there? Here's what the question sounded like. Here's what the more inane answer sounded like.
But there was a change at 6-7 with Oregon and Ole Miss swapping spots. How much of an impact potentially could it be on Ole Miss if it's determined they don't have their head coach in the field?
6-7. But seriously, Rich, we didn't have any discussion about Ole Miss and their coach. That was.
I don't want to hear the explanation at all.
No, was it?
Dude, it was so bad. Okay, we put the crickets in.
I mean, of course.
But there was enough. But there was a gap in there. You know, Alex Napples, our bruiser, knows it was like this 6-7, and he did the hand gesture.
He did the hand too.
Yes, he freaking did. And everyone was like this.
I think that's why they made the change, just so he could lay that joke. And it not land.
I was talking to Mitch Harper about this because we did this on 1st and 12 last night because it happened, and Mitch goes, you know what? I think this is good because now 6-7. If it's not dead tonight, it will be dead soon when 64-year-old CFP selection committee. But it just shows you how unserious that this is, right?
Right.
It just shows you how
committee's a joke.
I know when you make that kind of a thing, and then he goes, but seriously, Rich. His name's Reese Davis, by the way. But seriously, Rich. So you make a dumb joke. I hope that he sat in that awkward silence and was like, oh gosh, my grandkids are going to kill me. My wife's going to kill me for saying that. The country's going to kill me for saying that. Because that was so dumb. It just came across the whole committee.
Probably got so
stupid.
much money. Just catch my checks. I don't care.
Ridiculous. All right. More to go around the corner. We'll get you ready for Utah Mammoth hockey. Stay right here. Dialed in 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs.
Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive for the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Doug Gottlieb, Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.